that's how they.
Yeah, that is. Damn, Oda's really going. Damn, he's gonna bring a trans person to One Piece, which is.
So.
Wait, hold up.
I gotta look at it again.
Hasn't the first trans person already have been introduced?
Oh, they've had a few, yeah.
Yeah. Technically, trans people have been like existing in the One Piece universe. What was that guy's name? Or
it was the. I forgot his name
it was
too.
that dude from Impel Down.
He'll say Dr. Frankenfurter because that was the character that inspired him, but I always forget what the character's name is.
The guy who keeps saying Okama. What is an Okama?
I either call him Dr. Frankenfurter or I call him Kaneda because he's voiced by the same guy who plays Kaneda and Akira.
Ivankov. There we go.
What's up, guys?
Ivankov. Yeah.
Okay, I haven't done it yet, so.
We're just talking about like trans. So there's like I'm just seeing what's trending in Twitter right now, and there's a character in One Piece named Yamato.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like,
expect that character to be trending. That's cool.
Yeah, and a lot of people are like, "Oh, this is a trans person coming in," but I'm like, "Hold up! Hasn't a transgender person already have come in this series already?"
And if you want to feel old as fuck, just know that when Ivankov was introduced, there are people that were kids who are probably now adults and teenagers.
Oh my god!
How long ago was that? Was that 10 years ago? Was that arc 10 years ago?
I think so. Yes.
Yeah.
Like One Piece introduces transgender samurai, but I'm like, this isn't a new thing, and I'm not like trying to downplay. Oh yeah, that's really cool representation, but I'm like, I don't know.
It's one of those things where if you're reporting it as a journalist, that's where you really have to be accurate. Like if we're just talking, that's one thing. But if you were to write an article on it, that's when you would have to get accurate because you can't say the first trans character because it's not.
I mean, not.
I mean, you could because journalism,
Oh yeah. I mean, nobody knows what
you shouldn't.
You shouldn't, but you could.
Yeah.
Anyway, hello everybody. Welcome to the podcast.
Hello.
We are live. Hey.
We are live. That's why I came back on. We seem to be having a guest here, as you might have noticed. This is my good friend Greg. Greg, meet everybody. Charles and John.
Hello.
And the chat, which is just one person right now, but will grow as time goes on.
That's me.
Yeah. Welcome, Greg. There's no real format to this podcast. I'm always awkward at introducing people, and then it's just chill talking. But how you been, man?
I've been good. I've been pretty good. Been pretty busy. I'm for those of you who don't know, I'm an artist. I'm an illustrator, animator, and I've been working on a project as well as some freelance commissions. So I've been a little busy, but I still find time to watch anime and whatnot. So I'm glad and play some video games here and there. So I'm glad to be here.
Sick, awesome,
Nice.
And I guess so. There's no real format, but we do talk about like our weeks and stuff. So, Greg, what have you been up to the last couple of weeks? Why don't you go first since you're the guest?
Let's see. Well, again, I've been working on some illustrations and some commissions.
Mm-hmm.
We talking strictly entertainment or just in general?
Just your general weeks. Could be talking about anything, everything, and everything.
Yeah.
All right.
When you got up in the morning, no, I'm joking.
Okay. Well, my friend of mine introduced me to Car 5 Vanguard.
Yes,
So,
I remember you telling me about that.
That card game.
Yeah, so I've been pretty big on that. I don't usually play a lot of card games, but I've been wanting to learn some. And not to get too personal too far soon off the bat, but yeah, I've struggled with confidence issues for a long time, and being convincing myself that I wasn't smart enough or capable of learning certain things, and that included pretty much most card games. And lately, I've been through lots of help and whatnot. I've been moving past a lot of that bullshit. So one of the things I said is I wanted to learn to play some card games. So when he introduced me to Card Fight, I thought they'd be a good opportunity because my a few people like my boyfriend introduced me to Magic, and then I'm a big Pokemon fan, so I started playing the Pokemon card game, and now I'm playing now I'm playing Vanguard. But of the three, Vanguard's the one I've actually gotten really into. It's a lot of fun. I even started watching the anime.
So I've always found that a lot of card games are basically just different, basically the same systems but iterated upon to make it slightly different. What's the difference with card fighters compared to like Magic or like Pokemon?
Or Yu-Gi-Oh.
or Yu-Gi-Oh?
Let's see.
Always
I
think
have
Yu-Gi-Oh
not played.
is very.
I haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh in a very long time, and I only played it a couple of times. But I can tell you, I learned the Pokemon card game recently, and the biggest difference seems to be that you have like different. In the story, there's like every deck represents a different nation. So you pick a nation, and every nation has, has a strength and a weakness. Like for example, the one I pick, I believe it's pronounced Stochia. Or Stokia, I always forget. And the benefit that this deck that I play as, it can you line you're basically, it's like you're commanding a small army, and each card is like somebody who's fighting with you, and you separate it into like you can have up to 6 cards that you're fighting with, and apparently my deck is the only deck where all 6 cards can attack, that sort of thing.
Okay.
And then my friend uses a deck that lets him attack more than once. So they all have different kinds of buffs and whatnot. But ultimately, I chose this deck because it was recommended to me because I like monsters and creatures and whatnot, and that's all this deck. So so basically, I got this deck for the pretty pictures, and then found out I had that bonus later.
Yeah, sounds about right for like when I got into Magic. The reason
That's
why
unique for me for Yu-Gi-Oh. For me, like I try to make a Yu-Gi deck, and it's like, long as it looks cool, it's great.
Yeah. It's like even with Pokemon, the video game, they said like, oh, well, it's best to choose this Pokemon and this one and this one. Like, but I want to use Gligar and Pikachu.
Yeah.
So I use Gligar and Pikachu. Well, I used to use Gligar and Gliscor, but now I can't.
Pikachu's riding a surfboard. I like it.
Yeah.
Hey,
I got the max rank with the Pikachu.
Garbagician was used by Yugi, so that's got to be a great card.
Right?
Goddamn.
Yeah.
Gotta be a great card.
I don't know about y'all, but I always play by favorites when it comes to like things like that. Like, yeah, I would like to win, but I want to use my favorite Pokemon or like my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Exactly.
I mean,
If I can't do that, then what's the point?
What do you mean I have to use tribute summon 2 cards to summon this one card? I can't just do it like in the show in the first season?
no.
Yeah. I'm just gonna blow you away.
It's like fighting games. Usually, the first character I pick is the one character that I use forever, unless somebody else catches my attention. And usually, I'll pick that character based on how cool they look. Like actually, just last night, my friend and I were playing Arcana Heart 3. I hadn't played that in a few years, and every time I play it, I've always picked the same character and the same buff, and I fight mostly just using one button, and I kept beating them, which I don't think they were happy.
It's not the kick button.
It's gotta be the lower kick button.
Then I got my ass kicked, of course, after that because I was using the same move over and over again. But other than that, yeah, my week's been pretty good. Yeah, catching up on some anime.
What'd you watch?
I've been watching. Let's see. Actually, let me pull up my mail because there's a lot right now. But
Jeez.
The main ones though that I'm watching from this season are Cardfight Vanguard Overdressed, because I started playing the game, and now that I know how to play the game, I know what the hell they're talking about.
It's like, oh, that's what they're saying. Oh,
Do you though? Do you though? I mean,
at this point, I actually do. When the show started, and when I saw the first Cardfight Vanguard anime, the first couple episodes, and they're explaining it, I'm like, oh, I get it. This kid is a genius because he understands what the fuck this guy's saying. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. He's like, imagine you want a battlefield. I'm like, no. Tell me how to start the game. But yeah, watching that, Dragon Quest, Adventure of Dai, which I'm loving the hell out of.
good shit.
Yeah, I'm a big Dragon Quest fan, so I was super excited when they announced that show, and it's exceeding my expectations, actually. It's a lot more fun than I thought it would be. And then To Your Eternity, which I have to mentally prepare for and maybe not watch it just before bed. Probably the most anxiety-inducing show of the season, because every time something happy happens, I'm like, no, this is a trap.
When's the ball gonna drop?
Yeah, and every time it does, it's always 10 times worse than I think it's going to be. Let's see, in addition to that, 86, another show that's pretty fucking brutal.
I still have yet to watch that.
86. Yeah. I gotta watch more new anime.
It's written by the ReZero author.
Ooh, well,
more suffering, huh?
Yeah.
How does this sound? So what's up?
I know where this is going.
It's well, basically, how's this for a premise? How much fun does this sound? So basically, the main character, she's a troop commander. I don't remember her exact title, but she commands troops. And they say the wars are fought with drones, so there's no casualties except in reality the drones are being piloted by people who had either dark hair or dark skin and were forced to literally referred to as colored in the show, by the way, which I'm like, God damn, they got balls to do that. And
boy.
yeah, they got balls to do that. They're addressing this head on, and they're not pulling any punches. But basically, it turns out they're all being piloted by these people who legally had all their human rights stripped away so that they could force them to fight in this war. And she commands this from a little chair, and she's the only one that acknowledges these are humans, and everybody else is just like, no, they're not. They don't have any human rights, so they're not humans. So it's her struggling with her being in this position and trying to protect as many of them as possible while still trying to fight the war.
Somebody loves Gundam and wanted to go even darker with the concept.
Oh, yeah.
Go even further beyond.
Yeah, they're not pulling any punches. Yeah, they're not pulling any punches with this show. Every it's another one of those shows where every week I'm just like,
Jesus.
I keep thinking they're going to tone this down, and they're just not. They're just making it even more fucked up every week. Yeah, this is definitely the ReZero guy. There's also long, there's some at times long monologues. Like ReZero is kind of famous for having long stretches of dialogue, and
really good dialogue, mind you. But
yeah, and 86 is no exception. Plus, Hideyuki Sawano did the music, and I love that man's music. He did the music for Gundam Unicorn, Promare, Kill la Kill. Yeah. And let's see what else is at least. I was watching One Piece, though I'm a couple weeks behind.
Fair enough.
And Detective Conan hasn't had an episode in a few weeks, but I picked up recently. I'm in no hurry to catch up with that one. I'm watching the current episodes week to week. I started with episode 1000, but I'm in no rush on that one.
Are they on like a brief hiatus or something, or?
I guess sometimes they just take a few weeks off because that happened before. Like they had episode 1000, and then I think it was like another week or so, and then they did the second part of episode 1000, and then they didn't have another one for a few weeks.
That's weird. But I guess it makes sense. They literally hit 1,000 episodes over the 20 something years.
Yeah, they deserve a break.
Just for a couple.
They can take a week off every now and then.
As a treat, just a break as a treat.
Yeah, but other than that, those are the ones that I've been watching weekly, and then there's some other shows that I'm going through as well, just in general.
Still haven't watched Odd Taxi, did you?
Not yet. I was planning on watching that tonight, though.
Okay.
I want to talk about that.
Yeah.
That's definitely on my list because, I'm noticing there's a lot of you see trends, come and go in anime, and right now I feel like one of the trends is furry anime because they keep making them and they're huge hits, so they keep making them, and if they're good, then
easily appeals to kids and adults since it's pretty easy to get into.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not one to judge. I draw furry characters all the time, but but you got Odd Taxi, Beastars, BNA, Albergetsko. Yeah, all the shows are all big hits. So
I still find it amazing that Agretsuko is does awful in Japan though, from what I've heard.
Really?
What?
Yeah. Apparently,
it's actually more popular out here.
It's more popular out in the West than it is in Japan, and
that is so weird.
I can only assume it's because of its depiction of the Japanese workforce culture, and how it basically criticizes it, even though it's it's
not that different from American.
Well, no, but obviously it heavily criticizes the impact that the first 2 seasons criticizes the workplace culture of office buildings. Then it criticizes idol culture and the terrors of that, and then it criticizes women choosing to either be a housewife or not being a housewife and wanting to work and stuff. And
it criticizes that? Damn.
Yeah. There was an entire season where Retsuko basically just dates this really rich dude, and she just stops going to work. Yeah, that entire arc, and then she makes a decision about stuff towards the end, and it's just Jesus. Damn.
There's a Studio Ghibli movie called Only Yesterday that addresses that, except now the funny thing is I absolutely love that movie. It's a little dated though, because it's about a woman who she's she's at the ripe old age of 26.
Ah, what
And,
a
Ripe old age.
and is not married. She's not
Ah.
married. What's wrong with her?
fucking old
And,
maid. Get out of here.
The old lady. God darn it. They got to have kids at this point.
They put a big old dimple on her face and went out. I'm like, she's only 26.
Dude, you think it's a hyperbole on how the anime portrays that, but being an Asian myself and knowing how that culture is, if you're older than 25, you're considered like old.
Charles,
if you're not married.
Yakuza.
That's something I've picked up on. It seems like there's a big. It's sort of like out here when they ask women why haven't they had babies yet, and it's like
None of your business.
what have they yet?
Charles, you have to remember in Yakuza 0, Kiryu's like 20 and he's called like old man at the age of when he's only like a couple years older than the punks that he fights. It's like
It's so weird because like we age so well. I'm like, you can barely tell us if like Kiryu looks like he's like with that his demeanor he looks a little bit older, but like not like a day older than 25.
Yeah, but he's.
I remember Akira or Akira, that one dude who the one cop yelling at them. They call him old man. And he's like, I'm only 25 years old. I'm not even married yet. But yeah, in that movie only yesterday, they kind of explore why she chooses to be independent, and it turns out she prefers to, she likes living in the country even though she's from the city and stuff like that. And ultimately, they kind of, maybe I'm misinterpreting it, but the message in that movie seems to be like, it's time for you to stop playing work and just go settle down. And in the movie, she kind of finds a happy medium. She gets to continue doing work that she actually likes, and she gets married. But
Good for her.
But yeah, it's but some of that though, I guess maybe it's not that dated. Maybe it's still contemporary. I mean, isn't I know in Japan has a didn't they say like Japan's birth rate is kind of low right now?
Oh, it's
Very
super.
low.
It's super declining.
Negative.
Yeah,
I've always wondered, is that because a lot of people are choosing that they simply don't want to be, they don't want to have kids? Like that's just
It's a myriad of reasons.
It's so from what I've heard, it's a myriad of reasons, yes, but it's more of like a changing of the way people approach dating. Men are a lot more. From what I've heard, this is as a white dude from the States who has only watched anime and looked up a little bit. But apparently, men in Japan are a lot more passive nowadays, and women have become more aggressive in either pursuing relationships or pursuing work and stuff. So women are not so much are either being very active in pursuing who they want to pursuing or in pursuing like a career, and men are a lot more passive. And I think that's why there is this culture that they created of calling men certain types of predators, or it's calling men and women different types of predators. So a lot of men tend to be herbivores, so which means that they're a lot more passive and they don't really do anything, and a lot more women are considered to be carnivores and kind of stuff. It's weird. I'm talking from like a little bit of like the knowledge that I have, but yeah, basically it's like a weird social flip of the dynamic of dating in Japan. So
I think the American birth rate is kind of low right now too, isn't it?
yeah, I think.
Oh no! How could that?
I wonder what.
I think
it can't possibly be because everything is fucking expensive.
I think last year they confirmed that the birth rate in the States dropped off for the first time. Like it was declining and was like plateauing, but last year it dropped off like heavily. So
yeah,
ain't nobody gonna be locked down with a newborn baby.
No,
I mean, I remember from like a few years ago, like having a child cost like $6,000 up front, and I can't imagine the cost now.
Yeah.
6,000, just like 2,000-3,000 per every single day that you're in the room.
That's so stupid. We can
kids
go
are
on
expensive.
a tirade with that.
Which is why, it's funny. My parents, they always told me. I remember my dad very adamantly told me, he didn't mean this in a negative way by any means, because both my mom and my dad, they had every intention of having kids. They specifically wanted 2 kids and wanted a boy and a girl, and they got lucky. They had a girl, then they had me, and then they're like, all right, we're done. Store's closed. And then after that, but I remember my dad not too long ago, a few years ago, told me, never, ever, ever have kids unless you want to. And I told him, Dad, I'm gay, so it's okay. But will never happen on accident. But But no, he's saying that he knows a lot. I guess he said that because he knows a lot of people who he grew up with who had kids because they thought that's just what you do, and it never ends well. Like some of the,
my parents.
ouch. But yeah, it's like some people they just have kids because that's just what you do. And I used to know somebody. Same thing as I used to know somebody whose parents, I think they did that. They had several kids with different people because
What?
that's how it was. I mean, no, I mean it's more of I'm trying to be as vague as possible, but basically, somebody who I know they have a lot of stepbrothers and a lot of stepkids because at least one of the parents kind of felt that that's just what you do. You have kids, and it's like, well, it's not for everybody, and maybe you shouldn't do it just to prove something, because if you're having kids to prove something, you already fucked up.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fuck.
Please don't have children if that's the case. Please.
Yeah, and I can't speak for everybody, but I know that some people frown upon adoption, but it's like there's tons of kids out there that need to be adopted, so they need parents.
Kids, yeah, exactly.
I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I can. My grandmother, good rest her soul, had like 9 kids over the course of her, and my mom was the last one, and she was the one she kept. But every single one, seven of the kids she had to give up for adoption because she just couldn't take care of them, and she thought she was giving them a better life. And the 8th, which was my mom's sister, she gave to her sister because her sister didn't have kids, so they basically raised my mom and her sister as like cousins for a long time, but they always knew that they were sisters, and I think one day they were told about it.
That's a little weird. A little confusing.
It's
you're like a little bit weird.
It's man. I really wished I could have talked to my grandma more about the stories and stuff. My mom talked to her about it before she passed away and about her entire life, and her life is fascinating. She lived a very colorful life. Very weird and interesting to know that my sweet grandmother, who really loved and cared about me, was just oof. But the big thing is that I was told that every single time she went to take a kid to the foster or to the adoption center, she cried both on the bus trip over and the bus trip back.
I can only imagine.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's gotta be rough.
Terrible thing to go through once, much less that many times.
Yeah, and my grandma is probably one of a few examples, but my grandma, I think, always assumed that giving a kid into the foster care system would have given them a better life, but a lot of the times, it's not. But you hope that one day those kids can get a better life.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because foster care system unfortunately is not perfect.
No, it's really, really, really not.
It's not.
The amount of stuff they make you go through just even taking a foster kid, and then you think, there's so many great potential parents out there that desperately want children, and they just, because of this or that, they won't even let them take care of a foster kid. Meanwhile, some dude has too much tequila, and next thing you know, he's got a family.
Yeah, that and they also the foster care system also incentivizes people to get as many kids into one house as possible, so you can get the money from the government to pay for it. So there's also scamming and shit like that too.
The worst.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
I
bad.
better never meet somebody in person that's doing that shit, because I'll personally beat their ass.
Yeah, same here. But yeah. How did we go from anime to talking about the fucking?
Well,
You see what happens when 86 comes up in a conversation? The conversation gets dark.
yeah, I mean, our anime conversation were pretty dark themselves too, man.
Yeah, true enough.
So speaking of the foster care system, I'm also a big Pokemon fan, and transition.
Gosh.
And I'm a few episodes behind on that. I'm a couple episodes behind on that too. But I know that this week's episode was a big deal because they brought back all of Ash's old Pokemon.
I saw that.
Even
Japanese
Charizard?
Yes, even
Yeah.
Charizard.
Primate. And Pidgeot.
I gotta watch that. I gotta see if they bring back Gliscor, because I remember there was one time where they did that and they didn't bring him back, and I was pissed. But
Or Butterfree. How about Butterfree?
Butterfree's
Butterfree's
way
awesome.
back.
I know, Butterfree's way gone forever.
Butterfree's probably got like 1 million Caterpie right now. So.
Oh, geez.
And he's probably dead.
Yeah. I mean, if we're
I mean,
following...
never visited that Pidgeot,
Yeah.
He's like, I'll come back and visit you one day. It's been 20 years, motherfucker.
You mean 20 days?
Or longer than that.
What about Greninja?
That's a good question, too. Greninja's all saving Kalos.
Yeah.
And every time they go back to Kalos in the anime, I'm just kind of like, so we just not mention Greninja now?
I mean, he's probably going to show
Greninja's
up in
like-
one of the episodes eventually.
Dude, Greninja like synced up with Ash and got that like cool form. You can't forget Greninja.
They had that badass theme song and everything. It's
Yeah,
like,
that was a hype ass fight. I don't even watch the anime, and I saw that fight. I was like, damn, this is awesome.
And Japan's
I got
favorite
a theory.
Pokemon. That's why he got in. You know.
Yeah, he was ranked #1 in Japan. He was ranked #1 in the world twice, I think.
Greninja.
And yeah, I think they did a worldwide poll, and Greninja was #1. And he's still not in Gen 8, but no, it's funny. With the anime, I always had a theory because I remember I felt like when the Pokemon X and Y anime was out, I look at the Japanese TV rankings every now and then for anime, and it seemed like it was always pretty high up there. And then after that, I don't know if Sun and Moon ever got in the top 10, or if it did, I don't think the show's been in the top 10 in a long time. And I always wonder if X and Y, spoiler, Ash doesn't win the Pokemon League, if that was a contributing factor, because I remember it was trending when he was I think it was trending at some point when he was in the finals, because he had never made the finals in the anime before. And yeah, the fights were insane. They were hyped. They were super crazy. But then he lost, and it was all this
I remember this. Yeah, I remember this huge backlash. I was like, Jesus Christ!
Just let him win.
Does everybody?
The episode was called Kalos Victory: The Ultimate Battle.
Does everybody forget the Orange Island League? Does nobody
That
care that
doesn't
he?
Not canon.
That's not canon.
It's
Well,
part of the
technically, didn't he
anime.
win the Alwyn? Didn't he win the Alwyn?
Yeah.
League?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
That one he won, because I remember that was all over Twitter when he won. That was apologizing.
But that wasn't like the Kalos region, man. It looked super like he was supposed to. It looked like he was supposed to win, and someone's like, "Oh, we can't do this. We can't do this. We have to pull out."
Pretty much, yeah, because it was like down to the last second, and he lost. And that's gone down as that, and him versus his rival of that season. Those two have gone down as two of the greatest battles they've ever done in that show. And I can see why they switched up the animation style after a while to simplify it, because it's like they must have worked those animators to death.
Yeah, the animation is just too fluid in that
They're
part.
like, we can't do this anymore. We're leaving now.
I am glad on one side that Pokemon has actually become an anime in its like animation. Like it's not just recycled, same 20 frames for the same 20 Pokemon. And
Because they got money now.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the beginning of the show.
And Jesse and
When that
James
show first-
wanting to catch Pikachu after so many seasons.
Oh yeah.
I remember at some point, maybe it was Black and White. It was one of the shows. I just remember at some point at the beginning of the show, they reported into to the boss.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, he's like, good, continue catching Pokemon and looking for Pikachu and whatnot. And then after a call in, Giovanni's like, who were those guys? I can't remember which one that was. Maybe it was X and Y.
There is quite a few times where he does that, and it's funny every single time. But I do like that, like Jesse and James became like proficient again in I think Alola, right?
Like they became proficient.
In the beginning, they were proficient. They were like a lot more serious, and they were able to capture Pikachu once or twice. And
I just remember there was the one episode where they actually, for the first time, I think this was the first time in the entire series where they legitimately beat Ash in a Pokemon battle.
Mm-hmm.
Just while they just wanted the normal fights, but they lost. But yeah, they beat him, and now that was Pokemon, and they were all just. It's one of my favorite moments in that series because they're just standing there like, "What? Wait, we
did it?
Did we win? Like we won? Oh my god, we won! Well, and we're all happy, went up, and then Beware just showed up and snatched them before they could do anything.
Yeah.
Nice, of course.
I think that was also one of the infamous Dead Meowth episodes too. That they
yes,
kept, they had to stop doing that gag after a while, but I thought that was hilarious.
That was funny. But
Dead Meowth. Okay.
Mimikyu like eats Meowth, and if you get eaten by Mimikyu and see what's underneath it, it basically kills you, according to the Pokemon.
Yeah,
So terrifying.
He literally got scared to death.
Yeah.
And I think they kept the gag in the. I watched the Japanese version. If I recall, what I was told is in the English version they kept the gag, but they would cut all the shots of his corpse.
Yeah.
Because they would cut back and it would show his actual corpse, and you'd see the soul going back into the body. It was pretty graphic too. It was pretty.
Yo,
it was
this is
funny.
still a kid's show. Like, why are they showing
Yeah.
kids like Meowth's corpse?
Yeah, kids
I mean,
understand a dead Pokemon body. It's fine.
Yeah, man.
mean-
Kids see dead bodies all the time.
Well, it
Damn.
was
I mean,
graphic,
what was it? It was.
apparently.
I think it was the Pokemon I Choose You. I think that was the first time they ever showed a Pokemon corpse. I think in a flashback, but yeah.
Weird.
It was a sad story for somebody, but oh wait, you know what? No, that's not true. Because remember in the first series where they meet Gengar and Haunter and Gaslit, and
That
they
was
drop the
so
chandelier on them.
Oh,
so
yeah.
long ago, my dude.
Yeah.
So long ago.
I'll never forget that scene because I remember I thought it was going to be a gag. You know, the chandelier falls on them, and it's funny because after it falls on them, they're just standing there. But then you see Pikachu's electricity discharge, confirming that I guess Pikachu discharges electricity after it dies.
Huh.
And then all three of the ghosts are
Oh my
laughing, and then they just.
gosh.
I did
Because
forget
all
about
three
that.
of them are laughing. Like all three of the ghost Pokemon are laughing, and they're just like,
Why is that a thing? I didn't want to know when Pikachu's die, they leave out a discharge. That makes me sad.
yeah. The writers, was it Takashi Shudo? I think was his name. The one of the head writers. Yeah, he wasn't afraid to get gritty in the beginning of that show.
I mean,
I
Sabrina,
think this is like the
Oh,
wrong show to
boy.
show that.
it's Pokemon. They
It's not
literally have
really much
back
of
on
that.
that
No,
they-
I'm
yeah,
sad, man.
every Pokemon game literally has a ghost child in it. That's fucking
Well, yeah.
terrifying.
And the
Yeah.
Pokedex entries are really like, nightmare inducing, but
So they're like, oh, nobody's gonna read this, and then YouTube happens.
Yeah.
and then everyone reads it.
Was it like
If this
Driftloom
Pokemon
steals
stops-
kids?
If this Pokemon stops hopping on its tail, it will die because that tail is like a heart
The
creates like a
Plingle
heartbeat.
Charmander, he will die or something like that if it gets.
Oh,
Oh
you
yeah,
know
in the
what?
first
It was
series they
kinda
say
dark
that
back then,
they say that if his flame goes out, he dies, which just created anxiety for all the kids in the world. Anytime Charmander got anywhere near water.
Yeah.
And that guy and this original trainer just like, who cares? Leave it out on the log so like the rain will kill it. Oh, you know what? It was kind of fucked up back then too, huh?
Oh yeah. I remember it was
Just
a
too young
Pokemon.
to really think the ramifications of it.
I
And
still,
the more you think about it, the more fucked up it gets.
I
Or in,
still remember back in Pokemon Red and Blue when you're in what's the ghost city?
Lavender Town.
Lavender Town, and the guy's
Yeah.
like, "Hey, what's that hand on your shoulder?" And,
Oh, dude, chills come down my spine. As a kid, I was like always scared of that.
and then when you watch the Pokemon Origins
Creepy-
with Red,
Oh,
and you act
yeah.
like it happened, you don't. Nobody says anything, but you see like on camera like a like ghost hand on Red's shoulder. That if you don't pay attention, you just it'll go by you. But it just seeing that and noticing it, just like fucking shit, Christ,
The
what the fuck?
the creepy posters are coming back. You ever heard about the Lavender Town music actually like inducing like seizures or like some weird things?
Oh boy.
I think the only. I think the truth behind that, I've never really found a confirmation. The impression I always got is that maybe the Lavender Town theme got remixed before they made the. Because basically, Red and Blue, like our Red and Blue, is
Yeah.
based on an updated version
Yes,
of Red
it
and Green in
is.
Japan.
Yes, because they
And-
had green and red,
Yeah.
I believe.
It was.
I always wondered if maybe they just remixed that song, and then that's where the creepypasta came from.
It's
Yeah,
possible. I just know that the international version had like a patch basically because I think there was a really bad bug in the Japanese version that they fixed with green that they just made it as the international Red and Blue. But I don't know.
Yeah,
if
there's a
Lavender
few
Town
bugs, and also some sprite updates too. I think all the sprite art got redrawn for all the Pokemon,
I think-
Yeah,
and our
Did they-
version is based on that.
Wasn't it like every single Pokemon had the same sprite in Japan, but they gave us like 5 or 6 different ones in international or something?
Maybe, and I think also just the battle art sprites were redrawn. Those are the ones I know for sure got redrawn, and maybe there were 1 or 2 other things updated. But it's fine. I still think the Lavender Town is still probably the creepiest chiptune ever. But
dude. I was terrified of Lavender Town when I was a child. Like I couldn't even look at the ghost sprite because the ghost sprite scared me.
I don't blame you. I still remember being
kid,
little.
okay.
I was a little kid when A Link to the Past came out, The Legend of Zelda, and that was the first game that ever scared me. Because I remember going into the cave and hearing doom, 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 and walked right back out. I'm like, nope, 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 nope. I don't know. I don't want to know what's in there. Nope.
I know this is not Pokemon, but Ocarina of Time when the Redead's like freeze you.
Nah, fuck
Majora's
that.
Mask, man. Majora's fucking Mask freaked me the fuck out, man.
I just played that for the first time.
Oh man.
When was it? I don't remember. It was several years back. I played it for the first time, and I've been like watching this thing and like I'm trying to picture 13-year-old me playing this and probably enjoying the shit out of it because I like horror movies. But
Just getting through the opening where you fucking have Link has that nightmare of the deck.
Yeah,
it's
I was
just
like,
oh, yeah.
Jesus Christ! What the fuck was wrong with that?
I love the music in the opening
darkest
though.
part. That's not the darkest part. The darkest part is like Malin being, being put to sleep before the moon hits
Yeah,
with her
Jesus.
big sister.
Yeah.
Oh god, yeah, her getting drunk. She getting drunk so that she doesn't notice. I'm just thinking like
As fuck.
rated E for everyone.
It's not even implied. It is straight up. Hey, I'm gonna put her to sleep.
I mean, this is the same company that also made like Mother and Mother 2, and literally had like a brother kill his own brother who got brainwashed, and his last words and shit, or the fetus, just the fetus. Boss.
That last boss. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Mother 3, that game that Nintendo decided we don't want to play.
No, you're never getting a translation. What are you talking about?
This reminds me actually, one of the things I put in the chat that I was talking about was the Dragon Quest announcements they made this week, and it's sort of like how it said they're streaming it and they're showing trailers of Dragon Quest X, and it's like, what? Why are you doing this to us? They make a big deal about having an English interpreter for the stream, and half the stuff you show, you're not bringing out here. but the 3 announcement made up for it, and sort of the confirming the 12 exists made up for that too.
And hinting at 1 through 8 or whatever being made in the same style as 3 accidentally.
And and I'm hoping that offline version of 10 gets released out here too, because I remember they said that I remember reading an interview a few years ago, and they were saying how one of the producers was saying he would love to make an offline version of the game so that would be easier to export. So I'm like,
yeah.
And they didn't put for Japan only when they showed that trailer, so maybe that'll come out at a later date.
Yeah, probably like a couple years later or a year later or something.
Yeah, because I'm sure there's a lot of text I got to translate. But I know that, but 3 and 12, they said they're shooting for a simultaneous worldwide release.
Good.
Yeah.
Smart.
Oh, they learned a lesson from 10, because if I recall, I think 10 is the lowest selling numbered game in the franchise because nobody outside Japan can play it, and it's an MMO. So that's a whole other ball game right there. Not everybody can be Final Fantasy 14.
No.
Oh no. But anyway, regarding Dragon's Quest, like that's starting to be a lot bigger now in the States, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why they're trying to get them released worldwide at the same time.
I think
The
that's
whole
why.
Fire Emblem effect going on again.
Yeah.
I think it's because 11 and 11S did so well. That's why they're pushing for Western releases and stuff.
It was only a matter of time before that finally picked up out here, because I've been a fan of the series for a while. The first one I played was 7, but I was always aware of Dragon Quest, or Dragon Warrior as it was called back then. But the first one I ever actually played was 7, and I really liked it. It's massive. That game is ridiculous. It takes 100 hours just to beat the main story.
Jeez.
But then 8, I remember when 8 came out, and at the time I was convinced that was the best looking cell shaded game ever made, next to Wind Waker. And then,
Good taste.
9, yeah, and then 9, I love the hell out of 9, and I'm surprised it hasn't gotten a remake yet. That'd be perfect for Switch. And then, and then 11, I think 11 came out at a good time because a lot of JRPG series moved away from their turn-based battles, which were inspired by Dragon Quest in the first place, but Dragon Quest stuck to its roots. And I think people just appreciated that. It's like, does this do anything new? No, but it does everything better than everybody else.
And that works.
Had to get rid of the MIDI music, because boy howdy. Oof.
I'm probably the only one in the world that didn't have a problem with that music, but
this like goofy like clown music playing during like really serious moments, it was like, okay, this is a little off-putting, but
I get it. It's because when 8 came out in the US, they only used the orchestrated music. They didn't use, because 8 originally had better music, but for a lot of people in the US, 8 was their first game in the series.
Yep, I can attest.
And then a lot
to
of
that.
people, and then people played 9, and of course that's the DS, so of course it's good at MIDI music. And then 10 didn't come out here, so a lot of people went from 8 to 11, and that threw them way the fuck off. But some people were talking shit about the composer though, and I'm like, dude, the guy is in his 80s. Give him a break.
Yeah, fuck.
But they did update the game to put everything
in his 80s. Like this motherfucker literally comes out with a new soundtrack for every Final Fantasy game. Shut up.
Yeah. But yeah, he
did like
and he's still going at it. He's gonna do the music for 12. So
yeah, it's just man. I'm excited.
he's the
to see
John
what
Williams of video games, you know.
I'm excited to see what they do for 12 since they said it's going to be darker, but we'll get to that once we start talking about news and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I figured. I mean, 5's story was darker than usual, so I don't think we're gonna get like God of War or anything like that. But
Yeah,
we'll see what happens.
Is there any other anime you wanted to talk about that you were watching?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Well, I've been gushing about Natsume's Book of Friends for quite some time.
Yes, I've heard good things about that. Natsume's Book of Friends.
That's a show I'm very sad that I'm about to finish because I really, really, really love it. I have like one OVA and a movie left, but have you guys seen that show?
No,
I have not, but my friend Brian told me it's like his favorite anime as well, so I'm tempted to watch it.
It's though the show's about a guy named Takashi Natsume. He can see yokai, you know, like Japanese spirits and ghosts, demons, that sort of thing. But he can see yokai. He's always been able to, and he considered it a major burden because sometimes they go after him, and whenever he tried to tell people about it, they just call him a liar. So he kind of, and he actually, it's funny. We're talking about the foster care system. He's a kid that's been tossed from one family member to another, and you know, because his parents unfortunately passed away. And at some point, he inherited. His grandmother left him a book. He inherited a book called the Book of Friends, which has a bunch of yokai names in it, and all the names in that book are yokai that he can basically control because their name is in the book, and he can give them back their name whenever they want to release them. But the core story is basically he begins to embrace. You know, at the beginning of the show is pretty much his low point, but then from then he starts to embrace his ability to see yokai and starts to interact with them, and then eventually he realizes that they're basically people too, and he starts to become friends with them. And as he becomes more open with them, he becomes more open with the people in his life. And the next thing you know, he's got over the course of the show, he has friends, and the people taking care of him, really care about him as well. And
does he also gain his bunkai form as well?
Oh yes, after about 20 episodes of filler. But anyway, I've never seen Bleach. I don't know, but
Fair enough.
Sorry,
I'll see it. I might check out Bleach at some point because I know.
The first 2 arcs are probably the best.
Yeah,
I'll probably read the manga.
Stop after the Soul Society arc, and then you're good.
Okay, but anyway, it's the kind of show that I like. It reminds me of another show I like called March Comes In Like a Lion, which is similar, where the show starts off with the character at their lowest point, and it's about how they get better. It's therapeutic, and and it's something I can definitely relate to. And it's funny because it's 6 seasons, and by the time I got to the last season, you can see how much he's changed and how much everybody around him has changed, and how he's so much more open. And it puts a smile on my face. It's such a great show, and it changes tones a lot too. Like it's mostly episodic, but there is continuity. But some episodes are just really, really heartwarming. A lot of them are. Some of my favorite episodes are. And then there are some episodes that are legitimately creepy. And then there are some that are... there aren't too many episodes that I would call just straight up depressing. At worst, the show is bittersweet. But it's a really good, feel-good show. And also his main companion is a little cat called... he calls him Nyanko-sensei, who could turn into a giant, badass-looking cat.
Nice.
And basically, their relationship develops over time, too, because they refuse to admit that they're friends. It's kind of adorable, actually. Nyanko refers to him as his emergency food ration. And, because their bond is basically that he promised Nyanko that he would give him the Book of Friends if he ever dies. So then Nyanko decides to become his bodyguard, to make sure that nothing happens to the book, but in reality it's because he's taking a liking to him and he doesn't want anything to happen to him.
Aww.
But he'll never admit it. And it's always, watching them interact is always adorable, and all the moments where they're genuinely affectionate are also some of my favorite moments in the show, and it's such a feel-good show. We don't get a lot of those.
Sounding show.
Yeah, I love wholesome shit sometimes. It's very wholesome at times. Like there are some episodes where at the end I'm like, oh, I hate this show. It's so good. Fuck this show. But no, it's a feel-good show, and again, it's about 6 episodes long or 6 seasons long. There's 2 movies and there's no announcement for another season yet, but I can't imagine they won't make one. I think they're just the manga that it's based on is monthly, so they gotta wait. They usually go a few years between seasons. So
yeah, I looked that up, and Jesus Christ, it's been going for years and still not over.
2008. Yeah.
Jesus.
Each season's like 12 or 11 episodes or something like that. But yeah, I would have finished it months ago, but I kept stalling because I love the show so much. I was like, maybe I won't watch an episode tonight. But I highly recommend it. It's a really, really good show, and it's easily one of my favorite anime right now.
What's it called again?
It's called Natsume's Book of Friends, though Crunchyroll, the whole show's on Crunchyroll, and on there it's listed as Natsume Eugene Show. I can send that to you if you'd like.
Yeah, just post it on the podcast chat.
server. Yeah.
For sure.
Anything else besides that you wanted to talk about for your weeks before we move on to somebody else?
I went to an arcade and I got evacuated because somebody pulled the fire alarm.
Yeah, you told me that earlier.
Oh, that's evil of them.
That was fun.
Yeah.
As if there wasn't enough anxiety for some of the people in there anyway because of how crowded it was. But yeah.
Oh God, how bad was it?
No, it was a lot of people there, but it didn't bother me too much. I mean, I'm fully vaccinated and I kept my mask on and everything. But one of my friends that I was there with, his 2 weeks post vaccination just kicked in that day.
Oof.
So it was my first time seeing him over a year, and I think it was his first time going to something like that in a long time. But yeah, he had a good time. I mean, it was unfortunate that we had to leave early, but next time we'll stay later and whatnot. But yeah, Round One Arcade, the Round One Arcade around here though, it's pretty damn cool. They got a shit ton of games there.
Yeah, I'm planning one of these days during the summer. We should go.
Definitely,
dude. Round One is amazing. They have a Round One in Texas as well.
nice.
Yeah, so
our friend Laura, does she work at Round One or does she work at a different arcade?
Yeah. Laura Fabry, she was at Round One. At least when I was hanging out with my friends.
I think she's still there, but I think she's a manager now.
Man, she's been there for a while. Yeah.
It's one of the places I want to go when I visit Texas, is to see her and do a Round One arcade. Yeah.
Yeah.
How about
Street Fighter 5?
Ooh. How about you, Charles?
Sorry, dude. Greg, you said something. We didn't.
No, I'm good. No, I'm good.
Sorry.
I just said they had Street Fighter. I just said they had Street Fighter 5.
Oh yeah, they got a lot of Japanese games in that place, man. Crazy.
I always wanted to play the Taigo drums. Is that the correct word I'm using? The big drums.
I know what you're talking about. I know which game you're talking about.
Yeah, I've always wanted to play those,
yeah.
those seem fun.
They have a lot of like Japanese games. They got like Initial D there. There was Persona. There was Persona Ultimax there. I was like, damn, what's this doing here?
Fuck.
Yeah,
That's cool.
in the Texas one, I was like, what?
I think it's because the company that owns Round One is a Japanese company.
Yeah,
Good.
I could tell because they even have those. Greg, I'm pretty sure you came across like those like photo booths. They're like, yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
And the karaoke rooms, which I love.
Ooh,
Oh, of
karaoke
course.
rooms. Ooh.
Yeah, and you can order
Karaoke.
drinks. I think you can order drinks and have them served to you in there too.
Ooh, Japanese style, cool. I've always wanted to go to a Japanese style karaoke bar.
There's another one. I hope it's still there. There's another one in Mini Tokyo over near the New Art Theater, off Santa Monica. And I haven't been in a while. I hope it's still there because it was the same thing. It was a Japanese style karaoke place, and I think you could order food and stuff there, or order drinks. But yeah, they were private rooms.
Damn it! I hope it's still there.
But yeah, the ones around one, even if they don't serve it to you, you can order it and bring it in there. As far as I know.
Okay.
Dude, definitely do karaoke.
Fuck yeah.
It is such an experience with friends, and you gotta drink some alcohol while you do it too, and try not to strain yourself too much.
Oh, I did.
A lot of people do. It's something with the volume, man. I've always tried to like adjust it so like we don't have to like raise our voices when you scream, but it never works. It never works. But anyway, my week. You asked.
Yeah, go for it, Charles.
It's been rather productive. I've been trying to change my sleep schedule, waking up earlier than expected so I can go into the gym and be more productive with my life. So, it's going nice and steady. I've also been going back to reading Yuri Lowenfeld's voice acting book, and there's a lot of good things there. I'm putting down a lot of notes, you know.
Nice.
And it's like this year's goal for me is like I'm gonna voice in a production like a professional like anime dub no matter what, and been working hard to actually improve on my skills to actually get there. because all my friends are, and I'm like, man, I'm left out, man. This sucks.
Hey,
Yeah, I'm enjoying the process nonetheless.
You're
Like,
in that,
like even
that visual novel game.
yeah, you know,
Nice, awesome.
yeah, and I'm still working towards it, you know.
You'll get there.
And I know I will. I trust the process, and you know, I understand this is a very competitive industry that I'm in, and you know, I'm ready to take the hits. I'm ready, and you know, and I'm enjoying it, and I love it so far. So hopefully by this year, I'll make it. If not, you know, I'll keep on trying. I won't give up no matter what.
Yeah.
I can't wait to do some classes once I get more money.
Yeah, and they are pretty expensive. I if you need any recommendations, I can give you some.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, just like
Definitely want to get back into it, but damn, it's like, oh. But I'll go on.
it's expensive. I'm not gonna lie, but I'll give you some people that you know that me and my friends took, and we're like, yeah, that was definitely worth our money.
Okay, that's good.
And yeah, I mean,
Oh shit, it's raining outside. Fuck.
You son of a
well,
bitch.
dude, it's been raining in Texas for like a long ass time.
You
It's been
fuckers.
It rained like it stormed like what was it, a couple days ago, and like it then as I get into work, it's like I get a warning for a flood, and then literally it stops afterwards. Like, oh, okay, never mind.
Welcome to Texas, man.
Give me the
I'm from Southern California. What is this rain?
Yeah, what
you
the
talking
fuck,
about?
guys? Talking about nonsense. Oh my
Is that
You guys can have my rain. You guys can have my rain. I don't want the rain.
I don't know, man. It's starting to become one of those hot seasons again, and I'm like, rain is nice.
Yeah,
Dude, I don't like the Texas heat, man. It's terrible.
I just don't want it to be raining super badly where my phone detector starts leaking. That's the only thing I'm worried about rain. Really, that's the only thing.
Your what starts leaking?
My smoke detector. I told like a couple back when the snowstorm hit. It started leaking.
Yeah, because it got so cold. Oh, you should probably just change that smoke
I changed it.
detector out.
I changed it already, but like I like ever since then I just kind of look up because it's one right above my desk, and so I'm like tempted. I'm like gonna move my desk.
You should move that.
Yeah, exactly. So I was like, man, it's one of these days. Gonna come back home. My computer just submerged in water, and here I am crying, crying at night.
Yeah.
Crying at night, contemplating everything.
Yeah, it's,
Like,
Texas is quite a place, huh?
forever.
Well,
I said Texas is quite the place, huh?
So I've heard.
Anyway, outside of voice acting, yeah, just back to drawing, being productive, and back to watching anime. And I've also been been trying to catch up with the whole Witcher series, which you know is a good series.
What do you mean you've been catching up? Are you starting playing the
no,
first
like,
Witcher or?
No, like watching the Netflix series.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like I thought you were reading the books. Like, oh man. Nice.
Oh man, no, I'm not sure if I got time for that, but
I mean, there's short stories in a book. It's pretty easy.
yeah.
But, playing the first game and like, whoo, okay.
Oh man,
Good luck with that.
I never completed that game. I've
heard that the third one is
so dated.
I've heard the third one is phenomenal, and that's why I never hear anybody talk about the first or second one.
Well, I mean, that's like the first game CD Projekt's like ever really like worked on, so you could tell like it's very dated and rudimentary.
You can really tell it's their first game. It's rough.
Oh,
rough as a mofo.
But the second game is such an improvement. It's
yeah.
It's really
the second game I can deal with, but the first game, man. That combat.
Just look up a summary of what happens.
Yeah, honestly, I would rather go through a summary than play that game again. But yeah, third game, dude, the best, honestly, the best Western RPG outside of like Red Dead Redemption 2 I've played. But yeah, so watching Netflix Witcher, watching Odd Taxi, and I'm getting what you mean about the whole like animal thing, Shane. And I don't want to jump too much in like spoiler territory, but the doctor does hint towards that.
Yeah, and
Like he's like, hey,
last-
wait a minute, how do you see this person as? And like I see it as, I don't know, alpaca. He's like, interesting.
Well, you caught up, right?
And like, oh, not with the newest episode, but
Okay, because there's a lot more going like that, or is hinting like there's something going on with how
yeah,
the main character views the world.
yeah, because there was this also, you know how like that guy wearing that mask,
Mm-hmm.
and he's like, how are you able to tell that out of the entire crowd, this person was who they were? And I'm like, hey, yeah, how do you know that?
Mm-hmm.
Because he's an anime character.
That well, yeah,
Well, yeah,
that
you would think,
honestly
but-
a valid
He
thing,
has the
but-
same iris in his eye as this person I met 30 years ago.
Except they're all animals, so you can't really use that as a justification.
Yeah.
There is like something, as we're like hinting at for you Greg, and you John, if you decide to watch it. There is like something going on with the main character of Odd Taxi that is very intriguing, and it's about the concept of why the show is about animals. And it might not just be an aesthetic reason, it might actually be like a story reason.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. And I think the OP is hinting at some of that stuff. I mean, it already hints at like certain story beats about each character that shows up in the OP, but there's also people are saying there's like hints to like the reason why he views the world as animals in the OP, but who knows?
That's like that sounds like that kind of reminds me of Adventure Time.
Yeah,
Like
a little bit.
How the show just started off as this weird random ass shit, but then you find out there's a really distinct reason why the world is the way it is, and the more they delve into it, the more fucked up the show gets.
Mm-hmm.
That's a kid show.
Yeah.
Odd
It's like,
Taxi
he wears
is-
an animal hat. That's so cute. It's like, oh, he wears an animal hat because they killed all the humans
Oh,
and left all the animals. It's like, oh, that's dark.
Yeah. Odd Taxi definitely is a lot more grounded and dark than than Adventure Time, but
I imagine, yes.
but it's still definitely weird that it constantly like references this kind of this concept as like maybe not being just the aesthetic of the show. It is literally a part of the protagonist's view of the world. So
I'm interested. I'm definitely going to check it out tonight. I meant to watch when it first came out. It's just one of those things where I kept forgetting.
it's fine. There's also like a shot within the first episode that is very distinct, that is very weird, and you're like, huh? That because I pointed that out to Charles when we rewatched it, and I think you agreed with me, right, Charles? That like it's very distinct, that scene showing those things
yeah,
compared to like the rest of the show. Yeah.
yeah.
Greg, I'll assume you'll understand once you watch the first episode at the very least. But yeah, try not to spoil.
I will definitely watch it tonight when I do.
Oh man, you'll love the soundtrack, the opening, and that saxophone playing. It's just right.
Oh, nice.
It's just
Is it that 80s, 90s saxophone?
It's very.
it's something.
It's
I don't know
That
how to
Oliver and
describe
Company?
it.
That Oliver and Company saxophone?
a little bit. He gets the saxophone player gets his like solo for a couple seconds towards the end of the OP, but it's really good. It's very very chill, relaxing OP before you go into
lo-fi hip hop.
Yeah, really.
Oh, nice. I do like jazzy hip hop, like the Roots and whatnot, or the Root. But the show is really good though.
Yeah. Odd Taxi. It's a good show. I would honestly, me personally, it does start off a bit slow, but it catches up real quick.
I still don't know if it's 12 episodes though. I think it is, but I'm not entirely
It feels like it's gonna be just 12 episodes, just like how it's going and like where it's leaning to. But I don't know. So yeah, that's pretty much all what I've been doing. Haven't been too busy outside of that. So that's enough about. Oh no, that's enough about me.
All
Sorry,
right.
I Super Bowl lied myself and got myself in one health.
Oh no! I was like, what the? Hey, you gonna explain?
All right, John. What about you? How's your couple weeks been?
It's been a little bit rough. A little bit rough.
Yeah, you seem to imply that. What's going on?
What you call it? So I had me and my mom. I guess long story short, my mom wanted to gift me another couch. All right, cool. We bought it. We both bought it together. Midnight due. I'm thinking like, all right, the couch isn't gonna show up until like July because delays for some reason. It's like, all right, whatever. I don't care. I'm thinking my money's not gonna get taken out like before that, and then it gets all taken out. And it's like, oh, fuck. I was expecting this. I gotta pay rent in this, and like, oh, I still have money. Like, I still have money to be okay, but like, it's like, man, I don't feel like good the way this money looks right now. So I'm like, fuck, man, I like, all right, I'm gonna budget better. It's like, blah blah blah. So I did, but then like, I just felt kind of meh. It's like, man, oh man, and then it did not help that my stocks were not doing too great either. It's like, fuck, everything felt like I just felt like just laying in bed all day and like. Or not be able to sleep properly because I was just thinking about my fucking financial situation. And then literally the next couple of days later, they gave me my money back for some reason. So I guess they're gonna take the money when it gets closer to the date. I was like, well, I wish you guys did that sooner. I wish you guys did that originally, because then I wouldn't feel that bad.
Yeah. Jeez.
So and then I just kept waking up late. Because I haven't been able to stream because I keep like wake up either at 6 and it's like, well, I gotta eat food first, and I know what I stream, I'm not gonna eat food until it's time for me to go, and then blah blah blah. So it's like, all right, and then I also I'll start working out again, and I gotta fit that in my schedule. So oh boy, schedule is just not no bueno.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think there's some stuff at work that happened. I'm not exactly I think someone's leaving, and then one supervisor's got axed, and it's like, what the fuck?
Oof.
You okay, my dude?
I was like, damn, man. It's like, what is happening at work anymore? It's like, I'm just expecting to come in work, and then everyone in day shift's gonna leave because apparently the supervisor from day shift got axed, and it's like,
Jesus.
damn, man. Like, it was apparently like a long time coming, and apparently, but he wasn't a bad guy, at least for he wasn't ever bad to me. He was an okay guy. I heard he wasn't the greatest supervisor, but what can you do? I didn't have.
Will you miss them?
I guess. I miss when he said hello to me.
I remember something similar to that happened at a place I was working at, where people were either a lot of people were leaving or getting promoted, and I myself had quit that job, and my boss did not respond well to it. But,
yeah, I know some of.
And then he got fired not too long after I quit. But,
oh jeez. Oh okay.
Yeah, he was one of the reasons why I left. So
Get fucked.
yeah, get fucked, nerd. Yeah. But one of my friends is planning to leave, which makes a little bit sad. But it's like, oh, do you gotta do? I'm not sure when he's leaving. I know the other one's supposed to leave him, but he's the assistant supervisor. So if he leaves, I technically get his job. So
Nice.
just because I'm the only other guy on the graveyard shift that has the experience to become assistant supervisor. I told myself, if I don't get assistant supervisor by the end of this year, I'm quitting. I'll look for something else. That's what I just. I told myself, if I get supervisor, because I know the supervisor that's on my shift is leaving sometime this year, possibly. But he's also been saying this for years, so it's debatable. That's debatable, but at least I know the assistant supervisor is leaving. So I told myself, if this guy doesn't leave, then I'll just put this on my resume for I'll be a year in his job October, so. It's like it's good look to start looking somewhere else. Because if I get his job, then like I would at least I wouldn't feel uncomfortable with money anymore.
Yeah.
That was like the reason. It's like, yeah, I wouldn't feel uncomfortable with money anymore, and yeah, but
you don't need money. Only your bosses need money.
I know, right? Only your bosses need money. The employees? They don't need money. They don't need money ever.
What about the simple cog in the machine, comrade?
If I pay my staff a living wage, I'll go out of business. I'm like, this business sucks.
Then perish. Literally perish. Fucking
Fucking it makes no damn sense. But yeah, so I'm expecting more people to start quitting in the next couple of days, and I'm expected to get stuck now for days, which is gonna suck. But
Oh boy,
Hey,
you
job
get
security.
yeah, job security, and oh boy, you get to just sit in a chair and do whatever without anybody telling you what to do.
yep,
Oh,
Yeah.
that would be pretty weird, huh?
that would be pretty weird. But yeah, no, I mean, like I said, I'm just expected. I mean, that's why I've also been trying to do overtime a little more. I kind of wish I agreed to some of the overtime because after that whole financial situation happens, like, oh, why did I just say yes to that one time? Like, hey, can you come in? Hey, can you come in? Yeah, I don't feel like coming in. The next day, all right, I really should have came in. Hey, God, wait.
You were entitled to a break.
Yeah, it just sucks. It always seems to happen. Like the day that I don't agree for overtime, hey, you need some extra money, for what? For that thing? What thing? Things happening right now.
Bank account's like,
fuck.
you need that money. It's like, what money? It's like, you need it.
What's the money?
Why do I need this money now? Oh, you're gonna find out. No. Come back.
I don't want to find out. Just tell me why.
Tell me. So
Being an
yeah,
adult sucks.
it does suck,
like
dude.
it's like my income isn't regular at the moment. So every now and then I'll be like, yeah, I'm good for now. I'm working my way up, and then suddenly like 3-4 things all get charged at the same time on my card. I'm like, yo, motherfucker. I'm like, hey guys, my commissions are open.
Yeah, it's like, fuck.
I've also been very tempted to do that, but with voice acting. But I'm like, who's gonna pay me to do a voice? But it's like,
Hey, man.
bank account's like, somebody's going to. And like, maybe
Yeah.
you have a point.
Someone's gonna have to. Better start fucking juggling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I just took on like 2 or 3 commissions at once. Usually I try to take on no more than 5, but I'm also doing an illustration job a freelance job at the same time. So it's like, I just go down the list and just let everybody know you're not going to get it tomorrow. But I keep the important thing is you keep them posted.
Yeah.
Don't disappear off the face of the planet. Because I've had that happen to me when I've ordered things to be commissioned, and that just pisses everybody off.
No, funny enough, my commission, I think it's almost done. I haven't really been like super. I already paid for the commission at this point. I was like, I know my friends like doing it. You showed me stuff. Excuse me. For some line arts. All right, cool. And there was literally a time where she showed me like, hey, here it is. Like, oh shit, I forgot I commissioned this. Oh shit. Because there was like other stuff happening. Like, oh fuck. Oh, that looks good.
That's also why I take the payment in advance. Well, actually, that's not the reason why. The reason I take payment in advance is because you learn this stuff over time just to experience. And I learned that when I don't take the payment in advance, suddenly I'm asked to do lots and lots of revisions. Because I'm basically being held hostage because they could just easily decide at any moment, like, you know what? I don't want the drawing after all. And I'm like, oh, no, you paying me.
You come back here. Yeah. You come back here.
Now it's like payment in advance, and we'll, show them each step and be like, okay, is this all good? Is this all good? Okay. Now I'll tell them what I'm going to do next. So that by the time everything's done, cleaned up, rendered, I'll be like, I was thinking maybe you could have this completely different pose, but that should be easy, right? You like drawing, right? It's fun for you, right? That shouldn't be a problem, right?
Finish render.
I'm usually like, oh, that's okay. I'm going to charge an extra, so-and-so for this. And usually, actually, the very few times that has happened, they've happily paid extra because I've made it clear in the beginning that if there's any major revisions late in the project, I'm going to have to be, I'm going to pay for them because that requires me to redo everything. But if it's something where I
veteran.
Unless it's something where I fucked up and I forgot something, then I don't charge for that.
That's fair.
Yeah,
that's fair.
By the way, if you guys want to check out Greg's Instagram, I posted in the podcast so you can get an idea of his art.
Thank you.
Time to go commission now. He's got 2 more spots. He's got 2 more spots just made. Oh, nice.
Actually 3, but
3 more spots.
He's counting.
3 more spots. All right, got to commission 3 more. No.
Actually, my little cousin, he was one of my commissions. And
oh, I love your art.
Or my little brother. Oh, thank you.
Now I like everything.
I don't know, man. Family makes shit complicated at times.
Me and him, we're basically brothers. As far as I'm concerned, we are brothers. So we talk a lot. So he knows where I'm coming from. Why, when I ask for the money in advance, and he's all good with it. And I give him a little.
That's good. So. That's good that your family members are mature.
Yeah. Aww. I have to deal with some other family members too. who wants me to draw stuff, and I usually try to clarify. It's like, okay, if I do this, that means I got to do this or this. So it's all just a matter of clarity, just letting them know that, okay, if I do this, that means this and this is going to happen, which is why it's hard for me to do so and so. It varies.
Man, Greg, I'm just going through your artwork again. I really want to see you draw Virgil from Static Shock now, for some reason.
Actually, thank you. But actually, I did at some point, but it was the comic version. It wasn't one from the animated series. But I can do it again. I mean, people have been talking about him a lot, so I wouldn't mind drawing him again.
Wait, isn't that
I've been seeing some.
isn't it getting a reboot?
It did get a reboot, and I've been seeing some panels and stuff from it. It looks fucking good.
And I know they're trying to do a movie.
Yep, Michael B. Jordan is producing it. I know for sure.
Yay!
That's Michael B. Jordan. Like, can you keep the Malcolm X hat this time, please? Because they had the Malcolm X hat in the comic, but they didn't have it in the animated series.
Yeah.
Just having it as a reference would be nice. I mean, I know most people know him from the animated series where he had the braids, so they didn't have the hat. So I'd say do both.
Yeah, just even have the hat in his room. That would be nice.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, that'd be a great thing. Just have it hanging up in the back. People get it.
Yeah.
And the people that don't get it will just be like, hey, that's the hat from that movie.
Yay.
I used to have that hat when I was a kid, by the way.
Yay.
I'm so excited for that movie to come out when it comes out. I'm hoping it's really good.
Yeah, they get the right people. I think they can definitely pull it off.
Sounds like they got the right people. So
Yeah.
So anything else besides watched anything?
I did start watching a little anime called Jujutsu Kaisen.
Oh, finally.
Never heard of it. What's it about?
I'm like halfway through that one.
Well, it's about some kid that gets cursed at the beginning. Literally at the beginning, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Not crazy.
Yeah.
All right. It's like, and then I remember that it's like I'm assuming like best way I can describe it is like I guess cause it's weird. I keep thinking that they're not monsters, fucking curses. That's always a weird thing. I was like, what? We're pretty much destroying curses, like supernatural shit, and the main character is trying to eat all the fingers so they can eventually once they eat all the fingers, they can then kill him, then kill the curse that's in him. So I was like, okay, all right, guess we're doing. We're doing this.
I mean, it's either he does that or he dies right then and there.
Yeah, so it's like, damn. But yeah, it was really good. I'm almost done with the anime. I like literally binge watching, and it's like, shit, man, this is fucking great. It's like Demon Slayer all over again, where I literally fell in love with that anime, and like, man, why wasn't I watching this sooner?
How far along are you?
I'm up to like 3 episodes away before the ending.
Fuck.
But yeah, so I've seen Toto. I feel like Xander Mobius is voicing every other character in here. I know he voices.
I think he's only voicing Toto. Pretty sure.
No, he voices Toto, and he voices the
good ass Toto.
What's his name? The guy with that says rice balls ingredients.
Oh, the curse speech.
Yeah, the curse speech guy.
Wow.
And he also
Salmon.
I
used to watch
Needle Flakes.
I'm like 7 episodes. I started that show. I kind of fell off because I started watching something else as well. But I got about 7 episodes in, and what was it? What the episode where he has to like pet the little stuffed animal thing while watching a movie, and if he stops petting it, it punches him in the face.
Yeah,
I think that was like episode 3.
Yeah, it's like one of the episodes where he came back. Well, an event happens, and then he has to start watching movies to
control his emotions.
Yeah.
That shit. One punched him in the face. I almost died laughing.
I was like, oh man, yeah. The animation in this anime is really fucking good. I feel like I haven't seen that much CGI of it too. I think it's only
the only CGI in the entire show is literally the camera angles. And the
really, I can barely tell.
The camera angles and some like some environments basically.
Yeah, I think I've seen. I know when I think I'm gonna butcher his name. Mahito. I think is it the fight with him. I think there's like a very brief. I think they would say like a very brief of CGI. And then
when he used his domain.
Yeah, like a slight brief of it, and then like I said, it's really they mix it pretty well, so you could hide it pretty well. Like I think with like the thick dark lines that they use in this show,
and the very when they do use like the very rough, like the sharp lines and stuff, they're really able to hide it. The
I
CGI.
know people tend to criticize the use of CG in anime, and I understand why, because a lot of times when you see CG in anime, it's not very good. It's usually a result of just time constraints because they're constantly under these ridiculous deadlines and whatnot. But so I cut some slack because Dragon Quest got a little criticism for that because there were some action scenes where everybody was CG, and I'm like,
those CG scenes
like, animation
really
is hard. Yeah, animation is hard. The shots where they're doing everything in CG, it's sort of like, well, would you like to in between that scene and clean it up and do it in a week, because or in a week or so, because it's like some of these shots they want it to be CG. Plus, you can't really complain that it looks like a video game because it's based on a video game. But
you know what I hate? People putting in like in betweens, and I'm like, oh, the animation's bad because I put this in between thing down. I'm like,
you're not supposed to see the in between, you idiot.
Yes.
Yeah, but
like I cannot tell you how much I raged when Sun and Moon first came out. Pokemon Sun and Moon, the anime, they completely changed the art style, and this bullshit kept popping up on my YouTube feed. I had to keep saying don't recommend because it was always some dickhead saying, does the animation in the new show suck? Does the art in the new show suck? And it's the same frame over and over again it's a stretch frame of Pikachu.
And that's every
time I saw that, like, this immediately says to me that whenever I saw those videos, I'm like, this immediately says to me you don't know anything about animation. Because it's a stretch frame. It's one frame, Like, have you looked at Disney movies? Look at Peter Pan when the kids first start flying and go frame by frame. They don't have this.
Also, those motherfuckers for years recycled the same fucking animation. They're the masters of saving time.
They completely rotoscoped like Snow White's dance with the birds and crap. So
and then the last shot of Beauty and the Beast was rotoscoped. That was rotoscoped over Sleeping Beauty. Because they had to make that whole movie in a year and a half. That is an absurdly short amount of time.
That's crazy.
Yeah, the whole movie was made in a year.
Disney-style production in a year.
Yeah, Beauty and the Beast was already a year or so into production, and they scrapped everything and had to start over. And
oh my god!
But they couldn't change the release date, so they had to remake. My teacher was working on that movie at the time. My good friend Alex Topete, shout out to him, he's amazing. He was one of the cleanup artists in that movie, and he said, they worked on like crazy because they had to redo everything, and they had so little time to do it. So they had to make that movie in about half the amount of time that they usually make their movies at the time.
I bet.
And so it's like, if you look at it, now here's the catch with that movie though. If you look at the Blu-ray version, it's not as noticeable because they redrew a lot of that movie for the 10th anniversary. They reanimated almost the whole movie. But if you look at the Laserdisc, you'll see, it's a little bit more rough. But either way, it doesn't matter because it's an amazing movie. But the point is, animation is hard. So cut them some slack.
Yeah, and the Japanese animation industry is like even more tough on the animators and stuff. They've not paid a living wage, and
They need to fix that. Hopefully they unionize or do something about that. It's been going on for decades already. It's ridiculous.
And I hope that if they do unionize, they don't pull some bullshit like, oh, well, I guess we're just going to outsource everything now. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Don't make me lose hope.
I mean, the anime industry makes up a giant chunk of the economy of Japan, so I assume they probably won't do that.
Yeah. I hope they don't. But yeah, I think unionizing would definitely benefit some people because some people don't mind getting worked to death like that. I mean personally, I'm not one of those people.
Look at you, Oda. Jesus Christ, you're in your manga.
He's like, oh yeah, I sleep 3 hours a week. I'm alright.
I hope he's getting.
I'm in a hospital, but here's the cover.
Yeah. I will literally die for One Piece, says Oda to an editor.
Oh, they made a park about my series. Gosh.
Yeah. I mean, every time I look at One Piece, whenever I look at the title pages and whatnot, I'm just like, this man is insane.
Exactly. There's so much detail, man.
Every week.
Finding out that Oda only lets his assistants draw like some basic backgrounds and like filler background scenes, and he draws literally everything else himself.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
It's like there's this rough quality to the line work that just makes it so beautiful knowing that just one person just sat there and fired this all out.
You sleep for 3 hours.
It's like, That's like whenever people give Akira Toriyama a hard time about forgetting details in Dragon Ball, and it's like, dude, the man worked his ass off he drew Dragon Ball every week for 10 years, or maybe longer, I think.
Wasn't it?
Yeah,
Like,
and he did. Yeah, and he did that while designing all of the characters and monsters for Dragon Quest, while also doing freelance animation, while also doing one-shots, and he did all this directly after doing the same thing while producing, Dr. Slump. So yeah,
So,
he forgot that Vegeta didn't grow his tail back.
Isn't it also like? Shouldn't the editor, isn't that also part of the editor's job? Like I know mangakas have like their own editors that like tell them like what they should or shouldn't do sometimes.
Oh, Toriyama's editor is a character in Dr. Slump.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because that's how
just to fuck with him.
Because
He's one of the villains.
his editor was the reason why there were so many revisions during the Cell arc and during the Android arc. Because okay, so you get Dr. Giro and Android 18? No.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
I think it was
they were 19 and 20.
19
yeah.
and 20.
Yeah, they didn't like
And his editor's like, no, these guys are too ugly. Give me something else. So then he comes up with
18 and 17.
17 and 18. And he's like, no, these are too pretty. Make something else. He's like, okay. Then he comes up with imperfect cell. He's
16?
like, or no, he comes up with 16. He's like, no, I don't like that. Make something else. Then Cell comes into the picture. And he's like, no, this is too ugly. Revise him. Then you get imperfect
because I
Cell.
love that version of Cell.
He's like,
Oh my god.
and he's like, no, this isn't good. You need to make another version. And so he then makes perfect Cell. He's like, okay, that's fine.
There's so much lore behind this.
That's why. I mean, I could go on all day about some of the things that changed in Dragon Ball for they have a story reason, but then there's an actual reason, like like why Goku turns blonde when he goes Super Saiyan. It's
Why
like
is that?
he turns blonde when he goes Super Saiyan because one, he wanted to just come up with some kind of visual motif to show that he had a giant power up.
It's a really cool visual, don't get me wrong.
But the other
Very
reason
cool.
is because it means he doesn't have to color his hair in anymore in the manga.
Yep.
Uh,
It's literally because of that.
And also, like in
looks
old school
cool.
Dragon Ball, like his uniform, his orange uniform, it's yellow in the manga, but his orange uniform that he's been wearing for most of the show.
yeah.
You remember how in old school Dragon Ball he wore blue gi?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, one of the reasons he changed it is because by having him wear a lighter color, it meant he didn't have to color in his clothes anymore.
Wow.
So
Sorry.
that's why he never went back to the blue gi.
Toriyama's
That's-
all about saving time. For
Hey,
himself.
it looks cool. The
Oh,
Super
yeah.
Saiyan looks fucking
It looks
badass.
awesome.
It's iconic as fuck.
And same thing with his eyes. By making his eyes green, they don't have to color in his eyes anymore. But
Yeah.
or why they spend so much time on Namek is because Toriyama doesn't like drawing buildings. That's why all the fight scenes take place in wastelands, because he doesn't like drawing buildings. And that's why, when you get to the movies, the ones that aren't canon, that's when you start seeing more of the city settings and whatnot, because he didn't have to worry about that.
Dude.
Or another note is, if you look in the manga, there's almost no tones. It's almost all just black and white. And it almost always takes place in the daytime, too, because he doesn't like using tones.
Oh yeah, wow, you're right. You're absolutely right. Holy
Yep.
crap.
So imagine, and he also likes drawing Namex. That's why Piccolo is still in the show, because he loved drawing Piccolo, the bad guy, so he wanted to keep drawing him. So he made another Piccolo, made him a good guy eventually. And then,
Still in
so
the
Namek
show.
must have been a dream come true, because it's a whole planet full of Namekians, and there's no buildings. And what few buildings there are little, like, they're round. That's why he draws round buildings, because they're easier for him.
Yep.
If he likes Namex, like if he likes Piccolo so much, why don't they just make him a better character? Because I feel like he's
Because unfortunately, everybody loves Vegeta.
He's
so,
Gohan's dad. That's as good as he gets.
Yes.
Piccolo's a cool character, man.
Yeah, but
I gotta start going, by the way, guys.
Okay, John.
All right.
See ya, John.
Have a good
Thanks
night.
for
That's what we do.
Thanks.
All right, see you next time.
See you next time.
Bye bye.
Bye. But yeah, it's what was I saying?
Yeah, talking about the Mechians and like how Toriyama doesn't like drawing buildings, wastelands.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's why. But yeah, that's why he draws buildings the way he does, because he doesn't like drawing traditional buildings, and usually just tries to avoid them altogether.
And that's why he came up with capsule.
Architecture is hard to draw, my dude. I would rather draw
God.
characters.
Yeah, I draw characters all the time, but you ask me to draw a building, I'll be like, why?
Yeah, because you gotta do all these perspectives, and I'm like, I don't know how to do all this. I gotta learn a
Yeah,
whole
it's
new.
gonna take me. It could take me a long ass time, and it probably won't even look that great. But
Do I
I
look
just
like an
followed you,
architect?
Greg.
Jesus Christ.
yeah, it's funny because I've taken perspective classes, and my teacher, he's an art. he does architecture, he designs buildings and all kinds of things, and he teaches perspective at the Animation Guild where I took classes. And he would constantly make jokes about how he can draw a building and a setting and an environment, but he said if you ask him to draw Mickey Mouse, he'll be like, what?
3
So
circles.
Yeah, so it's like the different skills. So people who can do it all, like Katsuhiro Ultimo with
Geniuses.
Those are rarities.
Yeah, it's hard, man.
I can draw you Fievel, just don't ask me to draw his house off the top of my head or anything.
It's tough, and I respect anyone who can do like buildings, because if you see the process of what they go through, I'm like, yeah, there's no way I could do this.
I mean, it'll take me a long
yeah.
I'm in the process of trying to learn how to draw environments more often, or at the very least, I want to start learning how to build them up in the computer so that I can just, draw over them, because that's a lot of background.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like maybe like use like Blender or like some other thing that can like make the building for you, and then you can just trace over and make it easier on yourself.
Unreal Engine, you mean?
Yeah. I've actually been thinking of doing that too. I'm like, dude, because you guys know the series Gantz?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the mangaka actually used like a 3D program so you can like trace over it, and that's why the art like is so close to reality at times.
Yeah, I think Makoto Shinkai, Your Name, Weathering with You, 5 centimeters per second. I think he uses photos too and manipulates them and also draws over them.
Yeah.
And that's why the
I can tell.
yeah, those backgrounds are absurdly detailed. So I mean,
too detailed,
Seeing Your Name in theaters was great because it was the first time I got to see his art on a big screen.
Oh, such a good movie.
Yeah.
Made me
Still have yet to see
tear up. You still have? We got to plan a day together, my dude. We gotta watch this.
Yes, we do. You need to watch it.
This. What the hell? It's a piece of art.
I just haven't had the chance, and I don't have access to it. All right, I haven't.
No, Shane, if you want, at some point, I have it on Blu-ray. I can lend it to you.
Okay.
But if you want, I can lend you all of it. I have all of his movies on video. I can lend them to you if you want.
Damn.
Okay, that'd be cool.
Damn. Yeah, I don't blame you. The art in those films are just so top tier. Insanely good.
I think Weathering with You is the only one I don't have a hard copy of because I elected to just buy the one on iTunes. But
I haven't watched that one yet.
It's really, really good. I like that one a lot.
Cool. I'll hopefully. I don't want to pirate, but like I want to watch it somewhere legally and support him.
Yeah, it's tough. They put us in that position where it's like you want to stream it, but they don't put it on any services. I mean, you can rent it for like a couple of bucks, and I think it's worth at the very least, I think it's worth the rent. But that's a whole discussion right there about the topic of piracy, because I think sometimes it's justified. Honestly,
I try not, try to stray away and actually support, the medium that I enjoy so much. But
absolutely, yeah.
At times it's really hard because, I remember when Your Name came out, and I'm like, dude, how am I gonna watch? It's not even localized yet. I'm like, the only place to see it is like Kiss Anime. Oh, okay, try not to get too crazy on that, but I try not to do it. I try not to pirate.
Well, it's like with what I think is justified is when it's simply not available. Like, for example. Your Name, the 4K version of the movie didn't get released out here.
What?
Yeah, you can get it on Blu-ray, but the 4K Blu-ray never got released in the US. So if you want to see it in 4K, you either have to spend a ton of money and import it from Japan, or find an alternative means. And Weathering with You's 4K release got brought out here though, but you had to buy a special edition to get it, and it's like $80.
Do you guys have like a Kaniku Kaya store down there in South America?
What's it called?
Kinakukaya. Okay, I'm probably butchering the name.
Is that the bookstore?
Yeah, it's a bookstore. Yeah.
We do have those in Little Tokyo downtown in Los Angeles.
What's the real name? Sorry, I know I'm butchering it, but
Kinokuniya? Yeah, Kinokuniya.
Kinokuniya. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, it's this place. Yeah, I remember this place.
Yeah, I'm like, there's a lot of imported Japanese stuff in there, and I visit that place from time to time.
They have a huge manga selection too, in both English and Japanese.
Yeah,
and the best prices for art books too.
That's where I would have gotten Gurren Lagann on Blu-ray if I had money at the time.
Yeah, they had a
collector's edition with the fucking drill bit too. It was cool.
Oh, nice. But, yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to anime piracy, I think what's going to happen is we're going to see. I mean, piracy is never going away, But I do remember a time when most anime that most of the people I knew watched were fan sub, because your options were either wait a year or wait to see if it even gets licensed out here in the first place, and then wait over a year for it to get brought out for the first DVD with like 3 or 4 episodes to be brought out here, which will cost you like $30. And sometimes they would edit the shows too, to make it seem more appealing in the U.S. Whether it was just adding their own title screens or whatnot. And it's like, over time, people learned that they could do that, or they could just download it. And then streaming became a thing, and now streaming, it made everything so much easier. There was a time where it felt like almost everything was in one place, but now there's so many streaming services, and we got these streaming services licensing like second seasons of shows that they didn't even have out of spite. And then now it's like I have Crunchyroll at the moment anyway. This is not going to be the case probably in the future, but I have Crunchyroll, Amazon Prime, Netflix, and Hulu, and another one, and I still can't watch SSS Gridman sequel because I don't have it on Funimation, even though Funimation didn't have the first season. Yeah. Gridman season 2 is on Hulu now.
No, because there's Funimation shows on Hulu.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not one of them. Otherwise, I'd watch it there.
So weird how the whole licensing works with Sony, because Funimation's owned by Sony, and I don't know.
It's just
so
weird. I'm not trying to talk shit about these companies and whatnot, but it can be a strain when you have one show spread across multiple streaming services, like Megalobox. Megalobox was on Crunchyroll, but now it's on Hulu. So if I didn't happen to already have Hulu, I wouldn't be able to watch season 2 unless I got another streaming service, and it's like. Over time, it's not financially feasible.
Yeah, we're subscribed to like 5 different things.
And you still can't get everything.
Subscription services have basically become the new cable, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's like I would love to watch, Legend of the Galactic Heroes, but it's only on High Dive, so I have to get another subscription service or $12 or more on the Blu-ray set that's not available anymore.
There's also another site. It was not High Dive. It's another site. It was Daisuke. Yeah.
They're gone now, I think.
What happened to that?
Probably got
I think they're gone now.
Or
yeah.
down. Yeah.
But I mean, absolutely. And when it comes to manga, we're starting to see a shift in manga too, because I'm the same way. I like to show as much support as I can. Like with Dragon Ball. Toriyama's my favorite manga artist, so I absolutely wanted to own Dragon Ball. So that was one of the, that's one manga series where I did legitimately want to own every volume. So I bought those red cover 3-in-1 volumes because that was the only version that was like 99% uncut. I say 99 because it's still edited 1 or 2 things, but it's the only one it's also the only version that has the proper chapter titles. Because originally they split it up as Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, but it's supposed to just be Dragon Ball from start to finish. So it's the only version that has the proper chapter numbers. And so I always tell people, if you're going to collect Dragon Ball, that's the version to get. And they don't even sell that version digitally. But then there's stuff where you want to read it, like you see the manga and you see the anime and it ends shorts, you want to read the manga, but then you can't find the back catalogs. You got to buy all the volumes, as opposed to them just having a back catalog somewhere. Yeah, that sort of thing. And unfortunately, we don't have manga cafes out here, so that's not an option.
Yeah, fuck.
Well, think times change. Maybe we will one day.
That'd be great.
I'll be too old by then.
I think the future is what Viz is doing right now with Shonen Jump, where they're making back catalogs available, and you have access to it with a monthly subscription, which is only like $2. And for $2, you can have access to all of One Piece.
Yeah,
that's incredibly good.
And shit tons of other shows. They got all of Death Note. They have all of Dragon Ball, including Super. And you get to read the chapters for free, even if you don't have a paid subscription for the newest, like the latest 3 chapters.
Yeah,
and
it's a good.
Or like Crunchyroll, they license manga too, and they made the back catalog for To Your Eternity available because the anime came out. So it's like, yeah, see, that's how you do it. That's how you promote it.
Yeah, I wish they just like with anime. I wish they made things a bit more easier to us. Like Crunchyroll definitely made things simpler, but it's still not like the answer. If you
don't
get
worry,
where I'm getting at.
Crunchyroll and Funimation are going to combine again, so it'll be fine.
Again?
Yep.
Will it last this time?
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
I mean, I was cool with what they did before, where they combined the two, and they had the dub stuff mostly on Funimation and the sub stuff mostly on Crunchyroll, and then because Funimation was removing stuff, they lowered their subscription fee.
Yeah. Well.
And then, Crunchyroll kept theirs. So it's like, okay, that works. So, and then you could get both with Verve or something like that. But what I just want to see stop happening is season 1 of this show is on this service, but season 2 is on this service. And then we don't know who's going to get the next season. And just all over the place. And what I want to stop seeing with manga is, no, you have to buy 50 physical copies of this book if you want to even check it out.
Jesus Christ.
As opposed to, okay, here it is. It's all on our website or it's all on our app. It's right there. So read it. Maybe throw us a bone or something.
Maybe.
It's like a Jump Plus or something, or Manga Plus. Where sometimes they have the full back catalog, sometimes they don't, but either way, it's free.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's just, how else you're gonna fight pirating? You gotta make your service serviceable to a great deal of people, so people could subscribe to you. But if there's little point, people are just gonna go back to Kiss Manga or Kiss Anime.
Yeah, or any other websites you can find.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think ultimately, I saw a video. I can't remember who made the video. Somebody made a very interesting video about this subject on YouTube. I'll link it to you guys when I find it. But
Yeah.
and they're talking about how they said that people pirate because the service they want is not being made available. And sometimes when services get really big and they stop caring about quality, they more concerned about quantity over quality. Then that's also when people start to pirate because they feel like they don't have to improve their service because they already got your money. It's as much as I love Crunchyroll, it'd be nice if maybe I could get a progress bar or see the bandwidth. What am I looking at? I'm blanking. You can't see how much is loaded. I can't remember what the word is for that. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Buffering.
Buffering. Yeah, you can't see the buffering. So it's little things like that would be nice. I mean, I like Crunchyroll. I'm going to keep that subscription for forever at this point. I've had that subscription since they first started offering it, but I would like to see them improve.
A little question for you. Do you have a private message that you can never access because it says inboxes are temporarily unavailable?
Yep.
Okay. I had that shit for 2 years right now with my Crunchyroll subscription.
I've been going 3 to 4 years now. Oh wait, hold on. They got rid of it. Wait, what the fuck?
I need. I'm doing Deliver and Resume right now, so I can't really check. But
oh, they got rid of the messaging. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, I had that message for 2-3 years, and I'm like, there's no way that I can access this because this messaging system has been temporarily down for forever.
4 or 5 years because they just got rid of it and they never got rid of the tab or anything. Weird. Yeah, I don't know.
I would say Crunchyroll has been getting better. I don't know how you have your opinions behind the whole Crunchyroll beta. I think it's okay for me. I think it's.
I like the way that it had the updated and videos. The way that it updated its updated list. I don't like the way it's stylized. I do like that it's it just has a dark mode and stuff because that would have been nice.
Yeah.
But the overall UI, I'm not a big fan.
I actually use I use Crunchyroll on Apple TV on the Apple TV device. That's what I stream most of everything on. And the UI on that, I mean, Apple's UI across their products is pretty universal for the most part. And what I think makes it easier for me on that one is that the remote is a touch remote, so I'm able to scrub really, really easily through an episode to get right to where I want. I have Lord of the Rings on Apple TV, and I can get to the end of the movie in 2 seconds, as opposed to if I can only fast forward at 4 times speed. So that's definitely a big advantage. But also, the updates they made to their website, none of that seems to have affected the Apple TV version. So
well, that's good.
So, but I would say, my only problem with Apple TV's version of Crunchyroll, I don't think it's just them. This is a very specific thing that is a pet peeve of mine. Is I want to say a few weeks ago, I noticed it doesn't stream at 24 frames per second anymore. It's back to whatever standard video is. It's tough to explain, but it's when you see something that plays at 24 frames per second, it's very smooth. And when it's not, when it's what we were used to seeing before 4K TVs and whatnot, it was a little more rough. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
As opposed to it's like when you see it in theaters, it's 24 frames per second. And I noticed the Crunchyroll app on Apple doesn't do that anymore, and I'm not sure why. I don't think it's an Apple thing because the other apps are doing it. You know, like Hulu does it, Netflix does it. Crunchyroll did do it, now all of a sudden it doesn't. I mean, it may have been an update or something, but an update could easily fix that too, and it updates automatically. So who knows?
Because don't our eyes run at like like 24 frames or something?
So what was that?
What isn't our eyesight running at like 24 frames per second or something, or like 30 or 60?
We can only
like
see 60.
Yeah, because I know 24 frames. That's what when they were making films, they determined that provided the most realistic movement. And we've seen what happens when they try to raise that in movies. You get mixed results. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it's a little weird.
And anything above 60, like Charles says, you can't really identify the difference, right?
Yeah, past 60 you can't.
That's why I like watch. It's like animation is done at 24 frames per second or whatnot, or hand drawn animation. Mm-hmm. CG can be whatever it wants, but with it's like whenever I see TVs, they turn up the. It has a different name on every TV, but like on an LG TV, they call it True Motion.
Oh, okay.
Where it's not the motion. I can't stand that for things. Yeah, when I go to people's houses and they got that, I'm always so tempted to just be like, but I'm like, nope, I'm not gonna mess with their TV. It's their settings. But I'll turn that on for stuff where it's the opposite. Like when I watch the IT crowd on Netflix, I'll turn that on because it's supposed to be smooth, and it got lowered for Netflix because Netflix can't do 60 FPS. But then
unless you pay for the 60 FPS Netflix package, which is like $15 or something.
Wait, do they have one?
Pretty sure.
Yeah, they have like a 1080p one. I bought that one.
The one I have is the 4K one, but I don't know if I'd want to pay extra for 60 FPS, but the one I have is the one that lets me stream in 4K.
If your display is not doesn't warrant that kind of thing, yeah, don't spend it. I know. Yeah.
But it's but yeah, Crunchyroll. I mean, I do love the fact that we can watch anime as soon as it comes out in Japan now.
Yeah, it's nice.
Even if we got it.
Yeah.
It's also nice that the voice acting industry is able to do that so fast. Funimation doing like same day simuldubs with My Hero a couple years back was nuts.
Yeah, I think they have to scale it back or something like that because it was too much for them.
Oh, they would have to take like a couple weeks break because of it's nuts. It's absolutely batshit insane that they're having their engineers and ADR script writers and the acting all done in the same day or 24 hours before or something.
Man, and imagine the scheduling conflicts that could happen.
That also probably played a reason why Funimation had to take a break.
Yeah,
I mean, it's tough. I mean, it's not like something like I don't know a Netflix show made specifically for Netflix, like Be the Beginning or whatnot, where everything is done at the same time before it even premieres.
Yeah,
as opposed to
with Netflix, it's now okay, we wait with Pokemon in particular. I think they wait a certain amount of episodes. They then have the cast come back, record for those episodes, take a month or two long break. And then they see if they have more episodes they can dub, and just keep repeating that over a course of however long the anime Pokemon goes on.
Did they do that with Seven Deadly Sins?
That I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't seen that show yet, but I know that's one of the first big shows in Netflix license exclusively, and I know that's what's happening with Godzilla Singular Point. It seems to vary on if the show is broadcasting on TV in Japan or not, or if it's being made specifically for Netflix.
I know Beastars Season 2 is being done that way. They're waiting for the entire full Season 2 to drop, then they're going to dub it, and then they'll release it probably next year.
Yeah, and Dodo Head Dodo, they did that, and Godzilla Singular Point. But stuff like Ico, I think, was made specifically for Netflix, so I don't think they... or Shaman King, same thing. We're going to have to... God knows how long we're going to have to wait to get that one.
Fuck, yeah. Depending on we're probably gonna wait. If it's gonna be a long running series, we'll probably get it in parts similar to Pokemon, where they'll do 15, 20 episodes, and then you wait 6 months, get the next 15, 20 episodes, do it like that. Kind of how I guess they didn't really do it, but how Hunter x Hunter, they got the first 2 parts dubbed, and then a year later they got part 3, and then 4 years later they finally got the rest of the dub. So everything after the Greed Island arc to the Chimera Ant arc, they finally were able to get dub after years of just not having it. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's kind of. I mean, it's that's another thing where they're gonna have to figure out something eventually because like Dodo, like Dodo Hidodo or BNA and whatnot. People were at BNA in particular. People were really excited about that one because it's Trigger.
Mm-hmm.
So knowing that it's out there and we can't watch it, it's like I feel like we're kind of right back where we were with DVDs. It's like I can be patient and wait, or I can just watch it right now. I decided to be patient and wait, only because I was watching something else at the time. But
yeah, that was a good show.
Yeah, I liked it. Messages seemed to get a little mixed up toward the end, but I still enjoyed it. I liked it.
Yeah, a little.
just a little, but I did really like that show. And then, I mean, it's Trigger. They can only do so wrong.
Yeah. I mean, they didn't go to space like they did with Darling in the Franxx, and
I hear a lot of bad things about that series.
It seemed like everybody loved it, and then suddenly everybody hated it.
Bruh, nah. Like it was really interesting up until like episode 15, and then they did an entire episode dedicated to like a lore dump, and it was a really bad lore dump because the lore was really like it's really badly done. I
haven't seen it, but I saw the first few episodes, but I got distracted and wasn't able to. Didn't get a chance to finish it.
And then the last 3 episodes, they jump to space, and then 02 becomes a giant spaceship waifu with shit titties and stuff, and it's just bad. The pacing just skyrocketed and shot out into the depths of space in 3 episodes, and it was nuts.
It's so sad because like that show, like the art style and everything, looks so promising. It looks so nice, and it's also Trigger.
And the mystery, and the mystery of like what was going on was really interesting. And then they fucked that up, and then.
So Trigger can do wrong sometimes, guys.
Well, it's more because I after that happened, I looked into it. It's like, oh, because it had a manga going out at the same time as the anime. The anime didn't had its own ending compared to the manga because the manga went on for like another 6 months.
Always go wrong.
And guess what? The manga fucked up because now nobody the sales started declining because of the anime was shit. And yeah,
I feel bad for the mangaka. That's not.
It's like with Promised Neverland. I always tell people you gotta watch season 1. After that, it's optional, but you gotta watch season 1. Read the manga.
There's only 1 season. What are you talking about, Greg?
Oh yeah,
there's a season 2. I never heard this.
Yeah,
I love the manga. I remember I read the manga when it first came out because I just thought it looked kind of interesting, and then when I got to the end of chapter 1, I was like, oh shit, okay, this is very interesting now. And I followed it from start to finish. And when I saw the anime, I was like, oh my god, this is like season 1. I was like, this is one of the best adaptations I've ever seen. And I was recommending it to everybody. And I said, like, you got to watch the anime. I think it might actually be better than the manga just because of the pacing.
It's also.
And then I got it.
The animation for the season 1 is very Ghibli-esque, wouldn't you say? It's very.
It reminds me of Full Metal Alchemist a lot.
It's definitely very fluid. Like the house, the house is CG. Like there's a lot of scenes of them walking through the hallways, and it's CG, and it's very moody, and it's great. Mm-hmm. It's you're just watching this thing, like what's going to happen. It's intense, and it's faster paced than the manga was because so much they were so far past that point when they did the anime that they didn't have to do filler, so they were able to just kind of trim the fat a little bit. Like maybe cut internal monologues of things that they can just show us, or recapping stuff, But then season 2, I don't know what happened behind the scenes, but
I don't know what what was that? I didn't hear. You said you just stopped saying. You said after, and then I couldn't hear anything.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, man.
What do you mean? I just said that season 1 was amazing, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think that's about it. That's all I heard.
Okay, but for reals, fuck season 2. God damn, they dropped the ball so hard. Holy shit.
I don't know what happened. I mean, there's got to be some explanation for why that happened because they literally just took the rest of the manga. That was like 100+ chapters, and just put it into 12 episodes. I'm like, what the hell happened?
Not good.
they
I guess maybe it got canceled or something, and they had to rush the ending. I don't know what happened.
No, because they were in production like right after it ended, or like they were in production like towards the end of the manga, and by that time, like they could have easily made that into a season 3. They had so much content for a season 3.
Yeah, and like the hype was high. A lot of people were watching it. I mean, like.
But then they decided to do like a
What the
weird
hell?
Full Metal Alchemist 2005 where they went with their own like original ending and
No,
story.
they pulled a Full Metal Alchemist the movie,
well, yeah,
the
like,
Netflix movie.
Netflix movie.
Literally like 60 episodes into like an hour.
That's a movie.
And then
That's a.
and then the
I mean, that's a
finale.
lot that should have taken.
Oh god, I'm gonna get so mad for saying this. And then the final episode, they fucking used a screen, like a goddamn fucking PowerPoint presentation to show off like all the important parts from the manga, like meeting God, and the
What? On a PowerPoint screen?
It's
no.
it's literally just screenshots with
I
no
actually
dialogue.
didn't get that far.
Okay,
I actually didn't get that far. I only got a few episodes on The Promised Neverland season 2
Greg,
because I kept
literally
hearing a lot of bad feedback. So I decided to
the last episode for 5 minutes just has screenshots of different parts from the manga, like the ending of the manga, like
that's what happened.
going down to meet God, going to the human world, the kids going to basically New York City. And all that shit. It's 5 minutes of just different screenshots from like season 3 or 4.
No dialogue.
No dialogue. Just like
That's too bad because nobody behind the scenes wanted it that way. It's just this seems like
Something happened.
The creator was also working with them too, which is what's nuts.
So what the hell?
There was also an entire episode.
The story's gonna get out.
There was an entire episode that didn't have a writing credit attached to anybody.
Oh, that's not a good sign.
None of the writers took the credit for it, and it's probably one of the worst episodes because it's just things start happening so fast before the finale basically, and
that's really bad.
It's so everything that happens in that one episode is so fucking undeserved. Like, oh, we're going to save the entire all the farms. Okay, what's the plan? Oh, your plan is to get hot air balloons and fly them over the thing, and oh no, they were actually diversions. Nobody was in there. We blow them up, and then we infiltrate the house base underground pretty easily, and we just do that, and then oh no, we got it. We saved everybody, but we're trapped by all the mamas. And oh no, Isabella is the grandma and she has a gun. They all have guns pointed at us. And oh no, we're trapped. Oh, and then Ratfield comes out and he's like, haha, I did it. And then Isabella's like, haha, she turns and points the gun at him. Actually, you fool, I was always working with the children. Fuck you. And Ratfield's like, no, haha.
Definitely sounds
really bad.
Haha, I killed myself. That I had the final laugh.
See, all that happens in the manga, but it's spread out across
That happens in one episode.
Oh,
wow. That's an arc basically. Because I remember they skipped another arc because when they got to the shelter, I remember thinking like, wait, where is he? Wait, is he gone? Wait, are they skipping this? Okay, wow, all right.
So a lot of people thought like once they got to the base and they saw that it was different from the people were theorizing that this is like an alternate like universe that they're dealing with. So they're doing like a weird story, like a different story.
I remember they said that there was going to be some changes made, but that sounds like that was them knowing that something. Sounds like the production went to hell and something bad happened, and they just had to scrap everything.
Fucky definitely went behind on production wise. I don't know what.
That's too bad. Because you just hearing everything, just hearing all this. Nobody. It's clear that nobody wanted it to turn out this way. This is just kind of what happened because of whatever it is. So it's not like they didn't have people working on it or anything.
What the hell? Still, I mean, this sounds so ridiculous. Like,
it's so bad.
Yeah. As a creator, I'd just be like, don't fucking release this ever.
But
no one's gonna buy it.
That's what happened to the JoJo movie. The animated JoJo's Bizarre Adventure movie, where the creator didn't like it, so he's like, "Nope, you're not putting this on video."
Araki? He said that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he
And
did
he-
say that about something.
He-
Huh.
It's my understanding. I think he was the one that barred it from being released on video because it was supposed to be. Was it supposed to be like a 10th? It was supposed to be an anniversary movie or something like that.
Yeah.
But,
This was an animated movie.
yeah, this was in 2007. They made a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure movie that adapted The Phantom Blood. This is before the TV show came out.
Yeah. They were going to adapt some dude was going to adapt Phantom Blood as like a full-length movie, like a.
Oh no, they did it. They finished the movie.
Oh, they did? Okay.
Yeah, no, they finished the movie and it premiered and everything. And it's
Is
played
this
at a
not
few
the
events.
OVA?
No.
I'm getting
No,
confused.
this
It's
was
not
made
the
by the-
OVA. This is something different. Okay.
This was made by the people that made the OVA. Well, I don't know about the first OVA. It was a different director, but definitely the people that made a lot of people that worked on the first and second OVA. I'll always stand by that first OVA. That's one of the best anime ever made. The second OVA,
I've heard good things about it.
yeah, the second OVA, it's a very strange thing. Basically, the first OVA adapts the second half of Part 3, Stardust Crusaders, with little context, yet it works, and it also has some of the most incredible animation you'll ever see.
The Dio fight I've
And-
heard is like in particular like some
Oh,
of the
it's-
best animation.
It is insane how much detail they put into that fight, and on top of that, they got Skywalker Sound to do all the sound mixing in post production.
Nice.
Yeah, they just threw all this money at it because JoJo was just that popular, and 90s economy. But they adapted it the first part into another OVA in like 2000 or 2001 or something like that, and I didn't enjoy it quite as much, but it's still pretty cool for what it was. But then the same people were going to do a Phantom Blood movie, and I guess he didn't like it. And from what I heard, they cut Speedwagon.
No, you don't do that.
They cut Speedwagon out, so that didn't help because I know the author. That's one of his favorite characters. He's also one of my favorite characters. So I'm like, how do you cut Speedwagon?
You can't cut. Yeah, no way. You can't cut Speedwagon out. He's the guy who crazily reacts to everything.
Yeah,
But he's also
which
like
always
super
was hilarious. But it's but yeah, the movie. I remember hearing about the movie, and then years later, I'm like, oh, whatever happened to that movie? I should go. Maybe see if I can find a copy of it. And yeah, then I found out it never got put on video.
Yeah, I think Araki hated it so much that he swore that he would never allow this to be seen outside Japan or something.
Jeez.
Or in Japan, I
That
guess.
bad, huh?
He was really pissed about it, apparently. Like, he was really upset, so...
I think something like 15 minutes got leaked because somebody who worked on it used footage of it for a sound assignment in a class, and he's like, "Okay, add sound to this scene," and it just happened to be that movie. So and then somebody leaked it. So that's the only way to watch, good. And there's no voices
Yeah.
or anything. So
So it was cut off production.
oh no, I mean in the clip that the person uploaded, there was no voices because it was the clip was handed out as a sound assignment. So you were supposed to add sound to it.
Oh.
Because no, the whole movie was completed. It was finished, and it premiered.
Yeah. Araki literally went to the premiere and literally said that he hated it so much that he would never allow it to be seen outside of that theater.
I'll take his word. I'll take his word for it. And man,
But then they did the TV show in 2012, and yeah,
that show was much better.
it became a phenomenon. So yeah, they had a happy ending. They did get to redo it, and they did it right.
Yeah.
Good. That was JoJo's so fun to watch. I can't wait for part 7.
Part 6.
Part 6. Sorry, my
I
mind.
should never
Part
finish
7
part
for
5. I should get on that.
get on that.
I only have 17 episodes left. Actually, that's another one where I got distracted. I was loving it too. I just got distracted.
That's such a good series.
I mean, I'm always going to be biased toward that first OVA and Stardust Crusaders in general, but I mean, because old Joseph Joestar is my favorite JoJo character.
Oh, Joseph's just a good JoJo. Period. He's the best JoJo.
Yeah, and I also love. Oh my God, he's my other favorite character, and I forgot his name.
Describe him.
Yeah, Koichi.
Goichi? That's a good one.
From part 4.
Yeah, voiced by my boy Zach.
Koichi and his stand reverb or echoes.
Echoes parts.
Kill the
Yeah.
hoe.
I can't remember if it's
Kill the hoe.
Yeah, I don't know. He just cusses in English for no reason. He goes, "Yes, SHIT.
Shit.
Let's kill the hoe, bitch."
Bitch. Oh, God.
Oh man, definitely. When you're in part 5, do not skip. And in JoJo, you don't skip the openings.
Never.
Oh, I've
Part
never
5. Ooh, part
Nah.
5.
I don't skip the ending either because I love that song. I couldn't believe I was hearing that in the anime.
Waking up so horny. I don't want to
Think about breaking you. I love that song.
I did not expect R&B in JoJo. I was like, damn, I was expecting Gangsta's Paradise, but I didn't.
I mean, it's all songs. I think he gives him like a list of songs that he used to listen to when he was drawing the manga at that time, or something like that.
Something
Like he gives them a list of songs and they pick one.
And he's like, get the license for this. And he's like, okay, we'll try our best. And then they try, and they get the one that they can get.
Who's the band that does Roundabout? They're called Yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then they suddenly get like a spike in popularity, and they're like, "What the hell?"
They did a re-release of the hit, the single, and they had like JoJo art on it. So yeah, they did spike. And every single artist that has shown up as the ED has always gotten like a re-release with like JoJo art for it. So
you gotta wonder. They gotta call and be like, "Hey, they want to use your song for this animated thing." They're like, "Oh, yeah, sure. Just send us a check in the mail or something." And then suddenly they're like, "Wait, what the hell?"
I think some I forget which ones, but I think some of them are like actually familiar with JoJo, and
I'm not surprised.
I think because I know that fucking like Clint Eastwood got like a picture of Jotaro from Araki like back in like the 90s.
Wow, Clint
Oh, cool.
Because Jotaro's like finger pointing pose is based on Clint Eastwood as Dirty Harry.
Oh, that makes sense.
And also Josuke, I don't remember her name, but the lady from Blade Runner.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when she first shows up in the office, that outfit she's wearing, that's what Josuke's outfit's based on, and his hair.
Lots of Western references. It's like Life's a JoJo reference.
Yeah.
Which is why it's no surprise that show got so popular out here.
Oh yeah, I'm surprised it didn't get popular beforehand. It's so many Western.
Yeah, I think it's because for the longest time the whole manga wasn't available out here, and OVA had all those licensing problems, and then but like I remember in Stardust Crusaders he's feeding some chickens, and the chickens are named was it Prince, Lionel, and Michael. I'm like, damn, really? Well, chickens after them.
There's also the problem that the OVA's English dub is like fucking awful.
I've actually never heard it.
It's pretty bad from what I've been told. It's really cheesy and over the top for. Was it
international or was it down out here?
I think it was down out here, but I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to look it up.
Yeah, I never saw it. I just remember seeing my introduction to JoJo was that OVA back in the anime club I used to be in like well over a decade ago, and somebody just played the whole show in the club, and we were all just like transfixed. Like every episode, we were just like hooked. And the next thing we know, we had watched all 6 episodes.
Damn.
Which we didn't normally go through a whole series in one session like that. But we were just hooked. We were like, I don't know what's going on, but this is amazing.
Which part was it?
It was the first OVA that adapted the second half of Stardust Crusaders into only 6 episodes, and it condenses it to 6 episodes. But somehow, without any context, it still works. Because for years I hadn't seen part 1 and 2. I'd only seen that OVA, but it's like, okay, I get it. Everybody's got superpowers, and they got to stop this vampire guy from waking up, or this dude's mom is going to be asleep forever. Got it. Cool.
Yeah.
And there's a dog.
Farts
and somebody kills the shit out of that dog, but it's way more brutal in the. I'm trying to decide which version is more brutal, the one in the TV show or the one in the OVA, because at least the one in the OVA is quick.
TV show is pretty fucking. Oof.
Put him in the oven.
It's been like an episode and a half killing off one of the dogs.
Yeah, basically.
I think didn't he say the reason why he does that isn't because he hates dogs? He actually loves dogs, so he figures the most evil thing you can do is kill a dog.
Yeah, his whole thing is that like the best way to show off how a character is evil is murdering an animal.
Sounds about right.
Kicking him in the face first, and then murdering it. Let's not forget.
What? The dog was going to attack me. I just reacted how like any other person would.
Yes, fucking knee him in the goddamn face, huh?
I think everybody was sold on that show by that one scene.
When I was sold the moment he jumped out of that carriage.
He kicks that dog in the face. It's like, and that's some wallpaper.
Yep. And he's like, whoa. I'm like, okay, I like this anime now.
Character established anime. Character established.
Funny thing is, when you look at the movie version, you can find a clip from the version in the movie, and it's not nearly as violent. It's just kind of a quick kick. Whereas in the TV show, it's bam, and they recreate the panel from the manga and everything. It's like, oh,
literally is like a whole frame.
Jesus.
Pet Shop, though, that's got to be one of the most brutal and best fights in all of anime.
Christ, Pet Shop. Ugh.
I forgot Pet Shop.
Pet Shop's
hawk,
the bird.
the hawk.
Oh yeah, the bird and the hawk.
Just won't leave Iggy alone. It's like, I don't want to go in your damn mansion at this point. He's just trying to kill him just because.
Yep.
I think how I forgot what that dog's name was. How he
Iggy.
was killed was pretty
Iggy.
Yeah, Iggy. How he was
Yeah.
killed was messed up.
Hey,
Oh, yeah.
he
That got me sad.
He finally
It was like
became friends.
Spoiler to anybody that hasn't seen JoJo, but, too bad.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
yeah.
Too bad.
It's been out for nearly a decade right now, so.
Yeah.
But, they kill him for like an episode and a half. I'm like, Jesus, just let him die.
He didn't even die peacefully, too. He just died brutally.
Hey, it's
Or-
okay.
And-
Eyes of Heaven happened, and he's perfectly okay in that timeline.
Of course.
Yeah, I guess.
When I saw that in the OVA, I was genuinely shocked because again, I knew nothing about JoJo, and I had only been an anime fan for a few years, and they so I'm watching the OVA version, and they just do this really cool fight with this dog that farts and shoots gum. I'm like, golden dog beat, and then the dog gets cut in half. I was like, oh my god.
Killed by Vanilla Ice, too.
Yeah.
Vanilla Ice, yeah. What did they call him? Because I remember the subtitles. They always have to change the name in the subtitles. You can clearly hear them saying the name.
I don't know, maybe Ice
Show something.
Freeze or whatever.
That's my favorite thing is hearing the name, but then seeing what they had to replace it with in the subtitles.
Aerosmith or Little Bomber.
Yeah. Golden Experience, I think. was one of
Green
them.
Tea before Green Day.
Yeah.
Notorious B.I.G. with like something.
Notorious other thing. I forget.
Yeah.
GIB, I don't know.
It's
That'd be
something.
fun if they did that, but I always thought that was cool. He just starts just taking names, just giving them to the stands.
Yeah, I love that part.
Yeah.
So
Remember
you were
fighting
asking-
ACDC and Whammo and Wham?
Wemu? You were asking about which one were you asking about for the name? Oh, Vanilla Ice?
Yeah, what did they change his name to?
Cream.
Actually, that's strength fitting.
Yeah.
How about Metallica? Because that fight was freaking awesome. I don't know if you ever. I don't think you've got.
Is that part 5?
Yes, that is part 5.
I'll get to it eventually because I'm more than halfway through part 5. I just got to finish it.
Oh, it's so good. Finish it.
I suppose-
I did not expect the best fight to be that.
It really is. It's so good.
I feel like the characters in maybe it's just me, but it feels like the characters in part 5 are just a little angrier than usual.
As they should be.
Yeah, which is cool.
I mean, they are gangstars.
They're
Hell
all
yeah.
terribly tragic Italian children.
That little dance they did to torture one of the guys, I was like,
A little weird.
I don't know what I'm watching. I don't want to know what I'm watching. I just want to keep watching it.
It's JoJo, man. You gotta be just part of the
It's
show.
Like this is why I love this show because I never know what to expect.
Yep.
Like what's the Oingo and Boingo?
Oh yeah, that ending.
The one where the guy can draw a manga or whatnot, or he reads a manga and it just makes it happen in real life or something.
Rohan.
It's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rohan, who's
Oh,
totally
Rohan,
not
yeah, him.
who's totally not Araki's favorite character in the entire series. Totally not a self-insert character. I watched
Look how fast you drew that manga.
I've watched the OVAs that are on Netflix now. I'm like,
Dude, Rohan is so cool.
I would kill to just have a Rohan Kishibe goes around the world and fights different stand users.
And yeah,
Yeah.
this like you saw the one with the treadmill one, right?
I
That
watched
was
them
in-
all. They're so
That was
fucking good.
intense.
Jesus
I'm like,
Christ.
what? Why isn't this on Crunchyroll?
You know how I sell JoJo to people? I tell them like, there's an episode where 2 people play a board game and it ends with the guy's house burning down.
Yeah.
Or I told somebody else that there's an episode where in the whole episode the only thing that happens is 2 characters sit down and eat Italian food, and it is probably the most violent episode of the show.
It's probably
Are you talking about that chef?
yeah.
Yeah, that is my part 3 is still my favorite, but that is my all-time favorite single episode of the show. Only because that's all they do is eat Italian food, and it's still probably the most graphic and fucked up episode of the show.
All the intestines and body parts flying out. Ugh.
Like,
But
I
my
tell people like, if you want to get an idea of what JoJo is, just watch that one episode and then decide if you want to see what leads up to it.
my neck. It just feels so much better now.
Ah,
It's like a
my
ball of
eyes.
skin.
Just the
If
ball
only
of
problems
skin.
could be solved just like that.
Man,
Not as painful.
Or something. It's like, what the hell?
I would fucking go to that restaurant and then go every couple months. Jesus Christ, that sounds like
I wanted that pasta after I saw that episode.
same.
I don't know, man. I feel like also like the JoJo openings are like such bangers. Like it can get people in there. Like part 4's like third opening is honestly Great Days. Best opening. It's the best JoJo opening in my opinion. I don't know about y'all's.
The first, I was a little partial toward the first one.
First one's really good too when they show all the manga like pages. Oh, it's so good.
Brand new
Breakdown.
That's why I can describe. It's like those openings feel. I feel like this show has always been here, and we just didn't realize it. Every time I watch an opening.
Kinda.
Maybe the biggest JoJo references are the friends we made along the way.
Ah! I love how Oda insisted that that's not going to be the ending of One Piece.
He says
Yes.
that. He says
Yeah,
that.
he absolutely insisted that it is that One Piece is not the friendship and the adventures they had the whole time. He said it is an actual treasure.
I want to know what the One Piece was that it made Roger laugh his ass off, though. Honestly,
Probably just a big chunk of treasure. Maybe it's just so like underwhelming. I don't know. It made a kid cry, and then before he died, but
Yeah.
but it
I
made
don't know.
literally Gold D. Roger fucking burst out laughing. He's like, I'm done.
Try not to swallow it too much. I'm still in the Big Mama arc, so I don't know.
Okay. Well, if it helps at all, yeah, we don't actually know what happened.
Yeah.
But,
Oh, okay.
He
we don't know what happened.
it literally just shows him laughing, and then he just ends there.
But yeah, they did a flashback arc in the current series. I won't go into detail, but
Yeah,
in
I've
my
seen
opinion,
clips of it. Yeah, I think
in my opinion, it is by far the best flashback arc they've ever done.
that's so weird to hear from an anime because like I'm so used to like Naruto fucking that shit up. And I'm like, oh, flashback art's great. And then you hear One Piece doing it. It's like this is one of the best things ever. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, the only flashback arc that ever got on my nerves was the Skypia one because I thought that went on for too long. But the flashback arc for Wano Kuni is the best flashback arc they've ever done because all the characters, because they'd already introduced almost all those characters before that, but now we got to see their backstories, and all of the characters in the Wano Kuni arc are amazing. Like the new, the allies they're fighting with, some of them are become some of my favorite characters in One Piece.
Just hearing so many good things about Wano. Like, I'm thinking about just watching the series. I stalk about these episodes. I'm like, man, fuck it. I want, I kind of want to watch it because you got the cool art style change and Zoro's fights, and you got all this like lore with Goldie Roger, Whitebeard, and so much.
It's a great arc. It's my favorite arc so far, to be honest. Because before this, my favorite arc was Thriller Bark, just because I love horror movies. So I love the aesthetic, and also Nightmare Luffy's amazing.
Also, Brooke's backstory was amazing too. I have to add that part too.
They got Brooke, also one of my favorite Chopper moments ever.
and let's not forget.
Don't ever go in my lab.
Let's not also forget like when they were all sleeping. He's like, "Oh, there's a hot lady with a big sword, and there's meat," and they all freaking wake up. That and also Zoro's sacrifice. Oh, that was so. There's a lot of good things about that arc. I feel like a lot of people sleep on.
Thriller Bark was amazing. I love Thriller Bark. And Nightmare Luffy. And Nightmare Luffy alone, the giant two giant Luffys versus each other. That was amazing.
What?
Yeah, that was really cool.
Gomu no Gato. But it's kind of funny. I remember when I first got into One Piece, I recognized the voice almost immediately. I'm like, oh, it's Krillin. But when I saw but then somebody pointed out that it's also Pazu from Castle in the Sky. I was like, now I'll never take Castle in the Sky seriously again.
That's great.
Gomu no Sheeta. Every time he says Sheeta, I feel like he's gonna be preceded by Gomu. But no, One Piece, yeah. I mean, it's funny because this show, I think they're gonna reach episode 1,000 this year, right? Or is it next year?
Let's see. One Piece is currently at episode 976.
Yeah, I think they're gonna reach it this year.
1,000 episodes.
24. So that's what? 4, 8, 12, 16, 6 months. Yeah, by the end of the year. by December.
I know Otis said he was pissed because he wanted to reach chapter 1,000 before 2021,
Yeah, well,
and he missed it by 1 week.
yeah, like 1 week. Come on, man. You still
Yeah.
managed to.
Give yourself a break.
No.
I think we'll be okay.
Yeah.
Giving us so much content.
So,
And he gave
so much art.
And also, yeah, I mean, the One Piece. What I always tell people that what keeps me coming back to One Piece is the characters, because I don't think there's a single character in One Piece I don't like.
Well, I don't like Blackbeard, and not because he's a bad character. It's just I don't like him.
No, I mean, as
I know what you meant.
in terms of villains, yeah. No. But it's but yeah, I mean, plus Chopper is probably my favorite anime character of all time at this point.
Stop it.
I mean, I have a giant Chopper statue sitting right next to my monitor. So
I love Chopper. I hopefully he gets away from his I think 50 berry bounty.
Wait, he has a 50 berry bounty. That's it.
Didn't it go up to 100?
Yes,
Oh my
I think it went up to 100 after like the whole Whitebeard war thing.
That's so funny.
Because it says he's listed as the crew's pet,
Yeah,
which pissed him off.
That's fucking great.
He and Sanji get trolled so hard with the bounties. I remember Sanji's like first time looking at his increased bounty in his face. You can't forget that face.
He's like, "Why am I the only one that got a hand-drawn one?"
It is like so shitty too.
And I love when Zoro says, like, "I don't know, it's a spitting image," and then he just says gibberish to him. He's like, "Okay, I don't know what you're saying."
They hate each other so much. I love it.
I love how over the course of the show they just grow to hate each other more and more for really no reason. They just don't like each other.
Well, one's an
some real
idiot
life relationships
samurai,
are like that.
and one's a weird pervert, like, sex god, cop, chef.
I feel like Oda's just trolling him because everyone got sent to their own respective islands, but he gets sent to like the island he probably hate the most. Where Luffy gets sent to the island full of women, Sanji gets sent to the island full of oh man, it's crazy.
Full of cross-dressers and whatnot.
Yeah.
I think he said he hadn't seen a biological woman in 2 years, so every time he saw a woman, he would just blow up.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh god.
Just looking at Nami will make his nose bleed.
Dude, looking at that one chick, Perona from Thrill Bar, got his. I think he lost a lot of blood. I think Chopper was like, "Oh my god, lost a lot of blood." Like
This is the stupidest way to die.
They brought out like a stretcher for him. I think that actually happened.
He wasn't allowed to look at a mermaid because they thought he would bleed to death or something like that, right?
Christ.
Dude, it was that bad, but I kind of don't blame him.
Yeah.
The way he got stronger was hilarious too.
I mean, he got a giant power. Yeah, just running away from everybody.
And then for some reason, I was just floating in the air. I'm like, man, dude.
I love when they were showing a picture of his crew. He's like, Chopper, Luffy. He's like, Brooke, Frankie, and then he's like, Robin. But then it shows Zoro. He's like, I don't know that guy.
Fuck that guy.
Fuck that dude.
Yeah, Chopper. Dude. I think I knew Chopper. Chopper is actually the reason why I started watching One Piece. Because my friend was trying to get me to watch it. He was saying it was cool, and I didn't doubt it because I had been wanting to check out One Piece because I'd just seen no context clips here and there. They were, when I got into it, I think they were still on the Paramount War, or that arc had just started, or maybe the arc before that. But was the 6th movie, the one directed by Mamoru Hosoda, the guy that did The Girl Who Leapt Through Time and Mirai and Summer Wars. He directed the 6th One Piece movie, and when I found out about that, I looked at a few clips, and then I just went to a completely random timestamp in the movie just to see what it looked like. And the first thing I get is somebody yelling at Chopper, and then Chopper turning into a giant to yell at him back. And then I was like, well, I'm watching the show. And then I found out that he's voiced by the same woman who plays Pikachu, and I couldn't unhear that.
Really?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Ikuo Otani. It's the same actress. Same one who plays Pikachu, and she also plays she's in a lot of stuff. She's Meryl in Escaflowne. She's one of Conan's friends in Detective Conan.
I'm surprised she has to work outside of Pikachu, but
oh, she could have retired off Pikachu alone, but yeah, she got like back-to-back crazy high-profile roles like in the late 90s and early 2000s because
she's a great voice actress.
Oh, she's amazing. She's got the most adorable voice of all time.
Sure.
She got
Ah.
what is it? She did. I think she was doing like some exploitation and maybe even some hentai or whatnot for a while. You know, because a lot of people start there.
As you do.
There was one that I saw where I recognized her voice. I was like, if I ever meet her, I'll make sure to never bring this up. But yeah, right after that, she gets Escaflowne, and then she gets Detective Conan, and then she gets One Piece, or then she got Pokemon, and then right after that, she got One Piece. You know?
Well, that's crazy. Well, that's really high fucking profile. My God.
Yeah.
Wait,
She's an all.
Who's she in Detective Conan?
I can't remember. I don't remember his name, but you know how Conan has
the 3 kids.
You know how Conan's got he's got like 3 or 4 friends,
Mm-hmm.
and you know one of the kids is kind of skinny, and he's the smart one, the boy.
Okay. Oh,
that's it.
Really?
Yeah, that's her. Yeah.
And she's been playing him for how long? The entire time?
20 years. Yep.
Jesus Christ!
She's been doing that voice since.
She doesn't have to fucking work ever after Pikachu and that. Jesus. She's
been in Detective Conan, One Piece, and Pokemon for over 2 decades.
Jesus.
Consistent. I think she had to take a break at one point because she had a baby, so she had to take maternity leave. So somebody took over for her for all those roles for a little while, but yeah, she always came right back. And she's Konohamaru in Naruto.
And she's Konohamaru. Okay.
Yeah.
My gosh.
God damn.
Some people have all the luck.
Yeah,
I mean, back in Japan, you're trained for that kind of stuff. So yeah, I mean, the luck and the talent. Fuck.
Mm-hmm.
So I just realized I haven't talked about my stuff that I've watched. After
sorry. Go ahead.
We got into a huge tangent.
Yeah.
But please start.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna talk about the weekly stuff that I've talked to you, Charles, every podcast. But I haven't talked to Greg about it. So I've been watching a show called Higehiro, or After Being Rejected, I Took in a High School Runaway.
I saw that listed somewhere.
It's pretty good. It's basically guy, office worker, is in love with his boss. Finally goes to dinner with her and tells her, asks her out. She rejects him. He goes home intoxicated, and on the way home, there's this high school girl just sitting in front of a street lamp, just right there. He's like, "What are you doing?" And she's like, "Oh, I'm running away from my house." He's like, "Why?" And she won't tell him. He's like, "Okay, well, you can't stay here." And he's just like drunk, and he's like, "Well, why don't you stay at my place?" He's like, "Okay. I could sleep with you." And he's like, "What? No, that's disgusting. You're a kid. I don't sleep with kids. Ah, fuck." And she's like, "But then what? But why?" He's like,
"That's all the Smash community."
Yeah. So he's like, just come and sleep. Just don't do anything. Just sleep. And so he basically takes her in, and basically it's just about it starts from there, but basically it's about like their relationship as they like, not as like a relationship as in like romantic stuff, but it is kind of leaning into that and working that out. But like it's basically just these two people, and it feels very wholesome about like this guy trying to like undo the damage that this girl has and trying to find out what's going on with her, because she ran away for over 6 months and she's been sleeping with dudes to get by, and he's like the main character is like the first person who's rejected her and told her that shit's fucked up. He literally told her that shit's fucked up, and I'm literally doing the bare minimum of like niceties for you, is to let you just stay here without like sleeping with you, and all you have to do is the chores. And in the current episode of this last week, it definitely seems like they're both like struggling to understand their feelings for each other, because as stuff happens, you find out, oh, the boss is actually in love with the main character, but she's being the stupid bullshit, like hard to get Japanese lady thing. And then there's another girl who's his kohai, who's being like really, really like forceful and like giving her opinion about stuff, and she's almost stalking him to a certain degree, and it's kind of weird. But she like is very blunt about her feelings and about like how she feels about like this relationship and everything that he has with this girl. And it's just very interesting. It's well done. I'm hoping it doesn't, as me and Charles have talked about, it doesn't Usagi drop the ball.
Please don't.
Oh, I heard about the end of that show, and that's why I stopped watching it.
I'm really hoping like this last week's episode isn't that what it's leading to. I just be grateful if it's just like they become like a brother sister like relationship and that they take care of each other, and that's all it becomes, and it's the good wholesome kind of relationship, not the weird hentai shit that happens.
A lot of that I've noticed.
Yeah.
Sorry. My roommate's cat just came in the room for some
No
reason.
worries.
That's cool.
So I've been watching that, and that's been pretty good. I've been watching To Your Eternity.
What were you doing in my room the entire time?
Utada Hikaru doing the OP fucking is crazy.
I'm still waiting for this. Yeah, this is the first time she's ever done an anime TV show.
To my knowledge, yeah. And
I think Anime News Network had this. I remember I read the article, and they specified TV show because she did do the opening for Freedom, the OVA.
And she did
back in
do
the
the
2000s.
opening or the ED for Ava, this last movie. So
Yeah, the movies. Yeah, she did one for all four. I remember hoping like she's gonna come back and do Ava again, right? And she did.
yeah, she did. Pink Blood.
Can't wait for that movie.
But God, I want the fucking single to come out on Spotify so I can listen to it because it's such a
for Two Eternity. Yeah, I noticed it's not on Apple either.
I guess it's a timed thing, so
I probably just doesn't remember. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they'll add it one day. They'll add it eventually. I mean, it seems like every anime theme song these days you can get on Spotify and Apple because they realize if you let people listen to it, they'll listen to it.
Listen to it. But also, like, the Spotify took down the ED for the first ED of Jujutsu Kaisen, but left the OP up. So I'm kind of weird about that when they do shit like that. It's like, why? Just people like the music, sell it, put elsewhere. But it's probably worldwide rights or something.
There was an anime. It's pretty much fallen into obscurity at this point called Dragon Drive.
It sounds vaguely familiar.
Yeah, it came out like the early 2000s or something like that, and they had I've always liked the opening and closing to that song a lot. It's one of my favorite opening songs, and they had it on Apple Music, and I put it on my playlist. I noticed one day it was gone from my playlist because I guess it got removed. But I'm just saying, this is why piracy happens, because it's like you made it available legally and then you took it away. So
or I just rip it off of YouTube because
yeah.
So yeah,
but
I mean, like you said,
but To Your Eternity though,
just
March, anxiety-inducing.
March.
Yep.
Fuck. I still can't believe they showed like that in the OP, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of weird. Who this lady kind of looks like March, but she's happy. That's okay.
Yeah.
I guess I'll be sad now. Okay.
Every time they introduce a new character, I'm like, why are you doing this to me?
Yeah. I like that the main character is starting to talk, and the way he talks and the way the actor is talking is very. Even though it's in Japanese, he's nailing like how it's like not robotic, but it's also like kind of robotic. For like
it's like
mimicking also. Yeah, I really like it. It's really well done.
He definitely sounds like somebody who just learned how to talk recently, like how little kids talk.
Mm-hmm.
How they know what they're saying, but you may have to listen. Like their parents know what they're saying, but then you listen to it and you're like, what? But in this case, a bit more clarity. But like, but like how little kids talk, they talk as if they just learned all these words, Probably because they just learned all those words. Yeah, there's some nightmare fuel.
There's some crazy, there's some nightmare stuff in that OP too that I'm looking forward to, but I'm also like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I'm like, what the fuck?
I'm wondering how they're gonna do that in the dub when it eventually gets dubbed. If it's just gonna be fucking Full Metal Alchemist all over again. Papa, don't hurt.
Oh God.
So
you want to talk about trauma?
So I've been watching that. I've been watching Fruits Baskets. That show is really great.
Is that still going, or did they finish?
It's the final season, so it's still going. I think it only has a couple more episodes, because it feels like it's like at the end, but I think it's about to hit the finale soon.
I haven't seen it, but I've been wanting to watch that show because I hear this new version. This is like the definitive adaptation.
It's the full manga. Like it is the full series now.
Yeah, I kind of accidentally saw the same episode of the original Fruits Basket like 2 or 3 times because I remember I went to Anime Club and saw it there, and then I didn't get to go again for a long time. And when I went back, they just happened to be watching that episode again.
Yeah.
And like, what the fuck is this show about?
Yeah, so I really liked it. The art's good, the music's good, the characters are great. Really looking forward to seeing how this ends. Odd Taxi we talked about. I'm very, very excited to see where this goes. I hope the ending doesn't like just suddenly drop the ball out of nowhere. It's good, yeah. I think the best way to describe the show is very Quentin Tarantino, and its line delivery, its dialogue, and its concept. I guess it just feels very Tarantino-esque movie anime kind of going. That's how
it sounds like it's very dialogue driven.
It is extremely dialogue driven. It's almost mostly dialogue, which is great, and I love it.
That's what I love about Tarantino movies. That's why whenever people, some people criticize Death Proof for having too much talking. I was like, that's my favorite part of any Tarantino movie. Is just when the characters talk to each other.
Yeah, the conversations are definitely fun. Yeah, you're right about that. There's a lot of
almost all the dialogue.
Remember in *Inglourious Bastards* when you got those characters in the little bar room and they're all one another. Oh, that was so intense. It was like
that's the most
Mexican
intense scene in the movie. And all they do was talk for like 20 minutes.
Yeah, but you could feel the tension.
All because of the way he put up his hands. That was
You don't put 3 up. You don't put 3 up like that. You use the British way of doing it instead of the German way.
It's like the moment he does it, they cut to his reaction, and you're like, "Oh no,
He realized he fucked up."
Or even the scene where he does such a good job at using dialogue to set a mood. Like I remember in that same movie, do you remember the scene where Shoshana, Christoph Waltz's character, I don't remember his name, shows up at the restaurant she's at.
The freaking creme de la creme.
Yeah, as soon as he shows up and she recognizes him, and suddenly there's no subtitles, and they just focus on her face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but they're still talking. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I noticed that they didn't subtitle "we," which means yes, obviously. But I was like, it's intentional. It's not like someone made a mistake.
They cut it off because you're right there with her. You don't know what they're talking about, but you're right there with her. You're like, oh shit.
I feel like he knows. I feel like he knows, but he's just like fucking with her.
Oh, he definitely knows. Yeah.
I feel like some of my favorite dialogue from a Quentin Tarantino movie is from Django, especially when Django is being like he's being dressed up as a bounty hunter, and he basically. When they're at Leonardo DiCaprio's house, and he basically calls him when the guy is talking about the entire way that the systems work out, and he calls basically the dude a little bitch. And Christoph was like, no, that's just how he is. He said in his world, bitch is really good. It's a good thing, and and the guy's like, oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Wasn't there a scene in that movie with KKK members or something,
Mm-hmm.
and they were being stupid? He's like, "Gosh, I knew you guys didn't like these hats. I knew we looked stupid."
We don't want to thank Mr. So-and-so for making the costumes for us, but we think it is going to impede our vision. Well, it's like, wait, I'm confused. Where in the hell is it not?
Screw you guys, I'm going home.
Oh god.
Yeah, that movie, Django Unchained. I like that movie, but. Well, one, it's probably the most difficult movie in history to quote in public, and two, I love that movie, but the reason why I like it is because or at least I think it knows what it is, which is just an exploitation movie. Because the moment you try to sell this movie to me as a historical movie about slavery, I'm like,
oh god,
off.
no.
Yeah, I'm like, people trying to. That's why when 12 Years a Slave came out, people kept comparing it to Django. I'm like, no, you can't compare these two movies. One is a damn near comedy, and the other one is 12 Years a Slave. So.
I would say that Django is a dark comedy.
It's basically an exploitation spaghetti western.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he's going for, with a dark sense of humor. And he does try, and I give him credit I don't really appreciate that he kind of used it as an excuse to write the N word as many times as possible, and then he got an Oscar for it. But I do appreciate the fact that he didn't undermine the horrors of slavery, because it's like, I mean, like a lot of movies do.
Yeah.
Yeah, because a lot of slave movies, unfortunately, were also exploitation movies.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna put this scene where she gets naked because that's what happened in real life. It's like, they rape the guys too. Why don't you put that in the movie? Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
You put that in there for exploitation,
Yeah.
And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It worked in 12 Years a Slave, and some movies like from the 70s and shit, where the silly $2 budget movies,
Yeah.
that Black Dynamite and whatnot make fun of a lot.
Dynamite.
Dynamite.
But anyway, but yeah, it sounds like Odd Taxi is that kind of movie, because actually, what you mentioned Tarantino, when I saw the first screenshot, it immediately reminded me of the taxi scene from Pulp Fiction.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're gonna have this long dialogue scene with this character who's never gonna show up again, but you're not gonna be able to peel your eyes away from it.
There's just
You're not wrong.
there's just
You're actually not wrong. Sorry, go on.
it's just so good. I'm really hoping people check it out, because it really is really.
Don't
really
sleep
good.
on Odd Taxi. It's
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'll definitely watch that tonight.
Yeah. Let me know when you're done watching it, and send me what you feel. Just
It's
send me a
weird
text.
because it's like the premise, like, it's nothing like anything. Doesn't sound like anything like that special. It's just like a taxi driver just talking to people. But like in the Quentin Tarantino movie, all these characters, like, they have their own distinct personalities and how they react to the world, and it's all very grayish, not black and white.
And especially
Yeah.
that first episode and the first client he has, and the dynamic they have, and how it's great. Fucking go watch it. It's on Crunchyroll.
It's a good show. Yeah, I definitely could back you up with that one.
Yeah.
I'm definitely looking forward to watching it.
So going from that to something that's a little bit more trash, Osamake, the rom-com where the childhood friend won't lose, is basically taking everything that was good about like my high school romantic comedy Snafu, and just like making the worst characters possible. Like these are like the stupidest, like, idiotic high school characters I've ever seen in an anime in a long time for a rom-com.
That's a bold statement, but I believe you.
Basically, the premise is that the main character is a former child actor who is going to school, and he has a childhood friend, girl next door friend, who is like his big sister, but she's like I think she's like younger than him or something, and he has this crush on this girl in his class that's become a big popular art author, and he finally confesses to her, and she tells him, or no, he doesn't confess to her, but he's like, he wants to tell her, and he's like been in love with her ever since he met her, and then he hears that she's going out with this big time actor, and he's really upset because he feels betrayed because he didn't tell her his feelings, and she has a boyfriend now, so technically it's his fault. So yeah, so he's upset. He's mostly upset just because he didn't get a chance to tell her how he felt and that she's dating somebody else. And so the childhood friend's like, well, like, I know you're upset and you can cry in my shoulder and stuff, but I also love you, and I've loved you ever since. So maybe we should get revenge on her by like dating me. But like, it's like pretend we're not really dating, but maybe it's his.
This is how school day started.
But it's not. It's not going to go to school days territory, because it's stupider than that. So basically, it's just these characters just like lying to each other and like backstabbing each other over, because like there's an episode where like there's a big thing at the high school festival that they go to where boys and girls will go up on stage and confess to their feelings in front of the giant crowd, which is
Oh my god.
ballsy, because holy shit, you could get super fucked. And the whole plan was like the childhood friend is helping him to confess his feelings to the other girl so that she'll say yes, and he'll get his revenge on her by saying, no, I don't actually mean it, so haha, joke's on you. And then so you find out throughout like the episode, it's like, oh no, the girl that he actually is in love with is his childhood friend. Oh no, the title is a joke. It's not the original childhood friend is going to win. They're all childhood friends. Oh god, it's this stupid jump line. And so he goes up on stage. He's about to confess to his feelings. And he's like, "No, childhood friend number 1, I'm actually in love with you." And she stands there. And he's like, "What do you think?" And she's like, "No." And so he gets shot down by both of them. And it's just so stupid. They're so stupid. I don't know why I keep watching this every week. It's so bad. They keep lying to each other. So because he got rejected in front of everybody, and apparently the video of it, because obviously he's a former child actor and he did like this big thing of acting and dancing and stuff before he confessed, gets put on YouTube, and the confession and the rejection happens too on YouTube, and it gets millions of hits and stuff. So he literally can't like interact with her anymore because he's rejected and hurt. So she pretends to have amnesia so that they can reconcile. And towards
what the hell?
And like a couple episodes or like an episode or two ago, he starts like, "Oh, you have your sense of taste back." He's like, "When did that happen?" And she stares at him, and she does the anime like tee, and he's like, "You lied to me." It's just, and then like he confronts her, but he's like, "Why didn't you just tell me that you wanted to like reconcile? I would have forgiven you." And she's like, "No, you're an idiot, you baka, you dummy." And he's like, they fight, and it's like, why are they fighting? Like, why is she telling him that he's in the wrong? You're totally 100% in the wrong for pretending you had amnesia to try to reconcile with him after you fucked up and rejected him after you told him that you loved him in the first place, like episode 1 or 2. What the fuck? Fucking, if you want trash,
I don't know why you're watching this.
I like harem trash romantic comedies. I don't know. There's some funny
Everybody's got their
moments.
guilty pleasures.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to necessarily like a show. Or you don't necessarily have to think a show is great to get some enjoyment out of it, even if it's something that's terrible. Because sometimes you just want to see how bad. Sometimes it's fun to see just how bad the show will get.
What was it? Domestic Girlfriend? Perfect example. That shit goes nuts. That is a dumpster fire of a show. I don't know if either of you have ever heard of that that anime.
What was it called again?
Domestic Girlfriend.
Yeah, I heard the title, but I haven't seen it.
Okay. Basic premise: guy is in love with his teacher, and he's like a senior in high school. Tells him how she feels. She's like, "No, we can't do that. You're my student." So he gets rejected. He goes to a mixer, meets this other girl. This other girl who's like a dairy, is like, goes up to him. He's like, "Hey, you want to get out of here and like fuck?" And so they do. So they fuck, and he goes home and he finds out that his dad is he's been dating this lady is getting married, and they're about to bring in the lady's like kids, and he finds out, oh no, his teacher and the girl that he fucked are sisters. Oh no.
That could be a problem.
That is a problem because literally the sister, as soon as he sees them, he recognizes both of them, but then the teacher notices that he recognizes her sister, and he's like, "How do you know each other?" And he's like, and she's like, "Well, we met at a mixer and then we fucked." And she's like, but you guys are blood relatives. You can't do that. And the sister's like, but it's not like we're siblings now. You can't do that. It's like, we're not blood related.
One of that old story again.
Which is like the biggest, like, oh my god, I can't believe this show did that. And and basically it just like it keeps getting escalating the stakes. So like he falls in love, like his teacher starts like realizes her feelings for him and starts sleeping with him, but then she's like, well, they're still in school, so she leaves that school to go to a different school so that she doesn't ruin both of their reputations, so that he can. It's just it escalates even in the manga continuing, where like years later he marries the girl that he fucked, which then causes her sister to fall into a coma. But he's still in love with the teacher sister, and he has a child with his sister, but the sister's
no.
but it's just they're like, that's your aunt, and so she gives up the daughter to them so that because when she wakes up, she takes over the daughter and mom because he's married to her, and it's just trash. It's the biggest trash
Sounds
fire.
like trash.
There's no way for me to ask this without sounding mean, but a lot of these stories, do they come from people who are attracted to women who have so little exposure to actual women outside of their related families that this is the only thing they can come up with?
Domestic girlfriend
I'm so tired of this trope of, oh, is it okay? I mean, we're related, but we're not really related. I'm like, you know what? No. If that's your family reunion, just no. How about that?
Domestic girlfriend is written by a woman.
That's what makes things worse. Huh?
I think it's literally just
it could work the other way around too. Is it guys? Is it women who are attracted to this concept or what? I don't know.
think it's just something that sells. Just these types of stories, because that's also like what the redo of a healer author says is basically he sees all these revenge stories where the revenge dies off after a couple chapters, so he just wanted to create a revenge story that is all about revenge and escalates it, and like, what is the worst thing you can do? It's the RA word that you can do to a human being, and he goes real ham on that, and it sold well manga wise.
No,
and
it's bad.
The anime did well because it has a uncensored and censored version. The censored version literally just has like a 5-minute long scene that's just the camera is just staring at a fireplace with the dialogue going over. It's very weird.
Sounds like interspecies reviewers.
Interspecies
Which
reviewers
I actually did really like, by the way.
Is really great, but the fun fact about that is that the manga didn't have the sex scenes. The anime added the sex scenes. So that makes it even better, because the animators who just went like, you know what, fuck it, why not?
I mean, given the subject matter, it's like, how are we gonna make this whole thing about sex? And be like, well, no, you can't show sex. It's like, well, why not? It's sex positive. It's 100%. Unlike most anime, it's anime that have lots of sex in it. It's all consensual.
Yeah.
Can't say that about Ninja Scroll, but anyway.
So yeah, that's just, I just like trash every once in a while, and like,
it can be fun. Trash is fun sometimes.
Yeah. Like the dumpster.
I'm the one trying to get you to watch Mad Bull 34.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, look that one up.
Yeah. What? How do you spell it?
Mad Bull
34.
Yeah, Mad Bull 34.
I'm just gonna look at the cover images and see where we're going with this.
What the fuck is it's a cover?
Oh, it's like an 80s anime. Oh, is this is this the anime where the guy just starts screaming like random words in English to that one black guy? He's like, I like gum or whatever.
Possibly. I actually haven't seen Mad Bull 34 in Japanese. I've actually only ever seen it dubbed, because the Japanese version takes itself seriously, and the dub is hilarious.
Yeah. Hold on.
This anime had the ending theme composed and performed by James Brown. Are you shitting me? That's awesome.
Maybe. I mean, I know that the English version had different music, and the Japanese version had a different soundtrack. So yeah, again, I actually haven't seen the Japanese version all the way through. I've only seen a bit of it. One of these days I'll go Japanese, but the dub is hilarious.
Let me post it on the podcast thing. It's this scene right here.
Fried chicken, hamburger, hot dog. I'm sorry, Hige. So what the fuck?
Wait, let me see something. It's in podcast stuff.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I don't think this is it, but still.
Yeah, the art style is similar. I thought it was.
It's possible. It's definitely from the same era, but that looks familiar though.
Weird. Okay, so anyway, that's Osamake. If you like trash rom-com animes where characters are stupid, watch it. Zombieland Saga Revenge is really good. I never expected I would get into an idol anime, but here we are. It's a bunch of idols from different eras that were brought back to life by this one dude so that he can revitalize the city of Saga in Japan. And the first episode of the first season is probably the funniest like intro, because it's the main character who's this high school girl who's about to go and audition for her favorite idol group, and I won't say I just something happens obviously that causes her to die, but the way that
I see what you say about a truck.
she's hit by a truck, but it's not just the truck, it's what happens. Basically, okay, I guess have either of you seen it? Have either of you seen the first episode?
I only saw the one clip where she gets hit by the van. That's
Okay.
it.
So let me see if I can find the clip of the van.
It's been memed so much. It's like people edit to the scenes where like Dio runs her over.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like
Is Mickey Momo the one that started that trend of the main character getting hit by a truck?
Something.
'Cause I think-
Somebody, because it's in every isekai now. Every single time, it's always a truck.
Because I think Mickey Momo may have started Magical Girl Mickey Momo. I think that's the one that started that. I think that was the one that started it, because the show where infamously somewhere like halfway through the show the main character gets hit and killed by a truck.
Yeah, I'm gonna post it.
Right the fuck out of nowhere.
I'm also gonna post this scene in the podcast tab.
Oh my god.
Hopefully it does it. Yeah. Sure. No, hold on. It's not doing it correctly. Yeah, no, it's not doing that. Truck scene. Original.
Ave Maria?
No, it's not supposed to be Ave Maria.
Oh no.
it's this truck scene.
It's supposed to be. Okay, I found the correct one. Hopefully.
Oh, does Ave Maria literally play when she gets hit?
No, it doesn't. It's this one. Okay. Share at. Hold on. Let me delete this. I'm gonna replace it. It's this one. So basically, it starts with the show starts off with like her being really excited and running out the door, and then the truck happens.
Damn it, where's that one meme video?
These are opening credits?
This is the opening credits. Yes.
It's always a truck. Every time it's always a truck.
It's always a truck, and the driver never always gets away. But yeah, so basically it starts with that opening, and it just sold me because of how fucking funny it was. Because I was told to go in it blind, and I ruined watching it. But like if you go in blind and that happens, and you're hearing like the screamo metal, it's just the funniest shit. But as the show goes on, it's actually like a really, really well like character driven story about like all the girls and stuff. Has the first trans idol character in anime.
Sorry, I'm not laughing at that. I'm
not laughing at that, but like
I found the clip.
Yeah. So it's really impressive. Like the first season had some really good.
I'll be right back. Sorry.
Giorno and Dio go to McDonald's. Yeah.
You got a friend of mine. I think this show came out not too long ago, right?
The first season came out like 2 years ago. Yes. The
Yeah, I
second
remember
season was recent.
a friend of mine was showing me this because he kind of become fascinated with idol culture and also how corrupt it was. But
it's absolutely pretty disgusting, to be honest.
But yeah, he was showing us that show, and I thought it was pretty funny.
And the show does it does do like a critique of like the idol industry, because literally the only way that this idol group can exist is because they're all zombies, and they're only able to pull off like being like a great show is because they're dead. They literally have an entire show where they get struck by lightning, and they do like weird special effects by using the lightning that's being struck between them. And all the crowd's like, wow, that's some great special effects. How are they doing that with all those lasers and stuff? It's
yeah, definitely some.
it's really good. The second season goes in more depth into the certain characters that didn't get a shine in the first season. In particular, there's one character who's from like the Edo period. That last week after I watched the episode, I actually looked up the history of Saga Prefecture, and was like super like interested in like this point in time in history, and like wow, I didn't expect to look up Wikipedia looking up the Saga Rebellion of 1878 because of this. And yeah, it's really interesting. It's really good. It's also made by Mappa, who did Jujutsu Kaisen. So
Oh, nice. Yeah, they're legit. They're a really good studio.
They're a really good studio. So really good. If you like that concept, please give it a watch. I cannot recommend it enough. All the girls are cute, including the one that still acts like a zombie. It's pretty funny.
It sounds funny, and what I saw of it was pretty funny.
Yeah, it's pretty. It has some really good like slapstick too, because sometimes if like this one of the girls like cries so hard she gets dehydrated, and like a cop comes up, and she's like on the beach, and like a cop comes in, like, "Hey, little girl, what are you doing here?" And she turns to him, and she's like a sunken, deformed zombie face, and he screams and runs off. It's fucking hilarious. It's great. Or like the main character will like get shocked, and her eyes will pop up, and she's like stumbles to try to grab them and put them back in so nobody sees them. There's a lot of good slapstick comedy as well as like good character moments and stuff. So yeah, that's a Zombieland Saga Revenge, which is season 2, but Zombieland Saga original is also on there. So going back to more trash, How Not to Summon a Demon Lord Omega. If you just want
Omega, okay. There's a sequel now.
It's a sequel. I don't know why anime do sequels with like not season 2 or things, but it's a continuation of How Not to Summon a Demon Lord. If you like giant anime titties and isekai, there you go. It's there.
Well, you know I don't care for either.
Yeah.
Well, one doesn't interest me as much as some other folk, and isekai anime just.
It depends. It has to be a really good concept for me. That's why.
I like Re:Zero.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I like Re:Zero. I didn't mind Grimgar of Fantasy and Illusion. I just was annoyed because it doesn't have an ending.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
But I actually did I love the artwork in that show. It was amazing. And I was enjoying the show, but yeah, it just doesn't have an ending. And I don't know, did they bring those books out here?
I don't think so. But yeah, How Not to Summon a Demon Lord Omega. It's isekai trash with giant anime titties.
I ain't about that.
Yeah.
I ain't watching enough isekai trash where I'm like, this is done so many times. I'm tired of it.
Yeah.
I mean, that could be a whole other discussion just talking about fan service and about how it's like some shows, it's like if the fan service appeals to you, then even if it's trash, that's fine because it appeals to you.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that if it doesn't appeal to you, well, now you're on the left of the story.
Yeah,
So,
I had a discussion, air quotes discussion with my friend about that, and it didn't end well.
No.
I'm like, some of it is a bit distasteful, a bit egregious, and just a lot, just too much for me.
And some shows, yeah, where it's just in your face. I mean, that was one of the problems I had with Sword Art Online. As I'm watching this, I'm just like, I feel like they're appealing to an audience from like the 90s or the late 80s or something like that.
Yeah.
With all the assaults going on here. It's like, can y'all just not get through a season without somebody getting assaulted?
The author did apologize. He was a bad.
Apology not taken.
Well,
I'm looking forward to the new version of Sword Art Online, the movies, because it's the one based on the new novels that retell the original story.
Yeah.
Basically, the way everybody thought it was going to be. It's all about them just getting up that tower.
Yep.
And it's all from Optima's point of view.
For what reason? I don't know. I like castles.
No, the author literally so over the course of Sword Art Online's like publication and the anime, the author has consistently apologized about like all the assault and the RA word.
Why didn't he tell the people to leave it out then?
Because it's
got the ratings up.
It's just it's ratings.
Are you? Oh my god!
But he said, but the reason why he apologized is because one, the voice actresses were getting harassed about it. Two, he has said multiple times that he apologizes basically because he didn't expect Sword Art Online to blow up. He was not a great author, and that he relied on it too much and too heavily, so that
I can tell.
He wanted to try to rewrite Sword Art Online without all that stuff and try to make it better. And that's what like the newest movie I think is coming out is basically a retelling
Based on-
and based on one of his. He's basically restarting Sword Art from Asuka's perspective and rewriting the entire thing. Yeah.
Yeah, Kirito's still in it. He's still one of the main characters, but but this time, yeah, it's Asuna's point of view. So she's the main character, and he's the secondary character. But it's like I give him credit for acknowledging his faults as a writer, because I mean, he was only like in his 20s or something like that when he started, and it blew up. And there's no way he could have expected that. And I think what happened was, A1 Pictures, they adapted into an anime, I believe, and I think it was A1 Pictures. Yeah, they adapted it.
Yeah.
And they went all out with the production values. I mean, it's an incredibly good-looking show, but they also didn't pull any punches when it came to the more graphic stuff that he wrote. So I think him seeing it, he was like, "Oh shit!"
Seeing it multiple times really, I think, stuck the point of how bad he was as an author, and how bad this thing is as a concept.
It's really bad.
It's different
I mean,
writing
he obviously
about
got
it.
better over time.
Oh yeah, but he still relied on it way too much.
Yeah. Because by the time he got to the second part of season 1, where Kirito's sister is in love with him or some shit, and Asuna's trapped in a rape dungeon for half the show, it's sort of like the little snails and everything show up. I'm like, it's fun. I actually felt genuinely uncomfortable watching this. I'm like, dude, this feels like it's not like oversensitive to stuff like this or whatnot. I mean, I've seen all these old school OVAs that I love and everything like that, and they all got shit like that. But it's like that was then. Seeing it now, it just made me feel genuinely uncomfortable.
It's just a bit too much, and then it happens again, and then it happens again.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Apology not accepted, because it happened so many times where I'm like, you could have had a say in this, my dude. You do have a say in this.
Again, you have to understand that corporations own all the writings and have more control over how they're being produced animation-wise than the author does.
So I guess if they were at this point, it sounds like if something like that would happen in the movie, it probably wouldn't be because they took it out of the book. It'll be because some producer or whatnot demanded it. But I doubt it, given how much criticism it got for that. And I think what was really frustrating is that Sword Art Online has so many great ideas and such a great premise.
Yeah.
And when it doesn't live up to it, sometimes it does, but then sometimes it's like it's like you're doing it. And most times it's like they're doing it, they're living up to it, but then all of a sudden it's like, oh look, a tentacle monster. I'm like, why are you doing? You don't need to do this. You already have the great story right there.
Yeah, or at least the foundations for one. Which I think is what the revitalization is basically the entire point, because the story is now. So instead of having the original Sword Art where it was we jumped 20 floors, the new restart is basically going floor by floor by floor, so you can have more personal small scale stories and stuff, and you can see the escalation of stakes and stuff. And I've heard nothing but good things about it, but again,
a bit of an anticlimax, because at the end the guy's like, well, I don't know, I just like castles, I guess.
Well, again, it's a complete rewrite, so I don't know.
Yeah, they're probably gonna change that. Where it's like, we gotta go up this tower, and they're not even halfway through. It's like, oh, by the way, in the final boss. Wait, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But I did
it had a really cool premise. There's a lot of cool ideas. There's cool characters, and they just threw it out the window.
Yep.
I mean, there are times where it does live up to it. I loved Gun Gale. I loved that season.
Yeah.
I thought that was a great premise that I actually thought it lived up to, because it was genuinely intense. When he says okay, I don't want to give it away for anybody that hasn't seen it, but when you find out who the killer is or how they're doing it, it's genuinely intense. And to the point where I didn't pay attention to all the gratuitous booty shots of her with the gun. It's like, I don't care about that. The story's
right. And that's what I'm saying too. I'm like,
you don't need the booty shots. You got a great premise and story right here.
No, but how are you going to appeal to the otaku that watch and buy our products? We have to appeal to them.
She's already hot. Why do you gotta do this? It's to the point where it's gratuitous.
Damn it! I need my booty shots.
There's a time and a place. There's ways to do it where you can have fan service. I've seen show up when fan service did appeal to me. That I made a joke on Facebook once. I was saying how I said one of the nice things is that about being a gay anime fan is sometimes I get fan service and most people don't even see it. Like I was talking about Fullmetal the Alchemist, because the author clearly likes drawing big muscle dudes, and I like drawing big muscle characters too, just because I think it's fun.
That she does.
And she does it all the time. And like I remember in Brotherhood, there's a scene where someone gets bit, and he goes, "Oh, it's a good thing I'm so beefy, otherwise that would have hurt really badly." I'm like, wow, they're not even hiding it now.
As a hetero male, I probably never noticed that.
She throws in all kinds of fan service for her because that's what appeals to her, and or or Promare. They had two. Well, okay, actually, is that a spoiler? Spoiler?
It's Promare. It's not really. It's not a heavily story-driven lore movie. It's
okay, well, in that case, like Promare, you usually see shows like this where they'll have two guys and they'll be all ambiguous about it, but they won't say anything. But Promare is like, nah, fuck that, we're doing this.
Oh wow,
like,
they really.
Ambiguous about
I always thought that was just people shipping. They actually did it.
Have you seen the movie?
I've not. That's what I'm saying.
Oh shit!
It's fine. Again, it's not a big deal. It's triggered.
Yes, that was. I wish to God that I was in the audience when they premiered that at Anime Expo, because they probably lost their shit. Because again, they always hint at stuff like that, and they don't do anything. And this, they're like, no, these two have been like. If one of these characters was female, nobody will be surprised that this was a love story. But since both characters are male, nobody saw it coming. But when you watch the movie, you're like, no, this has been a love story the whole time.
Damn. I'm excited for Premiere.
Yeah, Promare. But on top of that, I mean, Promare is worth watching. Like, even without that, even if they hadn't done that, Promare is just amazing anyway. It's got amazing animation and...
Live with this. What is Promare?
Oh, sorry. Promare is... have you heard of Studio Trigger? Like they did Kill la Kill.
Yeah.
Promare is it's a movie they did. It's their first original feature.
It's about firefighters.
Pretty much, yeah. It's about basically...
this movie! Okay.
Yeah, people started spontaneously combusting and getting, like, this crazy firepower, so they created a firefighting unit to take them on.
Sounds like Fire Force to me.
Yeah, it literally came out the same exact time as Fire Force got announced.
And it's hard to know which one came first, because Promare had been in production for a while.
Yeah.
When you see the animation, you'll see why, but...
But also, it's like, oh, it's Kamina in one of those alternate universes, huh?
And there's another guy with the Beast dude as well. The guy with the white hair. He looks like the other character.
Mm-hmm.
When I saw, I went to the Trigger panel where they actually announced that movie and showed the first footage ever, which they kept saying, like, yeah, I don't think we're supposed to show this, but we're gonna do it anyway because we're the Trigger. And they showed a clip, and like, so you may notice that main character looks a little familiar. It's like, it's not him. But the reason why it looks like him is because that's just how I like drawing characters. So that's
It's him in a different universe, and I won't take any other answers.
The fact that it's also voice acted by Japanese Kamina is...
it's
not
Kamina. There.
It's not Kamina, guys. Totally.
No, this is him reborn. All right, guys. And I see a lot of like... I'm just looking through the trailer. I'm like... This is like a mix of Kill la Kill.
Oh, it's over the top.
They went all out with the budget. It is the animation in that movie is crazy.
I still remember the scene that's at Goosebumps is the robot man sitting in the fucking chair, putting his hand on his head on his hand and tilting it. It's like, oh, fuck.
Dude. Even the robots look like Gurren Lagann. What the?
Yep.
Okay.
Isn't it
all the same people? It's the same directors and writers. It's all the same people that Gurren Lagann.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's literally the same director and writer as Gurren Lagann.
I will show you my burning firefighter's soul. Wow, that's like the same thing, is it? Like
that's soundtrack, man. The soundtrack. That's some of the best music Hideyuki Sawano has ever composed. I listen to that soundtrack all the time. My favorite track is the song they call Nexus.
It's actually out.
Yeah, it's been out for a couple of years now.
Yeah, the movie came out in theater. I think it's getting a re-release in theaters this summer though.
Yeah,
because they wanted to screen it again last year and they couldn't. But
it's also on HBO Max too, which is nice.
Oh, it's on HBO Max?
Pretty sure.
Okay, cool. Now I can finally tell people where to watch it. But
hold on, actually, let me double check to make sure that's.
Well, what's cool is when they played that movie in theaters out here, it did so well they had to keep extending it because the shows kept selling out.
Yep, I remember that.
Yeah.
That's where I was really excited to go see it in theaters, and then I didn't go because of work.
Well, you're gonna get another chance when they play it in theaters again.
Yeah. Yep. Premiere is definitely on here. Good. But...
Okay, I can rent it for like $2. Yeah, I'll check it out. Damn, this looks. Yeah. I mean, it has everything I like. Or Gurren Lagann, Kill a Kill.
Or I could stream it for you, so you don't have to spend money.
It's only like $3.
Yeah, it's just they basically just went all out. This is what they were working on after they finished, because it's the same people that Kill a Kill as well, I think. So this is pretty much like this was their next big project after Kill a Kill was this movie.
Yep.
Yeah, I could definitely tell. My God.
It's totally coming up.
Damn, that soundtrack is so
It's
good.
so weird. I don't hear a lot of love for this thing.
Really? I hear nothing but good things about this thing.
It's
I
one of
don't
those
hear
things.
people talking about it like Kill a Kill or Gurren Lagann.
I wonder if maybe some people just didn't realize that this was like their next one, but it's one of those things where the people that did see it loved it, and I don't know, it happens sometimes. You know, the hype just kind of goes in weird directions and it passes some people. But the important thing is you know about it now, and I think you'll like it. I think you'll enjoy it. If you like Gurren Lagann, you'll definitely like this movie.
Mm-hmm.
I love Kill a Kill and Gurren Lagann, so like yeah, most likely.
Same here.
I actually never finished Kill a Kill. I got
Really?
2/3 of the way through it. I
Yeah.
kept watching it over and over again, and every now and then I go back and watch a few episodes. Oh, also, somebody watched it on somebody got into my Crunchyroll account back in the day and watched the whole damn show. So I forgot what episode I was on at the time because I wasn't using Mal.
That son of a
Damn.
bitch.
But I know where I'm at now. I just gotta sit down and do it.
Damn. All right. So I still have a couple more shows before we're done and we start talking about the news, and then we can head out for the day.
For sure. What you got?
Those Snow White Notes is an anime about a shamisen player.
So give me one.
No problem. I talked to you about this, Charles, right? Have you watched it at all or given it a
What's the name?
Those Snow White Notes?
Nope, never heard of it.
Okay. So it's basically a artsy, not artsy, but it's about like a particular instrument anime.
Oh, okay, now I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And it's talking about the shamisen, which is like a really fancy Japanese banjo kind of instrument. Cat, get off my chair. What? And they're finally doing the tournament arc, or there was the tournament arc, and it's really good, and the music's really great. I really like it. The music is really, really well done. It's really pretty to look at. It's well done. The characters are great. I don't know if it's going to be a 2-season thing, but I definitely would look forward to it if it's a second season. It's good character drama, not like too heavy on it, but yeah, it's nice. So let me just kitty cat. Yeah, it's just I don't know. It's a really good show. I like learning about an instrument that I've always heard in Japanese like media and games and stuff. I never really knew about it, and getting to hear like it being performed once a week in crazy ways, and seeing how beautiful it is, and how like crazy like impressive people who play this instrument are. With it's pretty great. I love it. If you want some like culture and artsy anime, I'd give that show a watch. But I guess we'll just wait for Greg to come back. I don't know where he went. Because I was going to talk to Soma Spider.
I think he disconnected.
Did he?
Greg?
He's muted. He's muted right now.
There we go. Sorry about that.
Welcome back. Did you hear anything?
I meant to hit the. Yeah, no, I heard everything. I had to talk to somebody for a second. But yeah, I meant to hit unmute and accidentally hit disconnect.
Ooh. Okay. So yeah, you ever heard about the shamisen?
The shamisen?
Yeah. Or do you know what it is? Or I'm pretty sure you probably heard it in like I said.
It sounds familiar.
It's the how do I describe it? I'm just gonna find shamisen. It's a basically Japanese banjo kind of instrument.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think it's one of those things where if I've heard it, I'll be like, oh yeah, that instrument, and probably just didn't know what it's called. It's like it's a string instrument, right?
You definitely have heard it in Naruto. Here, just
String instrument, right?
yeah. Just listen to this video for like a couple seconds and you'll understand what I mean.
Okay. Give me one second.
But it's an anime about.
Yeah, I know that one.
Yeah. So the anime is about this kid who is taught by like one of the greatest shamisen players, his grandfather. His grandfather passes away, and right before he passes away, he tells him, "I don't want you I don't want you learning how to mimic me. You should probably give up the shamisen if that's what you're going to do. So he goes out into Tokyo and tries to find his sound, and basically, it's just about him trying to learn how to play the shamisen that's not just for him but for other people. It's really good. It's like got some great music. I don't really know how else to describe it. It's really great music. It's character driven to a certain degree. It's not extremely character driven, but it's character driven.
Sounds cool.
Yeah, it's a really good show. I like it just to. I find it really. The only thing I will say is that it's very anime in its depiction of like tournaments and stuff and competition. Like the group of characters that become like the main group start learning, besides the main character who's learned over years, start learning how to play the shamisen over the course of like a couple months, and they place in a tournament. They've learned the instrument over a couple of months and they place, and they're still like disappointed in about them. Like, dude, like this is an instrument you literally learned over the course of a summer. Like, you should be a little bit more proud that you were able to place in something that seems like it's going to be like which had like a lot of like competition going for it.
Nope, that's not the Asian way.
Yeah, I guess it's the Japanese. Like, no, I didn't do it. I'm upset. I have to get first place. Whatever.
Exactly.
So yeah, definitely give it a watch if you want something different in your anime. If you want some culture, Japanese culture that isn't.
Have you ever seen a group did the a group of like I don't know who they are specifically, but they're pretty fucking good at the shamisen. Apparently, they did the opening to they did a version of the opening to Demon Slayer.
Yes, I think I know who you're talking about, because I think the people who do the shamisen performances in this show are done by two brothers. I forget what they're called. Shamisen brothers.
It's kind of funny, yeah. But anime about music.
The Yoshida brothers.
Okay. Anime about music can be tricky sometimes because, like you ever see the anime called Beck?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I remember I read the manga, or not the whole manga, but I read a decent chunk of the manga, the first few volumes or so, but I've seen all of the anime, and the problem is in the manga they tell you about how great and amazing everything is, but then when you see it in the anime, it doesn't always live up to it, and like inherently, because when they tell you that these are the greatest vocals they've ever heard, but then you hear in the anime, you can't live up to that. That's really tough to live up to.
Kind of
so,
like
so when they do it right, it's cool, you know?
Like how in My Hero they had like the music section in the previous season, and in the manga you're like, oh wow, this is cool and stuff, but like I'm really curious to see what they do for the animation, and the animation does live up to it, but it's like it's an original song obviously, but it's like it's hard to music is
sometimes
really
it can be hard.
It's really hard.
It can be done. But it sounds like this show they did it right though. And actually, I haven't seen that part of My Hero Academia yet. I'm actually on that season, but I read that part of the manga though.
Oh man, they did last week. They did or yesterday technically. They did the. We're all caught up on the manga relatively, right, Charles?
Yeah, I'm behind by like a chapter and a half, but otherwise, yeah.
I'm probably like behind 5 chapters.
Okay, they showed off Black Whip in the anime.
Oh,
wow!
I'm
ready?
Yeah. It's so Greg. It's animated so goddamn cool. Oh my god! I also didn't expect its coloring. What color do you think Deku's Black Whip is? And when you
black,
I guess it's not black.
White outline. Have you ever seen the in the Mandalorian? They got like this like black lightsaber. It's like a
from the Clone Wars animated series.
Yeah. I thought it'd be colored like that.
Deku's Black Whip is colored his colors. So it's like
green,
the light green and blue that you see in his eyes during the Yakuza arc. Yeah, it's that color instead of being like, but it obviously has like the black like blinds on the outside of it. But it is so freaking cool. And when you meet the third and see his is black and red. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense because everyone has their own color.
He's the one that I said was basically Hellboy.
Yeah.
That's funny.
He does look like Hellboy, doesn't he?
He does.
Yeah, I don't think that was an accident. There's a lot of blatant references to famous American superheroes, but it's funny. For the longest time, I couldn't say anything about the Black Whip
Oh my god.
because I was telling people how Spider-Man was the biggest inspiration for My Hero Academia.
Oh
He-
Oh my
and I
god.
look at him like, because at this point, especially in the manga, he basically is Spider-Man.
Yep. Yep.
He has like all the same powers. It's pretty cool. Like the Black Web is basically the web swing,
Yep. Oh,
and then
god.
the other heroes.
He technically does have a Spidey sense now too,
Yep,
right?
in the manga. Yep.
It's crazy.
He also
And he
has.
has the super strength already.
He has the super strength. He has the spider web. He has Spidey sense.
He's basically Spider-Man.
He has some. So there's the new power, or that's technically not new, but the new thing that they showed off in the recent chapters, which is he's able to channel energy inside himself and then release it and point in a direction and shoot
Like
it out.
oh, cool.
It's called like I forget, it's in the spoilers tab, but it's called like, it's based on like a Chinese martial arts or something. But I'm super fucking excited. It's really well done.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
That they animated it. So I'm looking forward to getting to that part in the anime. I just gotta sit down and just power through it so I can get to the current part, so I can finally know what I can and can't talk about.
Yeah, I'm gonna be very quiet about that until we get back to. But next week is the conclusion of that fight, and then the week after is probably going to be the start of my favorite arc.
Things get really crazy there.
Yes.
And my favorite villain, I believe, shows up in that arc.
Yes, I believe. Yes.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he's already been in the anime twice.
Yes. That's gonna be his arc. His arc and the League of Villains arc. So going back to Isekai.
I will be right back. I'm sorry.
Sure.
Okay.
So I've been watching So I'm a Spider, So What? And that show is really good.
Because there was a lot of hype behind that show for a while.
It's really good. Okay. This is probably gonna color it pretty well for you, Greg. So it's made by the same studio and the director of the Berserk 2016 and 2017 anime. They got better. They really improved upon it, because like I literally wouldn't be watching the show if it looked awful.
I can't really blame them too. I understand that with Berserk, a big contributing factor to that show's quality was just they spent so much time. Yeah, they were talking about that the other day. They spent so much time trying to establish the look of the show that they had very little actual production time.
Did they really? Oof.
Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. Is that they
were trying to work on the look before they even got to like animating. Oh my god, that's awful.
I mean, that's how you usually got to do it. Is you gotta do lots of tests. You got to figure out what the show's going to look like. The problem is they spent so much time trying to figure out how to adapt the style into a CG anime. And on top of that, the studio, I don't think it ever actually made an anime before at the time.
I think they've only did supportive work on like idol anime, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, they hadn't done a whole series, so there's just lots of circumstances like that.
So they got redeemed with this show. So I'm a Spider, So What
That's cool.
is an isekai about so it has a really interesting premise. First off, so obviously it's about like a girl who gets isekai'd into a fantasy RPG world where she's, instead of being a human, she gets isekai'd as a spider, and she has to basically fight for her survival as a spider in this legendary dungeon that has legendary monsters and stuff. And she's voiced by the voice actress who plays Froppy in My Hero. I forget what her name is, but she's very high energy, very energetic, and like is super funny. But as the show is going on, you also find out a little bit more about the world. You also find out that she's not the only one that got isekai'd, because the concept is that she was basically taking in class with her classmates, and a giant explosion happened in their classroom, and basically isekai'd every single person in that room.
Oh, jeez.
And so certain people get reborn into different parts of the planet that they're now a part of. Certain characters are like nobility. Some people got turned into other monsters, though there's one girl who got turned into an earth dragon. There's one girl who got turned into a No, it's like an actual Earth dragon. Like she for the
Oh.
for the majority of the show, she's an Earth. She's like literally a dragon who then eventually gets like a humanoid form. But
As they usually do.
as they usually do, there's a girl who got turned into. There's a boy who got turned into a girl.
Nice.
Which is interesting because like there's like a whole things like the girls all like talk to them and like help them with as like one of the main male characters is like, but aren't you? Isn't that kind of you? And he's like, shut up. It's not how that works. So the plot mostly revolves around Kumiko, who's just like learning about the world and getting stronger and stronger, and trying to escape from the Great Labyrinth, while also having like the human story, where like there's this war between humanity and the demons going on, and there's plots and stuff that you're not really getting, but they connect to the past, to the part with the spider, where you find out that the spider is actually taking place 15 years prior to the human story, and you're trying to see how like they connect, and it's really really interesting concept wise, and I really like the show. The comedy's really great. The action's somewhat like really impressive for CG. Like most of the CG fights are pretty good, especially with the spider fighting up against like monkeys and bees and wasps and eventually a dragon.
The Japanese have been getting a lot better with that lately.
Well, yeah,
I think the best CG anime I've seen so far has got to be Dodo Hey Dodo.
Yes, I can agree with that, and that's by Mappa again. I told Greg before, this show is being animated by the team that worked on Berserk 2016 and 2017, so they've actually come a long way since then.
Oh man, yeah, definitely. Jeez.
and Greg told me that apparently the reason why that show did so bad was because the entire majority of the time the studio was working on nailing the look of Berserk, and they had very little production time, and that's why we get Guts hobbling away with a mouse hobble, which makes a lot more sense now, and I feel bad because obviously it's not their fault. They tried their best to nail the look so that it looked so people would be that's
what's
Berserk.
important is that they learn.
Oh yeah, and they very much learned from that with Soma Spider.
I'm still of the belief that I don't think Berserk can be animated.
I don't think it can.
Now it can never be.
No.
Well, hold on. I think the movies have done a pretty good job with that.
The Golden Age Arcs movies did really well, but I don't think.
But here's the problem, though. Those were movies, and they were only able to do the Golden Age arc.
Yeah.
And even then, they couldn't do it without a lot of CG. But it's more of, I just don't think that story from start to wherever it finishes, I don't think you can do it with animation, because hand-drawn animation, the characters are too detailed, and artwork is too detailed. CG, as we've seen, it's a little too difficult to nail that look consistently, with CG. And I just think that, I don't know, I think it's just best suited as a manga.
Yeah. They would have to do something like what they did with Jobless Reincarnation, where they just create a studio dedicated to making that one show.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah. Because Jobless Reincarnation is some fucking gorgeous art. And the fact that, like, it's filled with, like, talented people who are just working on that and able to nail the look of like a weird, like a mixture of Western and Ghibli-esque like animation to be like this fantasy book style art style, is impressive.
Not to mention, it's like Akira was made, and they made a studio just to make that movie.
Yeah. And
really? Holy
yeah.
crap.
The Akira Committee, because it was basically sort of, it's like it says made by Akira Committee. That was all these studios that all came together to make this one movie.
Yeah. That
practically destroyed the economy and just giving how much money they spent on it. But it was worth it.
Dude, I don't know how many frames they used for each shot in that movie.
I think they spent more time animating shattering glass than some movies spent in their entirety at that point.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, so I'm a Spider So What is really interesting. I really like it.
I'm glad it's living up to the hype from what I've heard.
Yeah, its concept is interesting. Like I said, Greg, like you and me, I agree that a lot of isekai is trash because there's no interesting hook anymore. or if there is a hook, it has to be like really, really good to get into it. Like ReZero's hook, where the main protagonist dies and restarts from a certain checkpoint. So I'm a spider. The main protagonist is literally a spider monster and has to literally fight her way through to survive, like stuff like that.
I think what also makes ReZero stand out a little bit more is that a lot of these shows, they have these characters go to other worlds and whatnot, and they just become overpowered.
Yes.
Whereas ReZero, it's like, this guy can't do shit. And he constantly is tormented by the fact that all he can do, that he's just a human, he's got no superpowers, and he can't tell anybody about his ability, literally can't tell anybody. So it's like, he just does whatever he can, and he has, he has several mental breakdowns because of the stress from it. And that's not something that you usually see in stories like that.
Yeah, especially, and then he becomes like suicidal too, because of all the times he's died and stuff. Because I mean, literally, like in season 2, he like within like a couple episodes, he tries to restart to save somebody and kills himself. And once he sees that result doesn't work, like his checkpoint got moved, he's like, "Fuck." Shit, fuck.
Yep.
And then you like just the concept of like, well, okay, so yeah, he has a checkpoint system, right? What happens to those timelines after he dies? Dealing with that concept, because he has to deal with that, because he has to deal with the realization that every single time he dies, he leaves people behind that cared about him, and they have to keep going on without him. And the world ends usually because of that.
Or maybe the worlds converge into one when he gets the best ending. No. We're not gonna get that.
ReZero specifically sets it up that each timeline is separated by a death, and that.
Oh my.
Yeah.
So he's basically been creating all of his alternate timelines and didn't realize it.
Yeah, and dooming every single one that isn't the perfect timeline that he gets to.
Oh man, so there's a rabbit timeline.
Yeah, well, that's basically the end of the world for that timeline and whatnot. So hooks like that, like those are really interesting. Hooks like the show I'm going to talk about in a little bit called Tokyo Revengers is also really interesting. It's not an isekai, but it also has like that time looping sort of concept.
Also, shout out to AJ Beckles for getting. I forgot the character's name, but congratulations on
Yes, I'm very excited to see how he does, because that's.
Well, I heard his performance so far has been pretty good.
I read after last night's episode, I might have read like over 100 chapters of the manga to see where the show goes, and boy howdy, that fucking
Fuck. Sorry.
You're good.
Okay.
The Tokyo Revengers fucking oof. Whew. That goes places, man. I'm really excited to see some of that stuff animated.
I've heard that show's supposed to be really good.
It's really good.
Also, my apologies. Actually, while we've been talking, I've been grinding in Dragon Quest 2.
No problem. It's fine.
Okay. I usually I do the same thing. I just like grind on the side. Yeah. Turn my brain off for the game.
And for those of you who are familiar with Dragon Quest, if you die, you are fucked.
Yeah.
You die in real life.
Because the whole reason I'm grinding is to get money so I can buy all the best weapons, and every time a character dies, it cuts your stupid health in half. Or it cuts your money in half.
Oof.
Oh, that's...
If your party gets wiped out, so yeah.
There has to be a mode to turn that off. Or no.
Probably a mod.
Nope.
But...
This is the NES, so nope.
Oh, no.
Yep.
So yeah, besides that, I'm just gonna keep going in order. So I've been watching Spider Isekai. Watch Spider Isekai. It's good. Dragon Quest. Greg.
Yeah.
Shit's good.
Yes.
Shit's
it
good.
is good. I really wish more people watch it.
Charles, you gonna watch it like I recommend?
I'm gonna watch it. Yes.
Cool.
I can't find it. Let me.
It's on Crunchyroll. I'm literally staring at it right now. The Adventure of Dai.
Either Adventure of Dai or Dino Daiboken. But it should be either way. It should be listed as Dragon Quest.
Yes.
Man, I have so much to watch. This is good. This is good. I have the Adventure of Dai.
The Adventure of Dai. Yes.
Okay.
And before we talk about that, I got to give a shout out to another anime that was a parody of Dragon Quest called Magical Circle Guru Guru, which is also on Crunchyroll, and that show was fucking hysterical.
That does sound familiar, huh?
Yeah, Magical Circle Guru Guru. It is hilarious, and it's a parody of. If you love JRPGs, you will love that show. Yes. But Dragon Quest, yeah, it's just a really fun show. It's just
If you miss like Saturday morning, like WB cartoon anime,
Those were the days, man.
it's got the look and tone of it, but it's obviously like not that. It's just it's just a really good like shonen. Like
I'm just gonna trust your word on it because this does look somewhat generic.
it's really good. It's trust me, it's good.
I'm kind of done with generic. Like
Well, this one, it's based on a manga that was an adaptation of Dragon Quest. It was not a specific game. It was kind of just an original story, but set in a Dragon Quest. It was manga that was made in like the early '90s, I think.
Second best selling Shonen Jump series of all time.
Yes, it was very popular when it came out.
Yep.
It came out like when Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3 were coming out.
Was being published as the same time as Dragon Ball, by the way.
so it was only second to that.
Yep.
Yeah, it was very popular.
I think technically it's second to One Piece at this point, but yeah.
And they did
Because
and
One
for
Piece
Shonen
is
Jump,
basically
popular.
yeah. So
I don't think anything's gonna pass One Piece anytime soon. But with Dragon Quest, yeah, the manga was made in the early '90s, and they made an anime back then too. But it was produced almost at the same time, so they couldn't adapt the whole story because it was still going. But this version that they're doing right now, it's like Fruits Basket and Full Metal Brotherhood, where it's readapting, except it's staying 100% faithful.
Oh man, you put it down in Brotherhood. I'm like, okay, I'm already in.
yeah.
Well, like Brotherhood, in that you don't have to watch the previous show or anything like that. It stands completely on its own because it's a straight adaptation of the manga.
And it's a good adaptation, right? That's
Yes.
important.
I've not read the manga, but everybody I know that did said that yes, it's very faithful to it. Only catch is they had to tone down some of the splurting blood and whatnot because TV standards have changed since the early 90s.
That's fair.
But other than that, yeah, it's fun. Like all the fights are over intense and whatnot, like just the right kind of over intense, and they always get fucked up too by the end of each match.
That's the shit I love right there, man. Yeah, I'll definitely give it a watch. I have a lot to watch. I got put down 87. I even put down the taking in the little girl chick. Like I shaved, and I also took in this runaway. I got that listed. I'm like, fuck it. Maybe I'll just watch One Piece going forward because I'm at the end of Big Mama's arc, and like I'm just hearing all this stuff about Wano, and I'm like, I want to watch it, man, because this is so good. And you guys haven't spoiled me on anything that big, so like, don't worry about that.
Isn't Wano the arc right after Big Mom?
Yeah, I'm like literally at the end, where the girl turned into her crazy feral form, and then Sanji's just about to say goodbye to the three-eyed chick, and like this is literally at the end of the Big Mama arc. I already got past the Katakuri fight. Awesome fight, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Katakuri is such a good character, and I'm glad that he's definitely. Anyway.
It's kind of funny, the whole gag of him not wanting people to see him eating. It's kind of funny. I partially sympathize with that because I remember there was a period where I was super self-conscious about eating for some reason.
That's weird.
I think it's because I got teased for being fat a lot when I was a kid. I think it just made me a little self-conscious for a while. Now I don't give a shit. But
that's such a weird thing. It's like you need to fucking eat. Like whatever. Anyway,
just, like, sometimes I eat certain things and I would just.
Greg, do you have a big mouth with shark-like teeth and
I got a big mouth,
like elongate itself?
I mean, I got a big ass head.
we all.
Yeah.
That's
whatever.
Watch Dragon Quest, please.
I have got that.
Not just you, Charles, but more people. Just everybody, just watch it, please.
This is really weird. Crunchyroll has a watch list and a Crunchy list now. I don't know what's the deal with that.
Maybe Crunchyroll originals, maybe, or
why the hell do they have two types of watch lists? Whatever.
But Dragon Quest. With Dragon Quest, the anime series, I think a lot of people who saw the original series are definitely watching it now because the previous fight was originally the last fight in the old anime, and but not obviously not in the manga. So everything in anime right now has never been adapted before.
I thought everything before the last fight was what it ended on before it got adapted. So the last fight was new.
Yeah, I think so. Because somebody told me that was originally the final. Him, I don't want to say who it is because it's a spoiler, but
I'm
him
also
versus
trying to.
that guy originally, I guess I was told that was the final battle of the original anime. So everything from then on, or maybe, or something like that. From what I was told, basically everything at that point on was new.
Time to check.
Like when he shows up, or something like that. But either way, yeah, it's very shonen. It's very Shonen Jump, but and very RPG. But that was the point.
Oh, I don't care. So long as it's entertaining and it's hype as fuck. That's what I care about. If it's hype as fuck, I'm for it.
Oh no, you're right. That is the. I think that is. Yeah, it is the fight. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, the fight. It's just funny because the fights are brutal to the point where I'm like, I legitimately don't know who's gonna live and who's gonna die in this fight. So,
Oh yeah, I need to start watching Demon Slayer too. I haven't watched that yet.
I still need
Demon Slayer is awesome.
Yeah,
That's another one of those anime where I can't really see it does anything new, but everything it just does really, really, really well.
A lot of people just like a lot of people say good things about it, and I'm like, this just kind of looks generic. But even my friend who doesn't even watch a lot, he's like, damn, this is really good. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'll watch it then.
Yeah, it's just again, it's a lot of stuff we've seen in Shonen before. It just does it really well. Like the animation is really well. The fight scenes are incredible. Like, the animation and the fight scenes for a TV show were mind blowing.
the choreography too with the CGI. Oof.
Yeah, and when I saw the movie, I was like, okay, even when I'm watching the movie, it's like the animation was consistent and a little bit better than the TV show. Which I'm like, well, the TV show was known for looking really good, so I can't really complain that it looks like the TV show at that point. But then as it got later into the movie, I'm like, oh, that's where the budget went. All right. They pulled a gunbuster. They put the whole budget of the show into 2 battles.
Still feels really bad that the author didn't see any money from the movie.
What?
Oh, yeah, it's not a bad deal apparently.
Yep.
Wow, that's really fucked up.
Like the worst deal possible for this outcome.
I think it's because she didn't expect. It's a female, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she didn't expect it to blow up the way it did because it didn't blow up until the anime came out. And by the time the anime came out, the manga was already almost done.
Yep. I think she literally published the last chapter last year.
Yeah.
So.
And
so not too long. Yeah, not too long after the anime finished.
Yep. And then literally Japan went through a period of time where they were running out of Demon Slayer merch because the entire country was running out because of Demon Slayer. No, I'm not kidding. Like they were literally running out of Demon Slayer merch because it was just this fucking crazy. Like people were just wanting it. The kids just loved it. It's good, but Jesus Christ.
That's like that happened with My Neighbor Totoro. You guys seen that movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, My Neighbor Totoro did not do good in theaters at all when it came out because it was a double bill with Grave of the Fireflies. There's a whole story behind that, but it didn't do good. It underperformed. But the critics liked it. It just didn't make a lot of money. But then they played it on TV and they did like some contest where they said like, "Hey, we're gonna broadcast My Neighbor Totoro. Tell us why you love Totoro, and we'll send you one of these." So write us a letter. Tell us why you love Totoro, and we'll send you one of these little plushies. Then,
there we go.
and then they couldn't fit the letters in the building.
Jesus.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And Totoro merch became really hard to find because they couldn't print enough of it. And even to this day, I think Totoro is still one of the highest selling home videos in Japan.
Wow.
It's crazy.
So yeah, it got super popular just from that one broadcast, and then everybody went out and bought the video, and then it just became a classic.
That's good.
Yeah.
It was a cute film with a very aesthetically pleasing furry character.
Yeah.
Yes. You ever watched the old dub of that movie where his voice was fucking terrifying?
No.
20th Century Fox dub, they didn't have a lot of money to do that dub, so they didn't have a lot of money for the audio engineering and whatnot, so it's all distorted, and it sounds terrifying.
Good.
The only thing I remember is just Totoro just keep putting out on that little umbrella on top of the little girl.
Yeah.
Until the bus comes around, and I was like, oh, that's cute.
I love that scene. I love it because that scene just goes on and on and on. And I saw an interview with Miyazaki, and they said that he said he just kind of kept extending it while they were boarding it, and the longer they extended it, the better the scene got and the funnier it got. So he just kept making it longer and longer.
Just like
it's an iconic scene. It's an
oh yeah.
Just like the elevator scene from Ava. It just has.
It's just good.
Yeah.
Good timing. It's just all the tension in the air. Oh snap! I need to start watching the Ava films too. Crap.
Yeah, I need to rewatch the rebuild so I can watch 4.0 or 3.1 point whatever 4.0.
No! Damn it! One of my characters got killed again.
So yeah, the Dragon Quest. We talked about My Hero Academia. Shit's good. Can't wait to get to the next arc. Don't Toy With Me, Miss Nagatoro is a really good rom-com.
Oh, that's the name of the show.
It's also like, hey, what if your kink was literally getting bullied by a girl?
No, that's some trash, man.
No, getting bullied by a girl like playfully, not like mean.
Being teased by a girl then.
No.
I was about to say, like, you sure I'm not talking about Evangelion?
No.
Man, this is like some sit snap kind of weird territory going on here.
Yeah, this
Man,
is
just
very
love
much
us for all the wrong
70s
reasons.
shit. Yeah, it's really good. I love the comedy between the two characters. It actually starts getting pretty wholesome at moments because while Nagatoro is obviously like the tease, sometimes the senpai character will like call her bluff, and she'll like freak out because she didn't expect him to call her bluff, and she's actually like shy on the inside. So like there was in the recent episode like what is a way to describe it? He's giving her a piggyback ride and she's about to fall off, so he tries to like grab her up, but he grabbed her a little bit too far on her thigh, so she just falls off and just like, I'm going, bye, and she just starts sprinting, and he's like he's like, oh well, he apologizes, he's like, oh, I'm sorry, and she's like, I'm gone, and as she's leaving, it then changes from his perspective to her perspective, and she's like she's running and like crying almost at the same time, as like because she's so embarrassed about it. There's another scene where she what is the one? It's just really like, there's like really wholesome moments between these two characters, and I just really like, I didn't expect to like care about these characters. I thought it was just going to be a gag slapstick anime where I'm going like, have you guys either of you seen the TV show Community?
Yeah.
A little bit of it, yeah.
The scene of the dean who says, I really hope this doesn't wake something in me. It's just that
I don't remember that one. No.
It's pretty early on where he's like watching like two dudes in fursuits. He's just, I hope nothing awakens inside me. That's, and it's just, but it's like, yeah,
degeneracy.
Yeah. Hey. Stop that. This is a good show. It's really wholesome. I didn't expect to. It's lewd in like innuendo wise as fuck, but it manages to balance the lewdness with the wholesomeness pretty well.
So long as there's a good balance.
There is, trust me. It's very well done. Also, you can very much tell that the artist who originally drew this did hentai, and he did.
Mm-hmm. As you always mention.
Yeah. Hey, hentai gets you practice so that you can do
stuff like it's good.
Nagatoro or Food Wars. You know,
I have literally seen people who just drew hentai and they've become amazing artists. So yeah, don't knock it till you try it.
You know me, I'll never judge that. There's a word for artists who say that they've never drawn anything erotic. They're called liars.
Yeah. Damn it! Yes. God. Yeah, you're right, Greg. You're on the ball on that one. Don't ask me. Don't.
They don't always publish it, but everybody's done it.
Done what? Sorry, I had to take
Drawn something.
It's curiosity.
Yeah, I was saying every artist has drawn something erotic, even if they don't show it to people.
Yeah, a lot of my
no one shall ever know.
My artist friends, like they've shown me some of that stuff. I'm like, wow, this is really impressive, and then they hide it and never show it to me eever again. It's like, I'm not embarrassed about it. It's like, I don't care.
Draw me like one of your French girls.
Yeah. So that's Don't Toy With Me, Miss Nagatoro. Really good, funny, wholesome, lewd anime. It's great. Togi Revengers. We talked about this. Very good show. Delinquents, but with time travel, kinda.
Cool.
So one of my characters died and I accidentally saved the game, so now I gotta figure out how to reply to them.
break the
Yeah, no Phoenix sounds in this game.
smash the NES and you play that game on like mod or something on a computer. You never have to deal with that. So yeah, Tokyo Revenger is basically 26-year-old washout kid finds out that the only girlfriend he had in middle school got killed by an accident by this big well-known gang. He's like really upset about it, but he can't really do anything.
They killed a middle school girl.
His former middle school, high school, like former middle school girlfriend. So they're like, but it's obviously like she's an adult now, and he's an adult. He's 26, and he's just like a washout. He works at a retail store, and he just kind of isn't doing anything with his life.
I know that feeling.
He finds out about it on the news, and he's pretty upset. He's pretty upset about it, and he's about to go on the subway to get home, but then suddenly he's pushed onto the tracks, and that's when he dies, or he was supposed to.
Gets isekai'd.
He doesn't get isekai'd. He gets sent back 12 years into the past when he was in middle school, right before when he was in the height of his delinquent days. And he and his friends are like part of like a delinquent group at the middle school that he runs at, and basically he remembers the time back in middle school where basically after one encounter with this other middle school's delinquent group, which are much stronger than them, he and his friends became slaves to that group, and had to spend the rest of their middle school year basically being like bullied and like forced to run errands and beaten the shit out of for this group. And so he decides to he decides he doesn't want to do that anymore, and obviously like the events still play out the same except slightly different, and he's like, well shit, I guess this is just how it's going to be. And right at the end of the first day that he's there, he sees this kid getting bullied by two other delinquents, and he's like, hey, stop that, and he beats the shit out of those delinquents, and he helps the kid. He's like, hey, are you okay? And he's like, oh. And he finds out that the kid is the brother to his middle school girlfriend. And in a moment of, I don't know, he just decides to say fuck it.
Clarity?
Not clarity. He just decides to say fuck it. Because he assumes this entire time that he's just like dying and having a dream. He tells the kid, hey, 12 years from now, your sister's going to die in this accident. You should really, really become a cop.
Oh, man. Yeah, I bet he sounded a little crazy there.
You would think so, right? Because, like,
yeah,
but the kid nods and he's like, okay, I will. I'll become a cop. And so he nods.
He becomes a cop.
He nods his head, and Takemichi shakes his hand. And as soon as he shakes his hand, Takemichi ends up back in the present, where he's in the subway booth being like talked to by this police officer, who he finds out is the kid who took his advice and basically became a police officer so he could protect his sister. But he tells him that while he was able to change the future so that he survives and so that he becomes a police officer, he's still his sister is still technically killed in that accident. And so he finds out that Naoto, the brother, and him have a way for Takemichi to go back into the past 12 years to the date of when he shakes his hand, because when he shakes his hand, it allows him to send him back into the past. And yeah, so basically it's just him trying to figure out how to stop Hina from being murdered. And
classic time travel story. Got it.
Yeah, and basically it's just all that sort of stuff. And the whole gimmick is that every single time he seems like he fixes everything in the past, as soon as he comes back, the future's worse. It's way worse than it was before, and he basically has to like figure out why is it worse than the worst before, and then goes in the past, tries to fix the problem, and does that over again. The delinquents that he meets, particularly the two main ones, Mikey and Draken, are really, really great characters. I love all the characters except for like the bad guys, and obviously that you find the worst irredeemable ones. It's really well done. Really excited to see the stuff that I've seen get animated. I really hope people check it out.
Oh, I got it on my watch list. I am ready.
Yes.
Sounds good.
I'm probably gonna check out the English dub so I can hear people that I worked with and know.
Oh, isn't Brian in there too?
Brian, I think he is. I don't know if he confirmed anything. I know he confirmed that he was.
He was in something a while ago.
He was in the Pretty Boy Detective Agency, which is like basically new Ouran host club, but with detectives instead of hosts. From what I've been told.
That's an interesting kink people have.
Yeah, I mean, apparently it's really well animated. Looks like it's like super pretty. I haven't yet to watch it, but I'm definitely gonna watch it when I get the chance.
Beans.
So that's Tokyo Revengers, and the last show that I've been watching is obviously Digimon Adventure, the reboot. And boy howdy, they saved up all their money for those first couple episodes and for this last week's episode.
I kind of dropped that show a while ago. I was going to pick up on it again later, but
Greg,
did it get better after episode? I want to say 30.
Yeah, it's still
that's a long time.
It's still pretty slow because it does the individual episodes of like the weekly Monster of the Week episodes that lead into the Millennium On thing.
One of my problems with that show is the fact that we weren't really getting character development like we did in the original series. And it kind of felt like they were almost relying on us having already seen the original series.
It definitely feels that way. There is some small like character development, but then also like some of the characters aren't the same as they were from the original series too. Like Mimi is definitely not the same type of bratty princess as she was. She's more like a confident princess type that is still working to make friends.
Did I just ruin this game forever? Sorry, I'm still getting old. Sorry, character. You're supposed to go to a priest to have them revive your characters, and I'm in the one town where apparently the priest can't do that. So I think did I just ruin the game forever?
Maybe.
Because I don't know how to
go back to an old save.
I gotta find they didn't have that in this game, but
no save system.
Just gotta find a town, I guess.
Yeah. Episode 50, they literally put all the money into this one episode, it seems.
I don't know. Waiting till episode 50 for things to get good is a.
I mean, I don't know. I'm always a fan of Digimon, and I wanted to see where it goes, so that's why I stuck with it so long.
I think I'll pick it up again eventually, just out of curiosity, because I got so far into it. It's just.
But Greg,
apparently they haven't killed Leomon yet.
They didn't kill Leomon. He's still alive. 50 episodes in.
They didn't kill Leomon.
We still got like 16 episodes to go apparently, so you know.
Now that's anxiety inducing. Every time Leomon's on the screen, I'm just like, this is it, right? It's this week, right?
Is there a lore reason why he's always killed?
They keep forgetting that they killed him the first time.
And the first time, I think, wasn't it like the director didn't like him?
I never read about what it did the first time. I just heard that by the time they got the Digimon Tri, they said something about how they didn't realize that killing Leomon had become a tradition. I'm like, how could you not know? You've done it 4 times. You killed him in the first show. You revived him and killed him. Yeah, that's right. They killed him in the first show. He didn't even appear in the second season. They killed him in the third season. They killed him twice in Digimon Savers. They killed him in One Punch Man. I mean,
they killed him in One Punch Man.
Because there's a character that looks extremely like Leomon.
Snap, you're right.
Seriously.
Yeah.
You just gotta
know that's tradition by now.
So, and he's always been my favorite Digimon, so I took that shit personally.
In Michael Jordan's voice. And took that personally.
Aslan imagery? I mean, maybe. But yeah, like it's fine. They're relying on Tai being the chosen one out of the group of them a little much. Which
I'm never a fan of that either. When it's like, why do you have 7 protagonists again?
Yeah, what's the point of having 7 protagonists if you're just gonna focus on?
Which
one?
After this episode, they're finally getting to the crests. Like the crests have shown up when they've digivolved.
What?
They're finally the crests have shown up when they've digivolved into their mega evolutions and whatnot. And especially for Tai and Yamato, for when they get into the War, Greymon, and
you mean Matt? Just kidding. Let's go on.
Everybody else can fuck off.
Everybody else can really fuck off apparently in this show. But yeah, they're finally showing off that the crests are actually like a thing again. Like they're going to be physical objects again.
They're always a thing. That's the whole point of that show.
I just remember in season, what is it? season 4, Digimon Frontier. That one, I remember they really ignored pretty much everybody toward the end because the main 2 characters got one power up after another.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Metal Greymon and Metal Garugamon are really cool, but I want to see other people shine too.
Tamers, I think, had the best balance because you had the 3 protagonists originally, and they introduced more, but but the show was always primarily focused on those 3.
Well, TK and Kairi or
Adi.
Oh, Hikari? Oh, yeah.
Hikari did get to have Angie Woman and Mega Angemon.
Yeah, like one episode.
Mega Evolution. No, like Mega Evolution into Godramon and Holy Dramon.
Oh.
And
I don't think that ever happened in the first season.
And when they did that, they made them into kaiju size. So when I say that the budget went all into this episode, you actually get to see like Godramon like slowly punch the shit out of Millenniumon, and you get to see like Pacific Rim-esque like physics.
That's cool.
Happen as their 3 giant monsters fight each other. It's pretty great.
I also like how kaiju and yokai are slowly becoming part of the English language now.
That's good. Yeah. But again,
as somebody who just watched every single Godzilla movie a few months back, I am too.
Yeah. Because when you say kaiju now, people are like, I know what that is. I'm like, it's Japanese for big monster or whatever, so whatever. It's pretty cool. And yokai.
I'm just really curious of what they're gonna do for like the next 10 to 16 like episodes, since the big bad of the biggest bads is dead.
Oh, they're gonna go fight that Digimon that dies when kids tell their dreams.
Oh god.
Didn't they do that in the first show too? They introduced the last villain like one episode before the finale.
Christ, did they? Oh my god.
Yeah,
I think they did because they beat that big like puppet mon guy, and then
I honestly
I don't really remember the first series that much.
Like
the first series, there was another character that showed up at the last second. I remember Final Fantasy IX did that too, but Final Fantasy IX is my favorite Final Fantasy.
Final Fantasy can get away with that.
I mean,
Yeah,
I guess this reboot can get away with it because it has like 10 to 16 episodes to develop that villain, but literally the Millenniumon was literally the like one character that's not the kids was like, this is literally the fate of the digital world battle. This is the finale, but it's like, no, we're gonna keep going. It's like,
no, we're gonna show Davis and all these other people.
well, I mean, they've hinted at stuff like there being the original, the first movie of Digimon, when it's like a pre-original series where it's like Tai and everybody as like even younger
As a
babies.
kid, yeah.
Oh yeah, the movie. I love that first movie. That movie's amazing.
They do hint at like certain scenes and stuff, and like.
Oh yes, that means we're gonna listen to Smash Mouth again.
Yeah.
I was yeah, I always tell people, if you get the chance, watch the Japanese versions of the first 2 movies because they're incredible. They're completely different from the English version.
Dude, the English version is like a weird amalgamation of like 3 movies in one.
Yeah, but the first 2 movies were done by Mamoru Hosoda, who I mentioned earlier, who did Girl Up Through Time and Mirai. He's got a movie coming out called Bell, and that was the first Digimon movie. Was his first movie, and it's only 20 minutes long, and it's still one of my favorite anime movies.
God, that was
like in 20 minutes, it told a more compelling story than most shows do in 50 episodes.
That was 20 minutes.
Yeah, the first movie, the Japanese version of the first movie is, I think, only 20 minutes, maybe 25 minutes. And then
like
the second movie is 40 minutes, I think.
Oh, then no wonder they.
And it doesn't
all those movies.
So much happens. Yeah.
It feels like those are so much longer in the English one. Christ.
Yeah, because the first 2 segments of those. Oh, the other reason in the English version they cut the first movie short by a lot. They cut a lot of footage out.
Did they cut the fight with Greymon and Bergermon?
They cut the shot of Greymon stabbing it in the mouth.
Oh, well,
Other than that, yeah, they kept the fight. It's just a lot of the gags got shortened. A lot of like his dad coming home drunk was cut out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, of course.
His dad was drunk. Wait, he has a dad?
Yes, in the first movie, his dad comes home completely wasted. You never see his mom's face or his dad's face, but he comes home late at night completely wasted, and that's how they're able to sneak away because his mom's dealing with him.
And it's the 4Kids version. His dad's just so tired.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I really don't know what they're gonna do with this. Right now it's just kind of like a decent like reboot, it does some nice differences, changes like slight characters to make them more tolerable and like understandable.
Yeah, that I do like.
Joe is not nearly a stick up his ass all the time. He's a lot more. He's a lot more. You know, he's trying to be the leader and stuff.
Is this Japanese name actually Joe?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I think it's spelled differently, but other than that, yeah.
I can literally understand every single reason why the English names became them, like Yamato, Matt,
yeah. Tai just kept his tie.
Yep.
Takashi.
Takeru,
Changed his last name because it was I think in the English version it was Yagami, but in the Japanese version it was Kamiya or something. Or English version was Kamiya or something like that.
It's again. There's like there is hints at like this being like a weird reboot of the universe or something and connecting. So there's maybe that is something. I don't know.
Oh, we got some whisperer bullshit going on.
Maybe, I don't know. Mimi is not nearly as like uppity princess. She's a lot more like she's a prince. Like still like she's like she's still like.
Aren't they all like 10 years old though?
Yes.
Yeah.
Except for like I think.
Joe being the oldest, probably.
Joe being the oldest, but he's like a year older.
And TK and Kari obviously the youngest.
They're all in elementary school, so Joe's supposed to be in the 6th grade. Taichi and Yamato, Sora, and are supposed to be in the 5th grade. Mimi and Koshiro are supposed to be in the 4th grade, and then I think
Hikari and Takeru are like 2nd grade.
2nd or 3rd grade, yeah.
Yeah, the little munchkins.
Yep.
That's another thing.
Oddly mature little munchkins, but little munchkins nonetheless.
Just hoping that Ty doesn't throw up in Sora's hat, so that's cool. That's all I ask.
Okay.
But yeah, like it's fine. It's a fine reboot. The animation quality is kind of a lot of the times, but
yeah, well,
the first
original
first 4 episodes make up for it because they really put like all their money into those, and then this episode they went all out. So
the original show didn't have like that crazy good animation either. They reused the transformation scenes so many times.
The first
I mentioned that was one of the I think Toei Animation had only been doing digital animation for 4 years up to that point.
Jesus.
But
yeah,
the first was Dr. Slump reboot.
The first 4 to 6 episodes of the reboot Digimon are basically the movie quality stuff. Like it's basically a retelling of the 2nd Digimon movie, the
War Game.
The War Game, yeah.
Which is amazing. I love that movie.
Yep, it's still fantastic. And they definitely put in all the money in for those 4 because they end it with Holymon. I forget which the fusion between Agumon and
Omegamon, I think.
Omegamon or Holymon or Trimon.
They brought back Diablomon, but unfortunately, I think that. Oh wait, no, they kept the name, right? They kept Diablomon. Is Diablomon in it? That's who they fought in the beginning of the show, right? Because Diablomon was the villain of the 2nd movie. They changed it into Diaboromon, I think, but it's supposed to be Diablomon.
It's the same model and the same. It's literally the same Digimon, but I think they changed the name because they also changed Gatomon to Tailmon in this one.
Yeah,
Tailmon.
That's Japanese name.
Japanese.
Yeah, that was always Gatomon's Japanese name. It was Tailmon, but for some reason they changed it to Gatomon.
Gatomon's better name.
Yeah, it's fine. So yeah, I don't know. If you like Digimon, give Digimon Adventure a watch. It's decent. And
I don't know, man. 50 episodes in.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit much.
First 4 to 6 episodes really sold me because of how well animated everything is, though. So
I mean, it's the story behind that animation that really matters.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm very picky nowadays. So
I mean, when you have less time to watch anime,
exactly. Yeah, I'm not a middle school student anymore or a high school student. I can't.
But I'll catch up.
Sorry.
Because I still really love. Because I love the characters and everything like that, and I can't believe that they haven't killed Leomon yet. So I'm happy about that.
Just cross our fingers. Knock on wood.
Didn't kill Leomon. 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
I think that was my initial review. It was like, oh, Leomon's here 10 out of 10.
I was really worried every single time he showed up and he wasn't dying. It's like, damn.
I just remember it.
You're
Season one.
traumatized.
Seriously, man.
The first season, they're like, "Oh, yeah, Digimon can come back if you want them to," and you really believe them. Like, so I guess nobody wanted him back in season 2. Dicks.
Damn.
Assholes, damn.
And then they bring him back, and Digimon trying to kill him again. I'm like, for fuck's sake.
Fool me
Yeah,
once, shame on me. Fool me
And
twice, shame on you. Fool me 3 times. Okay, now this is a pattern. You probably should recognize that this is a pattern.
Yeah, not only that, but you traumatize a poor girl. She's like depressed for like how long? That's what I remembered as a kid. That little girl just being majorly depressed after Leomon dies.
Yeah.
I remember there was talk. I remember reading about how the people that did the dub, they basically kind of put their foot down and they said, "We don't want to write any more of these stupid jokes. We want to just do the story because this is a really good story." And that's why in the later part of Digimon Tamers, you weren't hearing them make dumbass jokes for the last several episodes.
Yeah.
Because that was kind of mandated on them. They didn't want to do that. But, I think Steve Bloom was the ADR director for that, too. So he was pretty
Damn.
adamant that he said he wanted it to be faithful because it's good material.
Man, he's been in this game for a long ass time.
Oh,
Crap. He started voice acting when he was like around his 40s, though.
Yep.
Damn.
He was in. I remember he was in Goku Midnight Eye. I think that was in like the early '90s, maybe. Then again, it probably didn't actually get dubbed until the late '90s. But
Oh, this is guy.
It's like 50 something, Steve Bloom.
I think so.
I talked to his son, Jeremy Bloom, and he's like,
61?
yeah. Okay, well, that makes a lot more sense now.
Jeremy? You talked to Jeremy?
Yeah, I was like, there's this whole like post like, oh man, it's never too late to start your dreams. Like my dad started voice acting around 40. I'm like, if your last name matches up with who I'm thinking about, my God. But anyway, go on. Yeah, it's a nice.
Don Bluth didn't direct his first short film independently until he was in his 40s.
Damn.
I always beat myself up about not like starting a career yet, but like a lot of people started pretty late.
Steve
Yeah,
Bloom's Steve Bloom's only 5'11". Damn, I'm the same height as Steve Bloom. Fuck.
I met him
Damn, you're
once.
almost as tall as I am.
I met him once. He's really nice. Yeah, I did tower over him a little bit, but but no, I hear it. I mean, I'm in my 30s and I'm still trying to figure a lot of stuff because like I know what the things that I want to do. I'm just trying to figure out how to do them and make money off it full time.
Yep. That's the
Such is
thing.
life.
Yeah.
So that's all
Like,
the
all-
anime I've been watching, and besides that, I haven't really done much. I've been streaming and Mass Effect.
Oh
that
yeah,
stuff.
we're still in this section.
Yeah. I beat Mass Effect. I beat Mass Effect 1, but I also beat Resident Evil Village. That's a great game.
Everyone should play it, even if you're not huge horror fans.
Yeah. Fuck House Beneviento. Fuck that house.
That is understandable, but I love that house because it's great. That throwback to Silent Hill PT, man. That's what I'm about. Psychological horror. Anyway.
So other than that, I've been watching anime and I've been catching up with Doctor Who too. I don't know if anybody cares about that, but
No.
I'm just that show is very weird because by the time I was catching up, I got to the part where the showrunners changed, and when it does,
You mean like the Doctor Who changed?
no, like the people running the show changed.
Oh,
And
sorry.
you can definitely tell the difference because it becomes like basically a different show. Like it becomes
in a good or bad way.
It's hard to tell.
Which one is it leaning on?
It's leaning more to like less of what it was before, which was like it felt like a really good like like maybe action mystery kind of like storytelling to just this like weird not supernatural but like alien-esque. I don't know how to describe it. It feels different, and there's an entire episode that one of my friends who's like really big into Doctor Who says is like one of the worst episodes ever in the entire like 50 plus history of the entire series, and that's saying something. Because it's, like I got to it, I'm like, oh yeah, that's bad.
Big yikes.
I guess Dragon Warrior is over for the night. I can't get the game to work again.
Oh no, that's not good.
Finally figured out where I have to go to get my damn character revived.
So yeah, other than that, I've just been watching Megalobox 2, Nomad. That show's great. Definitely a darker vibe than I was expecting it because of the trailer, but holy shit, that show is like really dealing with some dark topics.
Oh yeah.
Which show? Which show?
Megalobox 2, Nomad.
Oh, okay.
Have you seen the first Megalobox?
I have.
No, I
yes.
haven't. But I heard a lot of good things about Megalobox.
Yeah, there's an old school anime. Yeah, there's an old school anime called Ashitano Joe. That came out back in the 70s, and the people that made that show, a lot of the studio that made that show, this is them celebrating the anniversary. Megalobox was the anniversary celebration of that one, where they basically kind of made it a spiritual
Successor.
not a remake. Yeah, not a remake, not a sequel or anything like that. It's just a spiritual retelling. That's the best way I can say it. It's like a similar premise, but totally different characters and everything like that, and different themes. Similar themes, but different. But it's a different show, and it kind of has the vibe of Cowboy Bebop, like in terms of like the way the character designed or whatnot. You know, there's lots of the characters are very diverse.
I can tell. I can definitely see the Cowboy Bebop.
And then you got the Samurai Champloo in there too, because they got hip hop music.
Damn, that's fuck! It has a Samurai Shampoo. Samurai Shampoo.
Shampoo.
You know what I'm trying to say? Yeah.
But it's got a. But yeah, they got it's got it's got a hip hop artist doing the soundtrack.
Oh damn.
So and it's about boxing, because Ashitano Joe was a boxing anime, so you got the boxing element in there, but the characters, the themes, everything is done really strong, and then the second one basically challenges everything because they're like, nope, they apparently did not live happily ever after. They had some problems that they still got to deal with.
Yeah, like Joe, 8 years after the ending, is like going back to where he started as an underground fighter, and he's doing pills, and he's just so fucked up.
His
Is he
family
doping?
hates him.
No, he's not doping. He's like taking like pain medication to drown out his problems. It also has. Would you say? Okay.
Horseman of anime.
Would you agree with this, Greg? That Nomad, the season 2, is very much a like spaghetti western.
Spaghetti
sequel?
Western.
Kinda, it kind of has that vibe too because there's lots of. Both shows there's lots of deserts, lots of wastelands.
Imagery of that kind of thing. The music of the OP is basically a spaghetti western.
Season 2's got a little like hip-hop finally starting to come back in the show now, but yeah, for the first part of the show was definitely a lot more mariachi is what I'm looking for. Lots of guitar,
Flamenco.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me show you the OP so you can understand what I'm talking about.
Hey man, if it has the Samurai Champloo like soundtrack-ish thing going on, I'll probably check out this thing too. I love Samurai Champloo.
So this is gonna be a lot more like spaghetti western, but yeah.
Yeah, season 2's the music vibe was definitely a lot different too.
But it's still
and the
just
ending
as
is
good.
but as the show progressed, they kind of move a little bit more back toward the hip hop as the story progresses. The music changes as the story progresses.
Yeah. Oh god, it's so good. I'm very excited about.
I got to work. Yes.
But yeah, other than that, I've been watching that. I've been watching Bob's Burgers and stuff. A lot of other
Bob's
stuff.
Burgers.
Yeah, just playing games. Watch Scott the Woz, his 200th episode. It was an hour about just the fact that all his videos have like a blue border around it, and how he's the only one who notices it. So he literally like announces it to the world. And so that other people can see it, and then it ends up with him and his friends all seeing it, and they go into space to destroy the blue bordered spaceship so that he can see it, so he can take on the burden. It's stupid and fun. It has his humor, which is I personally really like. But yeah, otherwise that's pretty basically what I've been up to the last couple weeks. I think we're good to go into the few news stories that we have, and then we can end the podcast because we're going on almost 5 hours now.
Yeah. Hey,
it's been a minute since we did one of these podcasts.
Indeed, and that was enough content to last quite a while. So it's not too bad.
And thank you for having me, by the way.
Yeah, no problem.
Always happy. You can always feel free to join us.
Plus, Greg, we got to get on that Final Fantasy 14 too.
Yeah, I've been busy with the I've been busy with the illustrations and whatnot. This is the longest I've gone without drawing anything for a little while, except yesterday when I was gone all day. But yeah, But no, we'll definitely get back on 14. Like during the week, I'll set aside some time so we can play that.
Okay. I thought we were gonna do some tonight. That's all.
Oh yeah, tonight later after the pod. Oh, I gotta get dinner after this. But yeah,
Yeah,
later
This is
tonight.
me,
I also gotta get dinner. So
Yeah,
this is me entering into a conversation. Just Final 14, just shoving that in, just
yeah,
a little
Yeah.
envelope.
should play it the critically acclaimed Final Fantasy 14 with its free trial that levels up to level 60 and includes the critically acclaimed Heaven Sword expansion for free. As
Man,
long
we
as
are
you
not
don't spend.
sponsored.
We're not sponsored. Square Enix, please send us like money, please. I'll show.
I love your game and I love your
Please,
developers.
Please just send me Kingdom Hearts. Let me talk to
I'm
Nomura.
playing
Just
Dragon
let me-
No.
legitimately on cartridge. I didn't pirate it. Please bring out Dragon Quest X.
So yeah.
Square Enix actually hosts. I'm
Hmm.
sorry.
Go ahead.
Do they have? Do they influence Dragon Quest in any way?
Square Enix.
Yeah.
Well, Enix made Dragon Quest. Chunsoft and Enix.
Ooh.
But then when Square and Enix, when they merged,
Yeah.
the games got released under Square Enix.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right. So we're gonna talk about some sad news first.
Oh.
The author of Berserk, Kentaro Miura, passed away on the 6th of June due to, what was it, a heart complication? I forget. Hold on.
I think so, yeah.
Due to acute aortic dissection.
Yeah. That's definitely a hard problem.
A lot of people respected Berserk. I was even part of the vigil in Final Fantasy 14 with all the other Dark Knights and stuff for a little bit.
Yeah. That makes sense because Dark Knights, Berserk. Yeah.
Berserk literally inspired any character that in anime or in fiction that swings a giant sword. Cloud
Yep.
would not be Cloud if it wasn't for Berserk.
Mm-hmm. We wouldn't have Dark Souls. We wouldn't have Bloodborne.
We
all
would
that.
totally not have Dark Souls. Like I've seen when he passed away, and there were people who were sharing pictures of like comparisons to like what he inspired in Dark Souls. Dark Souls literally ripped off Berserk like 100%.
Yeah.
Not surprised.
Bloodborne literally stole the Vigil of Sacrifice 100%. They just added a couple more lines. That's about all they did. So yeah, Kento Miura, I hope you rest in peace. You inspired a lot of people, and all those people who were inspired by you will continue to hopefully live up to your legacy and make incredible art. Please, manga authors, please stop working yourself so hard, man. This is a tragedy. Like, I think I've told you, Charles, and I think Greg, you know about like the Yu Yu Hakusho / Hunter x Hunter author coming up with like the formula for how many hours of free time a mangaka has when they're working for Shonen Jump every week. You guys remember that at all, or heard about that at all?
I haven't.
Okay, so basically the author of Hunter x Hunter, when he was in still writing Yu Yu Hakusho, like in his like the letters that he gets that ask him questions, he basically explained that he came up with a mathematical formula to explain like how the industry works for mangaka to mangaka.
Artists.
How much free time they have per day if they're working on a weekly series. And basically he calculated that besides eating and drinking and going to the bathroom, a mangaka would have 3 hours of free time per a week for themselves.
That's absolutely crazy.
And that was like in like the mid 90s, early 2000s. But yeah, it is a industry problem with poor pay and high demand deadlines that has not changed and seems to have only gotten worse over the years. And it's an industry that literally will chew it, like it drains creativity too. It will chew out any new mangaka and spit them out just to get the new material and stuff, and it's really awful. And a lot of the ones who do really well don't take care of themselves. I think the Berserk art author Murasan wrote a lot of times in like Q&As and stuff about how he would constantly go to be ending up in the hospital because he would overwork himself, and seeing those like Q&A answers where he tells about that is really haunting now, because it was something that could have been completely preventable over the last 20 or so years if they just let him take care of himself, man.
Straight, I find it discouraging, when I hear, when I hear some of these stories about how this is what you got to do to succeed in this industry, and it's like, not everybody's built for that, and some people think they are and they're not, and they work themselves way too hard. Or, I mean, it's like Studio Ghibli, all these stories came out about how they would literally work. One of their staff, they literally got worked to death.
Yeah.
They got a brain aneurysm, and it's like, and it just opened their eyes, definitely. But it's like that mentality of my health comes second to my job. I don't buy that.
Yeah.
Like, as somebody that worked in the video game industry for a few years, I don't buy that.
Oh man.
Somebody who worked in the service industry, I don't buy that.
Yeah.
It's
like I worked with people that would just one dude. I remember I worked with one dude. He worked for 90 hours that week and they had to send him home. He was working 90 hours. He just wouldn't go home, and they probably didn't even tell him to go home until they realized he'd been working that long. And then there's other people that just stay 15, 20 hours a day, and sometimes they did that because that was the only way they can get overtime, and that was the only way they can make a living wage. And in other cases, they were just that passionate. But it's like, just when it comes to the point where you're literally being detrimental to your own body, it is really worth it.
No,
it's not. Then you have Oda Sensei, who's literally like, I will fucking die for my art. And it's like, okay, man, but please don't.
Yes, please do not.
Please don't, because you're really talented and you're making one of the greatest stories of all time. We want you to be alive for after you finish that, please. Thanks.
please, enjoy your spoils. Enjoy
Your rest.
seeing how you change the world for the better. Please.
Yeah. Ghibli's a
Please don't die, Oda.
Miyazaki's slow but detailed artist. Yeah, but
not just because we want you to finish One Piece. We just don't want to see something happen to you.
Yeah, because like from what I've heard, he also like interacts with his fans and stuff really, really well. Apparently, like there's the Q&A stuff that he does where he answers.
How does he find the time?
Right? Like after he literally I heard that he literally sleeps for like less than 3 hours every single day. Outside.
What?
Yeah. He apparently fixed that, so he might sleep like 4 or 5 hours now. After he had like,
Even then, that's still a little bit.
Yeah, it's really bad. I don't know how he survived all these years of doing that every single day for 20 plus years. I just please take care of yourselves, guys. The industry needs change. I don't know how like the animation studio, the animation side, that needs to be unionized. Clearly that is like the biggest problem, and that could easily be fixed with probably unionize and standardizing, giving animators a living wage. But with mangakas, them getting very little royalties, or what I like with the anime stuff too, I don't know, like how do you
I do like the fact that we live in a world where Demon Slayer is the highest grossing anime film ever made, and the author didn't get shit from it.
Get shit or pennies, if that.
Yeah.
That's so shitty.
Especially when there was like a new report where Demon Slayer literally outsold the entire Western comics industry this past year.
Yeah.
Just the entire Western comics industry beaten by one comic in Japan.
And she hasn't gotten a dime. That's really fucked up, man.
Meanwhile, we get these studio heads saying, "Stop pirating."
No.
I know that doesn't justify it, but it is still kind of fucked up when you hear it.
No,
Yeah.
I'm just talking to them. That doesn't justify it, man. Shut the fuck up. But
it's like when I hear like people in the music industry complaining about that, but then you hear stuff like how TLC wasn't making any money off their album or whatnot. So it's like, well, who's getting hurt by piracy? Because obviously they're not getting hurt. Obviously they're not getting any money anyway. So it's like the people profiting off of them. They're the ones.
I will say for the music industry, fuck the executives in the music industry, not the artists. The artists are the ones getting fucked over in this entire thing. Like,
easily, yeah.
And the nice thing is now we live in a world where you don't really need a record deal to get famous.
No, you just post your
Looking
music
at you,
on...
Post Malone.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can post whatever you want. You just post all your music on, get it out there on your own.
Yep. Post it on
You don't need to-
YouTube.
I'll be
post it
right
on...
back.
Okay.
Sorry.
No worries. Post it on YouTube. Post it on SoundCloud. I think isn't that how like what's her name? Billie Eilish got big. Her and her brother would post music on SoundCloud and stuff.
Mm-hmm. And they make music videos on
YouTube.
like Lil Nas, same thing. Or,
Yeah. Little
was
Nas.
Chance the Rapper?
Little Nas literally just posted the Old Town Road remix on YouTube. This is the first video, and that's what blew up. It's like, fuck. Ugh. Man, capitalism sucks.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's why the discussion of piracy, I say it's very circumstantial.
It really is. Like, I mean,
Because it's like
I have.
I'll tell you right now. I don't care if I get in trouble with this. I'll tell you right now. Like one of my favorite anime is called Touch, and yes, I pirated that show because it's never been released out here.
Yeah. And like I've seen like voice actors and stuff like talk about it, but it's like on the one hand I agree, like yeah, it does affect the industry and stuff, but on the other hand, like why hasn't the industry come up with a solution to fix that? Like
I mean,
why can't the rights holders of certain anime like not put their stuff on like one distributor? Like is it just because they're greedy? Is it just because the people who are trying to get those rights are not offering enough? Like I don't understand like that part of it. It's like you obviously have a product that people want to watch if they're aware of it, so why not just put it out there so that people can consume it and pay for it? Like I don't know.
it's dumb.
It really
I mean,
is.
I don't think people. I mean, when it comes to piracy, I can say like like Mushishi. It's one of my favorite anime of all time. Like we're talking top. I love Mushishi. I will absolutely gladly support that show and own an official copy. I do own an official copy of the first series. I have the first DVDs as they released, and I bought them all brand new when they came out. So I paid my dues.
Mm-hmm.
And then Mushishi Season 2, watched it all on Crunchyroll, as well as the OVA and the TV specials. But where's the movie? That's the finale. That's the last episode. Where's the movie? It never got released out here. So I'm supposed to just fuck off? So no, I want to watch it, so I pirated it. Or Macross. My God, anime piracy exists because of Macross. You know, we're only just now getting that stuff out here.
Or yeah, if I wanted to watch the original Gundam series before it got to Crunchyroll, it's like how the fuck am I supposed to watch this 50-year-old anime?
Yeah, because they won't. Gundam has that problem for the longest time. They don't stream these shows most of the time.
That's why. It's Gundam. People will want to watch it. Welcome back. It's mind-boggling, and I don't really understand like the reasons behind not putting your media onto something. Is it just because money? Is that the reason? Is you just want the money? Is the money offer that you're offered too low and you're being greedy? Is the money being offered too low because you need a certain amount of money to make sure that you're not getting fucked over? It's
complicated, you know. I mean, it's complicated like this. It's all situational, you know. You got some cases where I don't think it's justified. Like for example, if you live in North America and you're pirating the One Piece manga,
what the fuck?
It's like, really? It's free. They literally give it to you for free. But because, maybe it's, the fan sub comes out or the fan translation comes out just a little bit quicker, you just refuse to support it. It's like, see, that's fucked up,
Yeah, it's...
But I remember when Naruto was blown up, Naruto was really popular. And I remember a whole bunch of fan servers got cease and desist letters. Mm-hmm. To which everybody was like, well, what the fuck? The show's not licensed out here. Why should we stop releasing it out here? The show's been out for over a year. Like 50 plus episodes into the show. And then weeks later, it got announced that they were going to bring the show out here.
Which is what I assume is probably the reason why those people got cease and desist.
Oh, yeah. I mean, granted, it didn't stop anybody because the problem is that the only way to watch the show uncut after that was you had to buy every single DVD box set.
Yep.
Because the broadcast was censored. And streaming wasn't a thing back then, so you couldn't. That was the only way to watch the Japanese version. So people were still fan subbing it. But then by the time you got to Shippuden, That's when they finally started simulcasting it.
Mhm.
And then, sure enough, it blew. You know, it was already super popular, but it was like one of the highest rated shows on Crunchyroll. It's still one of the most popular shows on Crunchyroll. So it's like you make it available, and yeah, people will embrace it.
Yeah.
Also, I finally found out how to revive my character in Dragon Warrior 2 because I couldn't remember the last town that I was in that had somebody that could heal me.
Jesus.
And with that said, yeah, I'm looking forward to the next game where apparently a lot of this shit was not an issue. But old ass game, only the second big JRPG ever made, so I'm not going to complain too much. But
Yep.
damn.
So yeah, just that industry just needs to be changed, but not much we can do personally. We can only just try to support official releases and pay what we can, and hopefully not worry about pirating.
And it's like show support when we can.
Yep. So this next story is a rumor, based on a reliable news source. But apparently Team Ninja and Square Enix are working on a joint title called Final Fantasy Origins.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah. This is going to be a action-focused Final Fantasy title with Team Ninja. It's going to be exclusive to PS5, and it's coming to the PC later this year. Or later, I guess. And there's supposed to be a demo coming this summer, which, because E3 is in like 11, 12 days. If they announce it at the conference, that would make sense for why they would have released a demo. They also said that this game is going to be very Neo/Souls-esque, but more accessible, and is going to be connected to the very first Final Fantasy game back on the NES.
Oh wow.
And yeah, they did say that the reveal would be around E3. So, I mean, if Final Fantasy 16 is going to be more action-based, then I can get behind another Souls-esque Final Fantasy game, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, it's when you say Souls, you mean like Demon Souls?
Yeah, that's usually what that those implies. Or Neo, I guess, which is the same thing. Souls-esque, Dark Souls-esque.
Yeah, that sounds pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm definitely looking forward to 16.
Yes, same here. But I don't know. I think that's a weird team and a weird thing to go back to. I mean, as long as it's well done, I guess. The next story is something I haven't played Bloodstained, but apparently there is a sequel that's in the work. Bloodstained Ritual of the Nights, according to the publisher. Apparently in their fiscal year results presentation, the publisher lists the following notes for the Metroidvania game. The latest creation of Koji Igarashi, the former series producer of the Castlevania franchise. The game is going to be worldwide publishing on PC and all consoles. It's going to hopefully have a high Metacritic score. Oh no, these are notes about the last game. So it had a high Metacritic score, made a 30.2 million euros to date, and more than 1 million copies sold. It's expected to have a lifetime revenue of at least 30 million, and that there is a second version in development.
But then it announced that they weren't doing a second version or something?
Oh, did they?
Yeah, I just read that on Anime News Network. They said that they clarified that they're not going to do a second version or something.
I don't know then. Maybe.
Actually, I can pull it up right now. It's right next to my tab labeled "How the fuck do I revive my character in Dragon Quest II?" Because there's no priest in this town. Okay. Digital Bros no longer lists second version in development for a Bloodstained Ritual of the Night game in revised financial report.
Huh. Okay. Interesting.
They said, while Anime News Network cannot confirm the previous version of the report, while Anime News Network cannot confirm if the previous version of the report was ever publicly linked to on Digital Brothers investor relations website. Websites like Market Screener, Link, and whatnot. Okay, it sounds like this is a retraction.
So
because this got posted today, like pretty recently, like only a few hours ago, I think. Weird.
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe it was a retraction so that they didn't spoil it. I don't know. Either way, I guess we'll have to see.
Yeah.
Dying Light 2 got a new release date and name, December 7th, and it's called Dying Light 2 Stay Human.
I never played the first one.
First one was really good. It's really spoopy. Really fast zombies and parkour. Never beat it. I should probably pick it up again. But apparently the second one is going for it's going for a lot of stuff going for it. Like it wants to do multiple your choices affecting story progression, story affecting differing. It's your choices affecting the world. Multiple choices, so that multiple versions of the world. Trying to date night cycle, choices and consequences. Apparently, there's like co-op. Dude, that's awesome. The choices and consequence system I've heard is like basically like choices you make early on in the game. You might not see the consequences of those until like maybe the final hours of the game, in which case you can't change them or fix it. Stuff like that. There's going to be factions, so that you basically have to make your help with the factions and stuff. So again, sounds really impressive. I think they want to co-op win it, which is crazy. Day and night cycle. I mean, yeah. I mean the gimmick is that like when it turns night, the zombies are a lot more powerful and stronger. Kind of similar to like I Am Legend kind of esque thing. Parkour combat. Yeah. This game, I mean, I was excited for it because it looked cool in the original trailer like a year or two ago, but then it got infinitely delayed because of internal problems. So I'm glad that they're back on track.
Yeah, what about that?
Yeah, and they're back on track and they have a release date, so good for them. I mean, I don't know, and nothing else to say about that. It looks cool. Looks like a good game.
You know what I'm going to have a lot to talk about, but we'll get to that.
Which we're going to talk about right now, because that's the last news story on the docket, because...
Dragon Quest
news. So let's see. Let me go back up to that link that you posted. So, Greg, why don't you talk about it and bring it up, since you're the one who's big into Dragon Quest.
Dragon Rage is a Pokemon move, but no, Dragon Quest, yes, it is my favorite JRPG series behind Pokemon, and I am so glad that series is finally getting the amount of attention that it deserves, because they've struggled for so long to sell that game in the US, but yes, they had a big 35th anniversary stream recently where they announced a whole bunch of upcoming Dragon Quest titles, though oddly enough, they did not talk about the Dragon Quest Adventure of Dai game.
Wait, there's an Adventure of Dai game?
Yeah, exactly. They announced it the same time that they announced the anime. And the anime has been out for a while now. We haven't heard anything about the game, so I'm not sure what's going on with that. But it's supposed to be an action-adventure game, I think, or action RPG. But anyway, so yes, they announced, the stream started off with a puzzle game, it looked like. They got a game coming out for mobile devices. It's a little puzzle game. That's cool. That's going to be out worldwide. But then before that, they showed some merch, like some 35th anniversary shirts and all this and whatnot, and they immediately said that unfortunately these will only be available in Japan. I'm like, uh-oh. Because they're making such a big deal about the stream having an English interpretation, but if we're just going to announce a bunch of stuff that's not coming out here, because then they started talking about Dragon Quest X. And then they started talking about Dragon Quest X again. And then they started talking about offline, and then all of it said, Japan only. And I'm just like, thank you for rubbing salt in that wound. And then Dragon Quest X offline version, which did not say Japan only, but still, they didn't announce anything about it being released worldwide, though they did make a comment a couple years back, about how they said they would like to make an offline version because that'd be easier to release worldwide. So who knows? Because it basically retells the whole story of 10, but like they made the characters more chibi and whatnot, smaller. And I'd play it if they bring it out here. But anyway, they also announced this was a big one. They showed Dragon Quest III is getting a remake, and it's being done by the same people that did Octopath Traveler, and it looks absolutely gorgeous.
Yes.
So you got high def backgrounds, but you got 2D sprites and fully animated 2D sprites, and it looks perfectly old school. And yeah, they are the absolute best people to have tackled this remake, so I'm definitely looking forward to that. Plus 3, they said that they did 3 specifically because that's the most popular.
Huh.
At least in Japan, it's the most popular. Out here, most people prefer 11 because that's, 11 and 8 are the most popular out here because those are the ones that got big releases.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, they also talked about Dragon Quest 12 briefly. They showed the logo. And the only thing they've said, you're going to see a lot of clickbait out there saying, like, huge Dragon Quest 12 update. All they said was that it's called Dragon Quest 12. Flames of the... I forgot what the title is. Flames of Fate. Flames of Fate. And they said that they're going to be tweaking the combat a bit, which is to be expected. They're going to be changing it up a little bit. But I doubt that means it won't be turn-based because I feel like this is one series where they are not allowed to do that. Like every other JRPG series moved away from turn-based. This one's like, no, people come to Dragon Quest because they like the turn-based combat. But they said that story's probably going to be a little bit darker. Yeah, I mean, the darkest story out of all of them so far has been Dragon Quest V. So I can't imagine it'll be, super gritty or anything like that. But either way, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, if they're gonna make a slightly darker, a little bit more mature story, that's cool. But they didn't show any footage of the game, so we don't really know. But the number of Dragon Quest games have always had a stamp of quality to the point where you don't really have to worry.
Yeah, So I found the article talking about the Daiboken games. 2 of them are for mobile, and the third game is like an action RPG. That's for console. This is from last year, but it looks a little rough. Like it has like good cinematics and stuff, but like the game.
But we're on a whole new console generation now, so
yeah, I don't know.
You can play them.
I mean, yeah, I hope that maybe the reason why we haven't heard about it is because maybe it's going to be announced at E3 or something.
Maybe,
but also
COVID
probably happened, and that's probably why it got delayed too.
Oh, definitely. I'm just surprised they didn't mention. I was just surprised that they made no mention of it whatsoever during the stream. Like even if they just said something like, "And we don't have anything to update on Dragon Quest Dino Daiboken yet, but yeah, we're working on it." But no, they just didn't acknowledge it, unless I missed something.
Yeah, I mean, even this thing doesn't mention anything.
Cannot believe it took me an hour to revive my damn character, but. So I'm still playing Dragon Quest.
No worries.
Trying to but yeah, those were all the big announcements, and I for one am very excited. I mean, we all knew they were going to announce 12. They wouldn't have done this if they weren't going to do it, because that's usually how they announced. That's how they announced 11 was during a big stream. But I'm just glad that they did say that 11 is going to get. They said they're aiming for a simultaneous worldwide release.
That's good
For both 11 and for the 3 remake. Which will be a first. They've never done that before for Dragon Quest. But I think 11 sold so well that they know if they want those games to sell like crazy, they need to be released outside of Japan. They can't rely on Japan-only sales anymore because they're spending so much money making them now.
Yep.
Like Dragon Quest III sold, a few million copies, but that was monumental for the time. Yeah, in Japan. But by the time you get to now, it's like... If Dragon Quest 11 only sold like 1 million copies, that would have been considered an underperformance. But it sold very well because the reviews out here were great. Some people calling it the best JRPG of this generation, and then it sold like crazy in Japan, and for once it finally sold really well out here too. So I'm just glad that the more people are appreciating the charm of this series and how it didn't. It's like they never fixed what wasn't broken. They always found different ways to innovate and whatnot, but it never felt like they took a step backwards. They always took a step forward, even when they had old school mechanics.
Yeah, because 11 was really fun.
Oh yeah.
Finding out that I could just the fact that they also made it a lot easier. So like, if you didn't want to spend like hours and hours of like choosing turns, that you can just turn on auto battle, And
Yes.
the AI for auto battle is like really good, so basically you can mostly keep it on for most of the game. Still
I'm pretty
impressive.
sure I read the first 200 plus chapters of Naruto while grinding.
Yeah, there you go.
I just put on auto battle and told everybody, I'm like, all right, nobody use their magic, and just
Yeah.
fuck everybody up.
So yeah, I mean, I'm excited for this. I'm excited for Dragon Quest 12. I'm
Yeah.
sold on it.
I can't wait to see footage of it. I'm gonna guess maybe it'll be out by next year.
Maybe.
Now the question is, they didn't say what it was gonna be on.
They said it's going to be on consoles. So
Yeah, but they didn't say which console specifically. Same thing with 3. They didn't say which console specifically. There's no way it's not gonna be on Switch.
supposedly the trailer and the logo reveal was running on Unreal Engine 5. So
I'm guessing probably like I'm gonna take a wild guess. PS5 and PC.
I'm going to say PS5, PS4, PC, and the new Switch Pro that's coming out, which I just saw. I just remembered that Nintendo is going to probably be announcing the new iteration of the Switch that's supposed to be running at higher quality frame rates and whatnot.
Oh, I'll get it.
I'll get it too.
Nintendo is the only console manufacturer where I will gladly buy one of their consoles on the day of launch.
As long as I'm able to transfer all my save data from my old Switch to the new Switch, fuck it.
Same here, especially given that my library is digital. So
Yeah.
that would be a problem if I couldn't. Because then I'd have to have both consoles hooked up to play them, and it's like, I just want to transfer one to the other. But they're usually pretty good about backwards compatibility in that regard, as long as the technology lines up.
Yeah, here's hoping.
Yeah.
There's also the Sonic stuff that got shown off, but it's not really much. They're just re-releasing Sonic Colors for modern consoles. I think it's just for Switch and everything.
Yeah.
Which is
I never played it, but
it's a
I
good
want
one.
to.
It's a good one. I remember playing it. It was fun. And then
It
they
was the
announced...
Sonic Origins, I think, has the first one through Knuckles, including CD, right?
Yes, that was the other thing they announced. With enhanced features, so they're ports.
I hope it's the Christian Whitehead versions.
Yeah, that's what they're speculating is that the Christian Whitehead ports.
I have an Apple TV, so I've been lucky enough that I can play that on my TV, but it'd be nice if everybody could play it on their consoles.
Oh, and Roger Craig Smith is rejoining to voice Sonic, apparently.
Yay!
So was he not in one of the previous games or something? Or
He's been the voice actor for Sonic for the last 10 years.
Decade, yeah. For the last decade, he's been. And then before then, it was Jason Griffiths.
Yeah. And there was he announced that he was leaving like 3 or 4 months ago, and like the voice actress for Amy and I believe Tails are gone too, but he's the only one to come back.
Well, don't they switch out Tails pretty regularly?
Yeah,
No,
they do.
They did.
They do.
The last lady was the most recent. Was the longest though. She had been Tails for like at least 6 years.
Oh, so they finally got a female to do it because they tried to hire kids for a while.
The kid one was the last one they did. That was Sonic Adventure 2.
Hero.
And then they started doing actresses.
No, wait, hold up.
Pretty sure. I know for a fact that Sonic Adventure 2 was a kid. It was not a person. It was not an actress.
Yeah, it was the same, wasn't it the same kid from the first game?
I'm pretty sure.
I thought there was an actual kid back in Sonic Heroes.
That might have been that kid's last role, but
yeah. No. Sonic Heroes had a different voice actor. Sorry, I'm not trying to be all
voice cast.
tilt glasses here. Okay, so it was Colleen O'Shaughnessy is the lady you're talking about. She's been Tails for a long time.
Yeah, the English voice actor for Sonic Heroes was William Corky, which I believe is the kid.
And in the Sonic movie, he's voiced by Louie from DuckTales.
Okay, Sonic Adventure 2 was voiced by Connor Bringus. Okay, so he was like a kid, but then
holy shit, he's my age.
Yeah, William Corkery was only 2 roles, 3 actually. And then it's just Amy Palin, and then Kate Higgins, and then Colleen O'Shaughnessy. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Back since. Yeah, a lot of changes.
Yep. No real reason. There's fuck it.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
So yeah, I don't know. the new Sonic game that they teased. I'm gonna watch it just to see what it was. Apparently, it's going to be possibly called Sonic Rangers. Apparently, it's based on leaked data, or what is the data mined from the trailer and stuff that got released that said Project Rangers or something in relation to Sonic. I don't know why he has like weird like pedals and stuff flying after him, but it's apparently coming to everything next year. So
I'm not really I'm not gonna say I don't like Sonic the Hedgehog. I've just not been the biggest fan ever since it went through.
I don't trust Sonic Team.
I mean, I'll be honest. The game's it's the same thing over and over again. The games come out, and then if they don't do well, then we always find out that it's because they weren't given enough time to complete the game, and then they had to release it early, and then they apologize, and then they do it again.
Yeah.
And I just with these 30 Sonic games, I don't know why people say they're getting hyped and whatnot. It's like, really? Okay. I mean, if they enjoy it, if you generally enjoy it, good.
Greg, you have to understand. Sonic fans are crazy, batshit insane.
Yeah, it's just like Kingdom Hearts fans.
Yeah, hey, you stop that.
I'm a Kingdom Hearts fan, but
they would take any weird ass story, put the craziest factor up to 11, and be like, "Oh, this is a good story, guys." Kingdom Hearts, right there we go.
Kingdom Hearts Union Cross is ending tomorrow. You shut your mouth.
Good. I'm happy.
I mean, when it comes to
It should not be canonical.
It should be. It just shouldn't be put onto a mobile game with gotcha elements.
I mean, when it comes to Sonic the Hedgehog, I like 1 through Knuckles. I like CD. I really like Mania. I like the Sonic Sat AM cartoon.
Sonic Adventure
I like the
2
movie.
in Battle.
Yeah.
Sonic X.
I actually didn't play Sonic Adventure 2, but I did play Sonic Adventure 1. I like the Sonic levels. I like running around the world map as Knuckles, and I like some of the Tails levels, but I don't like Knuckles levels in general. But other than that, yeah, the only other thing I can think of is the Sonic OVA from the 90s that I guess I'm the only one that remembers. But
I fucking remember that shit, man.
I
wasn't there when that existed, but I remember it.
It didn't exactly have a spectacular release out here, and it's never been re-released either. And I don't understand that. It's like Sonic is super popular all over the world. Why is this OVA out of print? You know?
Yeah. Sonic Team.
I've been hoping I could get it, you know?
It'd be cool.
I was hoping that they would get it because I remember ADV had the license, and they also had the license for ADV sometimes would take OVAs and edit them together and release it as a movie. And they did that with Sonic the Hedgehog, and I was hoping that maybe Discotech would re-release it as it originally was, as a 2-episode OVA.
So maybe it's in Funimation Studios somewhere on some shelf or something.
Maybe. I don't even think they had the license to it either. It hasn't been re-released since ADV went under.
I mean, they bought ADV's like remains, so I can only assume that it might have been somewhere in the Funimation Studios somewhere.
Yeah, it's like they don't have to remaster it or whatnot. Just put it like a standard def Blu-ray or stream it or something. Just really,
literally anything.
Like a higher quality version than the version that I have. Slightly higher quality.
So yeah, I don't know. Just good for Sonic fans who are so crazy about it and they need the drip. I mean, the movie looks great. I'm excited for that more than anything else.
Oh yeah, the movie was awesome.
Now that Knuckles is gonna be in it, it's like, yeah.
As soon as I was like, actually, it's funny during the credits. When I saw the first movie, during the credits, I yelled, "Tails is back!"
Really upset that they didn't call it Sonic and Tails, Sonic 2 and Tails. They didn't put any
and Knuckles.
And Knuckles, yeah.
You can't end it with that. It has to be and Knuckles. And I'm not gonna watch that movie. I'm just kidding.
Maybe they should just. It would be nice if they just paid whoever they need to pay and get a little bit more music from the games than the movies.
Maybe, yeah.
That could be a money issue. Pokemon had the same problem. It's probably just a licensing issue.
Probably.
Like the theme, the Pokemon theme didn't appear until the credits, but it's not on the soundtrack.
Weird.
I did think it was cool that they used the old English Pokemon theme for the news and Detective Pikachu. So I love Detective Pikachu, by the way.
It's probably the best video game movie.
I think it is the best video game movie, and that's a tough sell because for the longest time I was like, I don't know if anything could beat Street Fighter 2, the animated movie, for me. But then, after Pikachu came out, I'm like, well, shit.
Fatal Fury, the movie, animated movie.
Which shares every single story beat with Hellboy 2.
Yeah, weirdly enough. Okay. You guys want to talk about anything else? You guys have anything? Otherwise,
I think we're nearing that mark. I'm about to like be very sleepy right now.
Yeah, I'm starving. I haven't eaten.
I realize how long we've been at this. Did these not go this long?
They used to, but we haven't done like a 5-hour one in a while.
Yeah.
All right, so thank you everybody so much for stopping by in the stream. Thank you for watching on YouTube. Once this is posted up in YouTube, Greg, where can people find you?
You can find me on the internet, but you can also find my. You can find me on my Instagram, Greg_Jones_art.
Perfect. And I will be putting that in the description for the YouTube viewers as well. So thank you. I just
followed you there, Greg. Good work, man. I like your stuff.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Greg, as I tell every single guest who's not a frequent, who's not Charles or John or anybody that's from Universal Blade, you are free to come onto this podcast whenever you want. You are now a permanent member if you wish to be so.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
No problem. And so we're just going to end the stream, everybody. So we're not going to go and raid anybody. So I hope everybody has a wonderful rest of your Sunday. And I will see you guys all tomorrow for some video games. Take care. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Bye now. Bye-bye now.
Bye.